This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where, alas, rain this morning has delayed the start of the second day's play between Warwickshire and Surrey. The umpires are planning to inspect in about 15 minutes' time. Warwickshire looking to resume on 148 for 8 after 143 for 8 after a difficult day yesterday against some very good bowling. But Dan Mosley batting well. He'll be looking to add a few runs once they get on. He resumes on 55 not out, but no play so far due to rain.
So yeah. And once you walk out of there, that's it, because either you or I or both consider you in the sort of stuff.
Well, good. Well, it's still good morning. It'll be afternoon by the time we start playing, but I'm pleased to say the sun is now shining. The umpires are out. We've had a delay of an hour. I think we'll leave Mark Church to do the view on the delay, because he's got some strong opinions on that. He'll be with us later. But I'm Clive Eakin. Eve Jones, Central Sparks skipper, is with me. So at last a bit of cricket, Eve.
I know, finally. It's been a long wait.
It has. Out come the Surrey fielders, but they will be delighted, I would think. The Surrey fielders are coming out to sunshine and be thinking, get these last 2 wickets and we'll get the best of the batting conditions. Whereas, had we started on time, Warwickshire might have had a bit of time to bowl at Surrey under the clouds. However, so the match situation is Warwickshire are 143 for 8. We were restricted to 51 overs yesterday. Dan Mosley 55 not out, and Chris Rushworth is on 2. Lost 2 wickets just before they came off yesterday, which was a big blow. Kemar Roach bowled really well. He's got 3 for 31. Dan Worrell also bowled very well, 2 for 31. Jordan Clark came into his own. He was on a hat-trick towards the end of the day, 2 for 26. And Tom Lawes 1 for 48. So Mosley will be on strike. And he'll be facing Worrell. It's interesting to see young Dan Mosley. I don't know if you've seen him much. Even making the point, it's only his 10th first-class match, this. And he's fared very well.
Yeah, he's sort of broken onto the scenes, hasn't he, this last 12, 18 months. And yeah, he's been the shining light for Warwickshire this innings. So, and his last innings, wasn't he? He got just short of his maiden 100.
That's right, 94 against Kent. 3 slips in place, and it's Worrell on 2 wickets who's going to bowl, and we are on the way. 88 overs to be bowled today. Lunch will be 1:45, weather permitting. The forecast is apparently pretty good for the rest of the day, and he leans into that one, Mosley, out to the offside, and there is no run. 143 for 8, so Warwickshire will just trying to eke out whatever runs they can get now.
Yeah, sorry, he'll be keen to get these last 2 wickets quite quickly, because it looks nice batting conditions out there now, doesn't it? Sun's shining.
Tom Sibley will be rubbing his hands, really looking forward to getting out there. Rushworth, Worrell comes in, that's driven by Mosley, doesn't get it past mid-off. Spoke to Will Rhodes about Tom Sibley, who obviously he's very familiar with. And he's saying that, I think they know his weaknesses as well as his strengths. How much does the difference it make when you really know a player well when you're up against them?
Yeah, I think it's obviously a positive that they have played with him for such a long time now, and as you say, they know their strengths and their weaknesses.
Worrell in. Oh, that's a wild swing from Mosley. Had a wide delivery. Didn't really get his feet across there, and had a swing at it. He will look, I guess, to play fairly aggressively, Dan Mosley, with numbers 10 and 11 at the other end. And I'll be doing an update shortly on BBC WM and BBC CWR, so you'll hear a change of gear. Worrell, again, wearing a sweater. Quite unusual to see a bowler wear a sweater while they're actually bowling. Gives you an idea of how cool it feels out there. Worrell comes round the wicket to bowl, and that's hit straight to the cover fielder, so there's no run. 143 for 8.
You're right, he's looking to get on with it, isn't he? He's played 4 attacking shots in 4 balls, so has that intent already in that first over the day.
So Worrell just taking a few steps back now, leans forward and jogs in. Hasn't got the quickest of run-ups, but he comes in and bowls, and that's driven by Mosley. Good shot for nothing, straight to mid-off, looking for a single, possibly Mosley. The field hasn't really spread out to offer him, or hasn't come in rather to stop him. It hasn't changed during the course of the over. slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and 2 on the boundary. One of the slips has just gone out to go to leg slip, or just leg gully, perhaps you'd call it. He did play a few shots yesterday, Mosley, in that area, and the delivery is designed to encourage him to play down there, but he chooses not to. And it's a maiden over. It doesn't mean Chris Rushworth's on strike. 143 for 8. I will do an update in a moment. But sun's shining at the moment, and the forecast I'm hearing on Radio WM is encouraged. Oh, showers throughout the afternoon. That's not so good. Wasn't expecting that. Anyway, it's okay at the moment. Oh, thunder tomorrow. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where finally, after an hour's delay, we have just got underway on the second day of Warwickshire's championship match against Surrey. It was rain this morning that the umpires felt meant they had to take a little bit of extra time before getting underway. Warwickshire resuming 143 for 8. They faced 1 over so far and not added to that total. Dan Mosley on 55. Chris Rushworth on number 10, now on strike on 2. Warwickshire will look to get as many runs as they can from the last 2 wickets and then bowl at Surrey in what are probably better batting conditions than they had yesterday. Warwickshire 143 for 8.
Roach continuing then from the city end. First ball just go for a dot ball. As he approaches over the wicket, knocked into the leg side by Rushworth, finds that mid-wicket fielder.
When you're in batting, you've got a number of 10 or 11 at the other end. What are you wanting them to do? Not swing the bat, presumably.
Although you do see it quite often, they fancy their chances. But yeah, ideally you want to try and get Mosley on strike as much as possible here. 2 slips and also that leg slip in play here as Roach continues. And that's a lovely drive down the ground by Rushworth. Pushing hard for 2. Not sure it's going to go all the way as it's flipped back in on the rope. They are thinking of the third, but turn that one down. So 2 runs there to Rushworth. He moves on to 4. The score moves on to 145 for 8.
He's got 1 first-class half century to his name in 211 attempts. Chris Rushworth. Average is 12.
Again, a bit short this time, and it's left alone by Rushworth. He just ducks underneath that one, goes through to Folkes. Just the one fielder out the boundary. Fine leg down this end of the ground.
Nice sunshine now, a few little clouds overhead, but no need for the floodlights to be on, as they were on for most of yesterday.
Roach comes in again, driven firmly back to Roach. Not sure if that was a catching opportunity. There's a great effort there by Roach.
I think the reaction of the fielders would suggest it was.
He did hit it firmly.
Yeah, he grabbed it with 2 hands, didn't he? And then it spooned up in the air. He tried to catch it at second attempt, but couldn't quite cling on. So I think that probably does go down as a chance.
The first thought, I thought it was a bump ball.
Yeah, just the reaction of the fielders make me feel otherwise.
Final ball over as Roach approaches, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Rushworth. That completes the over. The score is on 145 for 8.
So, just a couple of runs added this morning so far. Warwickshire got a very long way from a bonus point these days. Because they need to get to 250 before they get a batting point. And, it's going to be Worrell to continue.
Point fielders back on the boundary there as well for the start of the over.
And Mosley comes down the pitch and whips that away in the air and is caught by the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. Well, he was trying to get on with it, Mosley, but he found one of the fielders out on the boundary, and he goes for 55. Hasn't added to his overnight total. Looks disappointed, batted very well yesterday, but he was in a difficult situation today. And a blow there for Warwickshire, and Surrey get closer to getting themselves in.
Yeah, he picked the fielder out very well there. Hardly had to move there on that deep mid-wicket area. Not all the way on the boundary, but straight to the man.
It's BBC CWR, BBC WM, BBC London, and 5 Sports Extra. I'm Clive Eakin, Eve Jones with me. We had a 1-hour delay this morning. It just got underway at 12 o'clock, and Warwickshire just lost their first wicket. Dan Mosley caught in the deep to give Dan Worrell his third wicket. He's got all the threes at the moment, 3 for 33. And Warwickshire now down to their last wicket, and in some peril. And Eve was preparing for a couple of games this weekend for Central Sparks.
Yeah, we've got a big weekend. We're at Worcester tomorrow against the Northern Diamonds, and then we've actually got a home game at Wormsley, which is a little bit of travel, but we're playing there on Monday.
Have you played there before? I've not been to Wormsley. Is it?
Yeah, it's a beautiful ground. Down the long drive, really good setting for cricket. So
Worrell's coming over the wicket to Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who defends that out to the offside. There's no run. 145 for 9.
100th game for Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
Yeah. So from a few years back, converted himself. For quite a few years at Warwickshire, he only really played white ball games. Got the occasional championship game when there were a few injuries. But he's turned himself into a very reliable red ball cricketer. Got over 50 wickets last season in the championship. As Worrell bowls and he pushes out into the onside, there's no run. He tends to be a sticker in as a batter rather than a run scorer. Although I do recall a match where they were trying to get to an extra batting point and it looked like they'd pretty much given up on it. They needed 8 off 2 balls. So that's not going to happen. Ollie promptly hit 2 shots over the top, straight to the boundary, and got the point. So he can play his shots. But his main skill in batting is to hang around. Worrell comes into bowl, he leaves that. Does Hannon-Dolby through to the wicketkeeper. So you're going to have to talk me through in your first game. I was somewhat surprised I looked at the scorecard and there was Izzy Wong marching out to open the batting.
Yeah, we went a bit sort of out the box with that one. Just thought that the way she bats in the T20 game, like just giving her that opportunity to go out and get us off to a really good start and be aggressive and sort of take the shine off the new ball as well.
Worrell comes into bowl. That's full pitch. He's wrapped Hannon-Dolby on the pads. He wants an LBW, but I think that was angling down the leg side. Also, it came off the bat, it would seem, in the view of the umpire, because he's not signalled leg by. So Hannon-Dolby's off the mark. This fixture last season, Ollie Hannon-Dolby had faced, I think, 69 balls without scoring a run, and apparently, according to Wisden, they reckon it was a record amount of time spent without scoring a run. He then got a single and seemed distraught because I think he thought it was a leg by, so he could carry on with his run of dot balls without. I should say Michael Burgess at the other end was belting 4s and 6s all over the place, so it was a very valuable exercise. He seemed a bit nonplussed to be awarded a run. Now, fielder's gone in at short cover for Rushworth, who lofts it over his head and just about gets it over the head of mid-off and takes 2 runs. And speculated about how wet the outfield is. The way that fielder slid and picked the ball up and made big marks and taken out divvies would suggest it is a bit damp out there, Eve.
Yeah, and I think It looked like he hit it quite well, but then it just seemed to plug, didn't it? It didn't really kick on and get over the rope. It wasn't too far away from crossing the line, but yeah, good intent there by Rushworth.
So the wicket to go down, Mosley was caught by Patel in the deep, which would have pleased Patel because he did drop Mosley on 16 yesterday off admittedly a sharp slip chance. He took that a relatively straightforward chance in the deep.
Alan Dalby's about to face his first delivery from Roach. We've got 3 slips ready and waiting as he's in round the wicket, left alone by Hannah Dalby. Fairly wide outside the off stump, that one. Not quite making the batter play. I think Surrey here will be keen to try and get this last wicket as quickly as they can. I think they've got to try and make the batsman play as much as possible, try and create that last wicket. In comes Roach again. Ball's just outside that off stump and it's left well alone by Hannah Dalby through to the keeper.
Do you think sometimes, and actually Giles made this point to me once, that bowlers try a bit too hard against lower order batters sometimes? And Ash's point is just bowl normally, because they are numbers 10 and 11 for a reason. Sometimes you just feel they're trying a little bit too hard to get them out.
Yeah, I think there's obviously that bit of desperation just to finish off the innings, isn't there? So Roach bowls wider outside off stumping, left alone again by Hannah Dalby.
He had a little look there at Kemo Roach as if maybe he slipped slightly, and there was a problem or two yesterday with the bowlers landing and slipping a little bit. There is a pile of sawdust behind him. So I don't know whether he's going to go and fetch any or whether he can be bothered. Are they asking for this? What are they asking for here?
I think somebody's sitting.
Oh yes, right in front of the sight screen.
I think they're ushering him into that next block out the way.
Yeah. It's a good vantage point here, right under behind the bowler's arm. Yeah, that might be a problem though.
In comes Roach. Does make him play this time, and Hannah Dalby gets forward nice and solid there, just punches that to mid-off for no run.
Should explain the pitch is well to our right as we look at it, so the sight screen will be used for test matches when the pitch is in the middle isn't in play here, so they got white tarpaulin covers, and they covered the windows as well with the white cover.
Roach again, bowls, a bit short this time, and goes down the leg side. It's a great diving stop by Folkes. Just the tidying up behind the stumps.
There was a match here a few years ago, I think it was against Hampshire, when Boyd Rankin, a very tall Irish bowler, was bowling for Warwickshire, and Hampshire were complaining that his hand was actually coming above the white tarpaulin sight screen. And they complained to the umpires, who shook their shoulders and says, what do you think we can do about it? But whether that's why they've just lifted it and covered the windows now as well.
Roach again. Forward by Hannah Dalby. Just knocks that one to mid-off. No run, and that completes the over. 148 for 9. These two have faced 20 balls between them. Rushworth on 6, Hannah Dalby's on 1.
Kemal Roach bowled very, very well yesterday. I don't think that was one of his better overs. He only made Hannah Dalby play once. They were quite easy leaves for Hannah Dalby.
Yeah, what he did really well yesterday was he made the batsman play early on, didn't he? He made the most of the conditions. Got the ball in the right areas, and the conditions helped him out a little bit. The ball moving.
Worrell over the wicket to Chris Rushworth. Pitches up Rushworth again, little in the air as he pushes that towards mid-arm, but it lands well short of the fielder. There's no run.
Yeah, it's funny you should say about the sight screens. There is a couple of grounds around there around the country that are a bit strange for that. We played at Trent Bridge last week, and I think there's people sitting in front of the sight screen, so sometimes if they're getting up to go and get the snacks and refreshments or toilet break, then you do have to wait. And I think the Oval was a little bit like that last year when we played there.
Worrell comes into bowl to Rushworth. That's short, and Rushworth pulled it, managed to keep it down, so you'll get a single into the deep. Two fielders out there that Worrell was trying to tempt Rushworth with, but he gets a single, 149 for 9. So Warwickshire were bowled out for less than 150 twice last season. They're trying to avoid that ignominy. Now, $149 for 9. So he put Warwickshire in yesterday. One or two little partnerships, but what Surrey's bowlers you felt were on top pretty much throughout. 23 for 3, and it was 93 for 6, and 141 for 8. In comes Worrell round the wicket to Hannon Dolby. Oh, that's hit him as he leant back. Where's that hit him? Has it hit him on the helmet? That's going to require an automatic. He seems all right, Hannon Dolby, but automatically the umpires will call for someone to have a look at him. It's a good header.
He looked like he was trying to get out of the way, but it seemed to just follow him and just clipped his helmet on the way through. I think he ended up at second slip, the ball.
Because he's got sporting a rather different hairstyle this season, Ollie Hannon Dolby. A little bit more severe. Anyway, 149 for
Careful.
9. Okay.
You're getting daggers.
Yeah, I think it's partly. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, he's all right. I think they're just checking, physios checking. 149 for 9.
Looks like it's just clouded over a little bit now. Not as many shadows as there were about 10-15 minutes ago.
Would Izzy Wall be the player in your team that changes her hair the most, do you think? Or
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's been through quite a few different hairstyles over the last couple of years. My favourite, I think, was got to be the tennis ball, where she shaved her head and dyed it blonde. So she did look like a tennis ball. But yeah, we've had all sorts of colours. We've had pink. Although it's a little bit longer these days, and back to a natural colour.
Fielder surrounding Hannon Dolby a bit. There's another bouncer, which is, but he gets out of the way of that one very easily. Two slips. There's a forward short leg. There's a leg slip. And the fielder quite close at backward point. We must congratulate Izzy Wong on what a fantastic winter to win the inaugural WPL. That was a great achievement.
Yeah, she had a great tournament as well. I think she went into that
played every game,
bit
didn't she?
unknown with what her role would be, but yeah, she was one of the standouts for Mumbai Indians, and they did win the competition.
Worrell into bowl. Hannon Dolby turns that around quite nicely, gets past that in the field. He'll get a single, and the 150 up for Warwickshire, which is applauded politely, shall we say, by the people that go. Not a huge number. There's a reasonable smattering of people opposite us. I think, like yesterday, a lot of people, certainly a lot of members who are here, will be keeping themselves inside the bars and catering places so that they can keep warm and watch from there. So
yeah, there's still quite a few people in some big coats out there. Can't imagine it being too warm.
Worrell comes in to bowl. That's pitched up, and he's appealing for that's an LBW or a catch, but either way it's out. Rushworth goes for 7. It was a full pitch delivery. Bowler started appealing, then Ben Folkes caught the ball and he appealed as well, so we might just need confirmation from the umpire as to exactly how Rushworth was out, but out he is, and 4 wickets for Dan Worrell, and Warwickshire have been bowled out for 100 150, so Surrey have made fairly short work of them this morning. Just 7 runs added for the last 2 wickets.
Yeah, it was very full. Looked like it was a Yorker length delivery there, and as you say, I'm not quite sure if that was a LBW shout or caught behind.
Let's see if we can get...
My gut is it's LBW. But
yeah. Sometimes the umpires are helpful and they do signal to the scorers, but anyway, 150 all out. I know difficult batting conditions against a strong attack, but you feel Warwickshire a bit short.
Yeah, I think they'll be disappointed not to add too many to the score today. What they added, 7 runs.
Yeah.
Lost the 2 wickets. But they've got to come out and bowl well. Surrey bowled very well yesterday. They really did utilise the conditions early in the morning. Surrey will be pleased with that. Getting those last 2 wickets nice and quickly.
So, well, there's a bit of cloud in the sky. How different? Oh, it's gone down as LBW, by the way. Just confirmation of that. Rushworth LBW for 7. So, from Warwickshire's bowlers, what would you be saying to get the ball in the right place?
I think so. I think that's what Surrey did yesterday, didn't they? They made the batters play early, used the new ball well, and yeah, just give themselves a chance by getting the ball up there, got it moving round. So I think they've got to come out and try and be really positive. Warwickshire with the ball, try and get a couple of early wickets. I think conditions not quite as they were yesterday. They'll be more favourable for batting. But there is a little bit of cloud still lingering.
So Warwickshire all out for 150 in exactly 56 overs. Dan Mosley top scoring for 55. The players out today: Dan Mosley, Court Patel, Bob Worrell for 55, and Chris Rushworth, LBW, Worrell for 7. Ollie Handolby finished 2 not out for Surrey, the wicket taker today. Dan Worrell got 2. He finished with 4 for 38. Kemal Roach 3 for 33. Jordan Clark 2 for 26, and Tom Laws 1 for 48. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then Mark Church will join Eve for the start of the Surrey innings.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Edgbaston here on BBC CWR, BBC WM, BBC Radio London. In a few minutes' time, we'll be back with BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. So, Warwickshire all out for 150. We sort of all sat around for an hour this morning while it didn't rain, and then we did get out there, and it didn't take too long for that all to finish. Dan Mosley, who batted really well yesterday, could see his game plan, try and get on with it. But he picked up Dan Worrell and swung him out to Ryan Patel, who'd be delighted to hang on to that catch because, of course, Ryan Patel dropped Mosley yesterday on 16, but Mosley went for 55, and then Chris Rushworth, LBW to Worrell for 7. Ollie Hannon-Dorby left 3 not out. Roach 3 wickets. Worrell finished with 4. This is going to be fascinating now, though. I've always thought with this game, Eve Jones is still alongside, and I've always thought, I've looked at these 2 lineups, and 2 good batting lineups, but 2 outstanding bowling lineups, and this is going to be fascinating to see this Warwickshire pace attack go up against this Surrey batting lineup.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a good contest. I think I thought Surrey bowled really well yesterday, really made the batsmen play, and I think hopefully Warwickshire, from a Warwickshire perspective, they can make the most of the conditions as well. I think obviously the sun's come out a little bit more today, but there is still a few clouds around. And
actually, really, and you know all about captaincy, and for the coaches, this is a pretty straightforward one. The Warwickshire bowlers know what they're up to. They've seen where Surrey pitched it. It'll be up to the bat full with the odd short ball and see if there's any swing and movement. That basically will be the game plan from the Warwickshire bowlers. Mr. Chris Wokes will get us started down there at the City end. Rory Burns and Dom Sibley out there. And, of course, within this little story at the moment is Dom Sibley in his return to Edgbaston. The other thing I would say as well from a Surrey to Warwickshire point of view is because we sort of all sat around for an hour this morning, as soon as Surrey have got out there to bat, the sun's come out, which Warwickshire will not want to see. Warwickshire will want to see the clouds come back. There are a few around, but suddenly there is a bit of blue sky and sun out. But this will be fascinating. It really will. But I think Surrey will be very pleased to have got that all finished quickly this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. They didn't take too long to take those final 2 wickets. And yeah, as you said, conditions look good for batting now. And yeah, I think Surrey will be pretty pleased to get out there and try and get the chase under the way. As Wokes is going to start us off from the City end. We've got 4 slips ready and waiting. Deep fine leg as he's in over the wicket. First ball, and it's defended by Burns.
I think the other thing on here is, and I thought Surrey did it pretty well yesterday, is make the batsman play the whole time. Welcome back to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Central. We've had 1 ball of this Surrey reply after Warwickshire all out for 150. Eve Jones is alongside. Central Sparks, Birmingham Phoenix, Melbourne Renegades. Oh, some good sides in there, Eve Jones.
As Wokes is in, makes Burns play again as he just knocks that one off his hip down to fine leg for the single. Because quite comfortably.
Again, you'd know this better than anybody. If there is something there, what you do not want to do is give any batter sighters. You don't want to give them sort of 2 overs of letting balls go and work out their angles, do you?
Yeah, you've got to try and be on the money from ball 1, as Wokes has made him play both deliveries.
Straight away leg slip goes in for Dom Sibley. So that's interesting. Straight away leg slip for Dom Sibley, and obviously they know Dom Sibley so well, but straight away there's a leg slip for Dom Sibley.
3 slips as well as Wokes is in. bit wider outside off stump, left alone by Sibley.
It's an interesting one, isn't it, when there's a player who spent so long here, came from Surrey to Warwickshire, he knows all these players so well, and he knows what's coming. He knows there will be some comments out there for him as well, and he'll be desperately keen to score some runs here. But the other thing is he knows this place so well, so he'll feel perfectly at home.
Yeah, and as you say, the Warwickshire players know him so well, so know his strengths, weaknesses as Warwick's bowls. Just tucks off his hip, well, a bit higher, down to the fine leg boundaries. That leg slip runs round, does the tidying up. They score 1 run as Sibley's off the mark.
Yeah, Clive, is it normally Rushworth who gets started with Mr. Wokes? He seems to be warming up, so it looks like it'll be Rushworth and Wokes to get started with the new ball.
Yeah, it's usually Rushworth or Hannon Dalby, isn't it? Between these three, as Wokes is in. Good areas as it's just defended by Burns.
Yeah, Dom Sibley's coming off the back of a good 79 not out alongside Ollie Pope, who made 122 not out. Surrey chased 243 with time to spare against Hampshire. They put on 193 for the second wicket. Burns has a 50 under his belt already this season. Very experienced opening pair, these two now.
Wokes bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Burns. And that completes the first over. Score is 2 for none. Both batters on 1.
Sorry, Eve. It's a complete contrast to yesterday now. We've got the sun out. So it's a complete contrast to yesterday, where it was floodlights on the whole time and we didn't see the sun. Now the sun is out. Now here comes Chris Rushworth, who is... When Warwickshire signed Chris Rushworth, I thought to myself, that's a canny bit of business, that really is, because this fella will still pick up wickets wherever he goes. Wonderful bowler, Chris Rushworth, he really is. Ollie Hannon Dalby in his 100th first-class game, of course, and then Hassan Ali, who I am very much looking forward to watching. Very fine bowler and a very fine celebrator of wickets. Hassan
I did
Ali,
see his final
magnificent.
wicket celebration.
There's nothing
Kent.
wrong with that at all. And Warwickshire will be hoping to see a lot of Hassan Ali running off into the wild blue yonder today with the ball. 3 slips are in there and a short mid-wicket for Dom Sibley. And Chris Rushworth comes right arm over the wicket to Sibley. He's on a length straight away, and Sibley's forward, punching up towards mid-off. And there is no run. So straight away, what Warwickshire do, which most sides do with Dom Sibley, is trying to cut out that really strong area of his, which is through the leg side. Obviously, everybody knows how strong Dom Sibley is through the leg side. So Chris Wokes is in that short mid-wicket position, plugging that area for Chris Rushworth as he comes in once again, does Rushworth, over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley is beaten on the outside edge. That's the length from Chris Rushworth, and this is what I mean. Rushworth, 2 balls in, straight on that length with a little bit of nibble.
Yeah, he's had a good start to his Warwickshire career, hasn't he? He's already picked up quite a few wickets this season. He's had a couple of 2-fers, 3 for against Kent. So he is consistently getting wickets.
He's a brilliant bowler, Chris Rushworth. You know, his record at Durham was absolutely outstanding. And he's just fantastic. He just will come in, hit that length and make it do what he wants, as he's in again over the wicket, and that one's gone the other way. Back in a touch to Sibley, who's forward and plays this one down into the leg side. I'm going to get it off my chest now, Eve. And I think you've realised with me already this morning, I have a few things I need to get off my chest this morning. Why didn't we start at 11 o'clock? It wasn't raining. So we've just wasted an entire hour of this game. And all I would say is, if there was an area of the pitch outfield they were concerned about, I don't know which part of it was, because nothing was going on. As in over the wicket comes Rushworth, short ball, and Sibley's up on his toes, crunches it off the back foot out there towards cover point. And there is no run. People will say to me, player safety. That's what they'll say. That's what they'll say to me. But I stood there looking out, and it wasn't raining, and we weren't playing. and everyone was standing around. And the ground staff were out there, and not a lot was going on, and the ground staff had worked so hard this morning to get everything ready to go for 11 o'clock, and then we didn't. We also do. That's an hour I'm never getting back. Never getting that hour back. As in, over the wicket comes Rushworth to Sibley. Sibley's forward, playing this one down into the offside, and there's no run. And I won't say any more on the matter. But all I would say is if we do get to an exciting conclusion of this game, and we could have done with another hour of cricket to get there, we might look back at that and think that's a shame we didn't play in the hour where it didn't rain and the sun was actually out for half an hour of it. But there we are. I'm getting old and cynical, Eve. That's the thing.
I think there was an area down towards where square leg is now. They were just having a look at that early on. I'm not sure how bad it was.
As forward goes Sibley and tucks this one in towards mid-wicket. There's a little misfield, and there is no run. Yeah, I'm not quite sure though how that helped really, because nothing really changed. But there we are. Anyway, the good news is we are underway, and in the hour that we didn't have, I managed to read a bit more of my book, which is very good at the moment. I'm enjoying that. We all caught up. We had some good chats about life in general. Then the cricket did get underway at midday, and Warwickshire all out for 150, and in reply, Surrey are 2 without loss.
Yeah, I feel like it's been quite an eventful morning.
I feel better now.
Had much cricket.
I feel better now, Eve.
Do you? I'm glad you do.
Thank you very much indeed. I've got that off my chest. I can concentrate now. Get Kevin Houser delighted away to my right.
As Wokes is continuing from the city end, ball's left alone outside off stump by Burns.
I always think the way I always look at it is if you had just sort of landed on this planet, yes, and you walked into the ground for that hour this morning and sat in the stand and looked out, you'd thought, what on earth is this all about? And there's just a big hover cover out there in the middle.
There wasn't much action, was there, out there?
Yeah, and then sort of 24 players and coaching staff kicking a football around and bowling at a couple of stumps on the outfield where we weren't playing. So yes, just for those spectators that are here today, I just feel for them in that hour as well. But there we are underway. That's a good thing. And the sun is out now.
The sun is shining.
Yes.
So as a Surrey fan, you'll be pretty pleased to hear that.
Well, that was my other point. I'm not sure Warwickshire would have been best pleased with not being out there at the start of play this morning, in the fact that when we did finally get out there, I know Surrey picked up their 2 wickets quickly, but the weather had improved a fair amount. That they want those clouds back, and they want it like it was yesterday, Warwickshire.
Yeah. Wokes has just put a bit of sawdust down by his front foot mark as he's into bowl again. A bit shorter this time as Burns works that one into square leg, and they do pick up a single. And Derby running round from mid-wicket to do the tidying up.
Must be lovely as a captain, and again you'd know all about this, but for Burns to have his full ball and for Rhodes to have his full ball attack as well, because you can just keep them going, can't you? And relentless is the word that we've used for Surrey this, and I would say exactly the same here with Warwickshire. Absolutely relentless new ball attack, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, would you say these two are the strongest bowling attacks in the league? That's worked bowls. This time prodded into the leg side to mid-wicket for no run by Sibley.
We've been saying we've been fantastically lucky so far this season, really, because we've got, I'd agree, Surrey, Warwickshire. You look at the Hampshire attack as well, and you think, oh dear, we saw them last week, or 2 weeks ago against Surrey. So there's some, in the first division now, there are some really, really top-class bowling attacks.
As Wokes continues into Sibley, left alone outside off stump. Good length there. Yeah, I feel similar to Sparks. We've got 4 really good quality quick bowlers, and I think the luxury as captain is if one isn't going as well, you can mix it up, and you don't have to sort of try and just keep them going and try and get them into their spell. You have the luxury of being able to just chop and change and keep mixing it up and keep being threatening towards the batsman. As Wokes is in again, this time makes Sibley players. He prods that one into the leg side to Hannon Dalby for no run.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, it's that whole thing as a captain, isn't it, that they make that you may get a day where your two opening bowlers possibly don't hit their straps, and it's you've got that right. Whip them out, you get the other two in to have a bowl, and then bring them back for another spell. But the great thing is with attacks like you've got in here, that doesn't happen very often.
Rocks balls. Oh, it's a good leave there by Sibley. And goes straight through to the keeper for no run. That completes the over. Good tidy over there by Wokes. Score is 3 for none.
Yeah, quiet start. So Rushworth it will be to continue. Sun's just disappeared now. We can see Birmingham City Centre over there in the distance. That big green building, which I think is a hotel and then flats.
Yeah, is it the
above
Radisson?
it is, yeah, I think it is, yes. Well, the only reason I remember that is the gym is sort of on the top floor of the hotel, so you sort of almost feel like you're running in mid-air very slowly.
I'm not sure I'd like that.
No, because the treadmill is right by the window as you overlook down onto the busy road below. 4 slips in there, and Rushworth to come round the wicket to the left-handed Rory Burns on 2. And Burns is letting this one go. Left-handed, of course, Rory Burns. Hair down below his crash helmet, as always. And those 4 slips in there. I think Hayne, Yates, Mosley and Rhodes are the 4 slips in there at the moment. See, Ben Folkes has been for a bit of a hit. He's down to our right with Jim Troughton with his bobble hat on. So it's not the warmest of days today. Round the wicket comes Rushworth once more, and that's left alone by Burns on a goodish length outside his off stump. Watches that all the way into the gloves of Michael Burgess. I'm just going to mention something, Eve, if you don't mind. So Surrey made an announcement this morning that the game against Middlesex, which is from the 11th to the 14th of May, is going to be supporting Matt Dunn and his family. As round the wicket comes Chris Rushworth, and this one's tucked away beautifully by Burns, off his pads, through the leg side. Hassan Ali's chased after that and dived, did very well, got a hand to it, but it's just got over the rope and away from him. It's our first boundary, typical Burns shot really. Straight ball, whipped through the leg side. He moves on to 6, Surrey move on to 7 without loss. You probably read the news that Matthew and his wife Jessica, tragically their daughter Florence passed away only at the age of 2 at the beginning of March. As round the wicket once again is Rushworth, and that's coming back half a shout for LBW. Height will be an issue there for Burns, and there's no run. Florence lived with Dravet syndrome, which is a rare form of epilepsy, and next month the family, the Dunn family, are going to cover 5 kilometres a day of the month to raise awareness of Dravet syndrome and to raise funds for the Dravet syndrome UK charity as part of the Every Day in May for Dravet challenge. As Rushworth turns down below us, comes round the wicket to Rory Burns, who lets this one go outside his off stump. On day 1 of the game between Surrey and Middlesex, Matthew and a team of runners will head from Lords to the Kia Oval, arriving in front of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion during the lunch break of the fixture. Matthew will be presented with a signed commemorative caps worn by every member of the starting 11 from both sides. It will be auctioned to raise funds, and both teams will also wear special T-shirts in the warm-up to celebrate the life of Florence. As round the wicket once again comes Rushworth, solidly forward goes Rory Burns, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 7 without loss. Surrey. Matthew, just a huge part of Surrey cricket. Wonderful bowler, a wonderful bloke. Absolutely tragic, and losing Florence at such a young age at the beginning of March. So it goes without saying that all our thoughts are with Matthew and Jessica and the family. And as I say, that game against Middlesex will be dedicated to Florence and also to raise money for Dravet syndrome, which is wonderful, from Surrey and Middlesex.
Absolutely. As Wokes continues, prodded back straight back to the bowler by Sibley.
Yeah, Wokes is doing exactly what you would expect Chris Wokes to do, really, isn't he? He's just making Sibley play every single ball at the minute.
Yeah, I think he's learnt from the Surrey bowlers. They made the Warwickshire batsmen play quite a lot yesterday, and they got their rewards for it, so Wokes is keen to make Sibley play as much as possible. As he comes in over the wicket, hits him on the, I don't know if it's thigh pad, but just they do scamper through for a single.
Yeah,
Oh no, bit of bat on there. Just angling down the leg side and getting through for that one.
Yeah, as I was saying, experienced opening pair, these two now. Of course, have done it for England. And they've had a couple of occasions already this season where they've had to go out at a horrible time in pretty nasty conditions and sort of try and get through it.
Wokes in, left alone by Burns. Good little bit of shape there. Just coming back in.
Michael Burgess ending up going to his right to take that one.
Looked like it moved after it went past the batsman, that one.
Absolutely. Still some drilling going on. Just adding to the atmosphere. It's away to our left, and I believe it's called the Skyline Terrace or something along those lines. Away to our left, little balcony being made.
That'd be lovely in the summer. As Wokes in, this one goes away from Burns, left alone.
Well, Phil Britt
Burgess.
very kindly, Phil will be on in about 15 minutes. Phil Britt very kindly wrote down that bit of information for me, and I immediately, with sort of Skyline Terrace, it sounds to me like if you're going on holiday and you're lucky enough to go to the sort of nice area. But then I realised he'd written it for me on the back of his airplane passenger pass, which I found in my book this morning.
Wokes is in again. Does make Burns play this time as he plays comfortably off the front foot, just into the offside. No run.
Surrey, of course, have the Montpellier club. Very posh. And that is always a bit like, not that I've ever done it, but I always describe that as turning left on the plane.
Ah,
yes. So, yes, nice, comfy seats.
Very nice.
Yes,
yeah.
you get served food. Has these amazing slidey doors that just
Your own
open
little
for
cabin.
you. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. As Wokes is in again. A bit wide outside off stump, left alone by Burns. As that completes the over. 8 for no wicket.
Yeah, I think Surrey will be fairly happy with this at the moment because there's been no dramas really so far. Been one that went past the outside edge of Sibley's bat. Hasn't been anything that's really caused too much concern so far. But Warwickshire will be desperate for things to start happening quick. And obviously it's early days yet. We've only had the 5 overs, but what Warwickshire do not want to happen here is that nothing happens, because they know they have got to try and knock Surrey over.
Yeah, you know, the experience of the Surrey top order, they can really cause some damage if they get in.
Rushworth over the wicket, he comes to the right-handed Sibley. Good lead from Sibley, late lead from Sibley. Again, little bit of movement there for Chris Rushworth, and taken by Michael Burgess, moving away to his right-hand side. They always say that the best place, if you like, the sun here at Edgbaston is down in those yellow seats down there at the city end. I should think it's okay now. We've got a bit of blue sky and the sun's out.
Yeah, it's probably the busiest stand that we can see from our position.
One gentleman sat in the back row of the Hollies stand all on his own. As over the wicket once again, Rushworth. Oh, and that one's coming back beautifully bowled, but Sibley's played that pretty well because he's got himself a long stride in, and that's bounced on him and hit him in the unmentionables, I think. He's okay, Dom Sibley, but he's actually played that really well. By getting a big stride in, he sort of negated the movement there as Dom Sibley. It'll be painful, obviously, but it just nipped back a touch on him and bounced. Nice bit of bowling from Rushworth. Just beginning to get into this now is Chris Rushworth down below us. Whereas number 22 comes right arm over the wicket to Sibley, and he's just getting himself outside the line of the off stump, and that hits the pad and rolls away into the slips. And Sibley's even indicating there after he played that has just come back at me. So very good this from Rushworth.
Yeah, he's getting the ball in the right areas, isn't he, Rushworth?
Yeah, I think with Rushworth you just sort of let him go. You know what he's going to do, and the difficulty is, as a batter, you know what he's going to do as well. But it's just being able to play it.
Absolutely.
As over the wicket he comes once again to Sibley, and that's come back the other way, and that's climbed on Burgess. It's a terrific take from Michael Burgess. That almost took, well, he was almost off to the dentist there. Was Michael Burgess, but again, Sibley's down to do a bit of gardening. This is 4 terrific deliveries in this over.
Yeah, it just seemed to get a little bit big, didn't it, on Burgess? It just kept going.
It's almost as if it sort of kept going upwards as it got to it.
Yeah.
Rushworth, 3 slips in there. That short mid-wicket again comes into Sibley, and Sibley forward, pushing this one up towards San Ali. Stood up there at mid-on. And there is no run, so that's 5 balls of the over. What does Mr. Rushworth have up his sleeve for the 6th ball of the over? San Ali lobs the ball to him. He's got that pile of sawdust behind him as Chris Rushworth. Sibley on 2, Burns on 6. Rushworth over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley lets the last one go outside his off stump, but it was a late old lead from Dom Sibley. Great over from Rushworth, really well played by Dom Sibley. It's a funny one, that, because it will go in the book as a maiden, and you'll think, well, not a lot happened in that over, but that was a terrific over, wasn't it?
It looks like he's getting the ball to do a little bit now. He's obviously settling into his spell. Dom Sibley very watchful, trying to play that as late as possible, leaving that last ball.
Sometimes, I think if you get good weather conditions to have a bowling, I think you can sometimes overdo it, can't you? Because you think something's going to happen every ball, and you can overdo it.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire got to be patient here, just taking that 4th slip out into a bit of a, well, still on the move, leg gully area. No, change their mind. Just coming into a short mid-wicket catching position for Burns. And then Ollie Hannon Dalby's just pushed a little bit squarer, stood next to the umpire there. In comes Wokes again, defended by Burns, and does beat that diving gully fielder. They do pick up a single. Played nice and light there by Burns.
Just looking at the scores from the Surrey sort of top 4 this season, Burns 1 and 54 against Lancashire, and then 45 and 35 against Hampshire. Sibley 35 and 6 against Lancashire, and then 60 and that 79 not out. Ollie Pope 13 and 38 against Lancashire, then 91 and 122 not out against Hampshire. Ryan Patel a little short, 3 and a first ball duck against Lancashire, and 20 against Hampshire.
As Wokes is in, leg slip as well in play here, and it does get knocked down to that leg slip fielder. I think it's Will Rhodes there. Dot ball.
You'd expect folks to come in at 5. Played the 1 game this season, 76 and 103 against Lancashire. Smith will come in at 6, Steele at 7, Clark at 8, Laws at 9. Roach at 10, Abbott at 11, so they do bat the whole way down, Surrey.
In comes Wokes. Oh, she's gone away, and Burgess has to move to take that one in front of first slip. I think that's why it's important for Warwickshire to try and get a couple of early wickets. If they do, Surrey do bat all the way down, you do want to try and make a couple of inroads there and try and get a couple early.
Yeah, because the top 8 have all got first-class hundreds.
As Wokes is in again. Ball's a little bit onto the legs of Sibley as he knocks that one down to fine leg for the single. That's Hassan Ali doing the fielding there.
It's sort of the way that Surrey have done it in the last year, and the championship side last year, sort of bat the whole way down, and also have, you know, the so-called all-rounders all the way down. Obviously, Will Jacks had a terrific summer last summer. He's not fit and available at the moment, but Cameron Steele's come in and done that job for Surrey.
As Wokes is in to Burns, defended for no run to the offside.
An experienced top 2, and then Ollie Pope at 3. I've been really looking forward to this, actually. You know, as I say, a quality bowling attack against a quality batting lineup is always great to watch.
Yeah, I think we're in for a good day's play of cricket. Obviously disappointing to lose that hour early doors, but in comes Wokes, and that's just driven straight back to Wokes. He does the fielding himself. That completes the over. The score is 10 for none.
Had a bit of a shocker with my glasses. You witnessed that this morning.
I did witness that, yeah.
Yes. Clive Eakin dropped the effects mic out to me to catch, and I managed to drop the effects mic. Glasses fell off my head, and I trod on them. So I've sort of put them. They're actually not mine either.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, they are
explaining.
Yes, they're actually my daughter's glasses that I picked up by mistake. So while commentating here, I'm desperately trying to straighten out one of the arms. That I've got the lens back in, but I've just realised that the arm's not as straight as it should be. So yeah, wasn't the greatest bit of work this morning from myself. As Rushworth, now this is interesting. Sibley's been batting outside of his crease to get to that length of Rushworth. Burgess now up to the stumps with the helmet on, so Sibley's had to go back into his crease. As Rushworth is over the wicket to him, and Sibley plays this off the back foot, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. Eve, thank you so much. Eve will be with us throughout the day, but Mr. Clive Eakin's got to come back in because he's doing an update at the moment. So just listening to the news headlines here on BBC CWR, BBC WM. Here is Mr. Clive Eakin. He's not needed just yet, though,
No, you carry on.
Shall I? As over the wicket comes Rushworth to Sibley, and it's on a length, and it's clipped into the leg side by Sibley. Wokes does the fielding there at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Good move, this, actually, bringing Burgess up to the stumps.
Yeah, Surrey's batters haven't looked overly troubled, but they haven't got away yet either, so we shall still hope they can make a breakthrough. They're buying themselves time by keeping the runs from flowing.
We saw a bit of this at Old Trafford in the first game with the keeper up, as over the wicket comes Rushworth, and forward goes Sibley, and that hits the outside edge of the bat, but all along the floor. And he'll get a couple here as Sam Hain goes scampering back to do the fielding. We saw Lancashire do it, and we saw Surrey do it with Jordan Clark. And actually it worked for Keaton Jennings. He was walking down the pitch at Jordan Clark. Then folks came up to the stumps, had to stay in his crease, and Clark bowled him.
I imagine wicketkeepers will start doing it for Dan Mosley, because apparently he's worked in the winter on coming down the pitch, which you saw him do quite a lot in his innings.
Yeah, what you need is not a quick pitch and a very, very good wicket-keeper. This is not easy, standing up to Rushworth. As Rushworth is over the wicket to Sibley, outside edge, gone. Beautifully bowled. It's that length, caught at first slip. He can't get forward to that because he's got Burgess there. That's really good bit of bowling from Chris Rushworth. Burgess coming up to the stumps is part of that, and Dom Sibley goes for 5, caught at first slip off Rushworth, and Surrey are 12 for 1.
Rob Yates, who the last time I looked, I think was top catcher in the first division. And it's yet another one snaffled by him. Got to do my update in a few seconds. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston on the second day of Warwickshire's championship match against Surrey, and the game's moved on after an hour delay due to rain earlier in the morning. Warwickshire didn't add much, only just 7 runs to their overnight total before they were bowled out for 150, with Dan Worrell getting both the wickets, including that of Dan Mosley, who didn't add to his overnight score of 55. But crucially, Warwickshire have just got the wicket of their former player, Dom Sibley. Great ball from Chris Rushworth, edge to Rob Yates, who's been catching quite brilliantly in the slips so far this season. He held on, so Surrey are 12 for 1 in the 8th. I always feel slightly goaded by the newsreader when they open their fader up when you're doing your report and you can hear them breathing in the background. They're saying, that's enough, thank you.
Do you know what, Clive? I get that after I've started. Literally a second in, fader up.
Anyway, it's a
fleeting
visit. Well, that's exactly what I'm going to do for myself now by bringing Phil in to join you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Clive Eakin. So it's a very good bit of bowling, that, from Chris Rushworth. And as I say, Burgess coming up to the stumps, perfectly understandably, Dom Sibley couldn't get fully forward, stayed in the crease, a little bit of extra bounce, outside edge, good catch from Yates, and now Ollie Pope. This will be interesting. How does Ollie Pope go about this? Because Burgess is still up to the stumps as Rushworth is over the wicket to him, and he's forward to the first one, pushes it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Because Ollie Pope this season has been walking down the pitch to whichever quick bowler comes to him. He will not just let Rushworth go at that length. Even with Burgess up to the stumps, Ollie Pope will back himself. We saw a bit of it from Dan Mosley yesterday. First ball of the season, didn't even have a look. Ollie Pope, he was just walking straight down the pitch at Will Williams as Rushworth is over the wicket to him, and Pope is forward solidly, plays this one up towards mid-off. Great over from Chris Rushworth. The wicket of Dom Sibley for 5. Welcome to Phil Britt, and Surrey are 12 for 1.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mark. Yeah, terrific over, that one from Rushworth. I wouldn't think Pope has faced Rushworth a great deal in his career.
Yeah, I doubt he has, really.
Because Durham have largely been in Division 2, and with him being away on international and stuff like that, probably not. But it'd be interesting to see how many times he's come across Chris.
I'm trying to think when he first started, were they in the same division?
Yeah, it'd be a while anyway, certainly since they would have been together.
They face Wokes a lot in the nets.
In the nets, I'm going to say they definitely know one another. Wokes will continue from the Birmingham end into start. He's 5th over. He's in and bowls Burns. Leaves this one outside the off stump. Shapes to play a shot that decides no to take the ball or bat out the way. And goes harmlessly through to Michael Burgess, who's not standing up to Chris Wokes.
Well, I've just been showed by Clive that Yates now 9 catches in the slip cordon this season, which would also say you've got a pretty good bowling attack. If you're getting regular catches in the slip cordon, it means your bowlers are finding the outside edge a lot.
Yeah, it's been going to like a falling to a magnet. This one goes past the outside edge. Well, he doesn't play a shot at it. It goes outside the off stump, but then swings after it's gone past. And Michael Burgess, who started off going towards slip to take the ball, ends up diving down more towards the leg slip position. That ball really moved after it had gone past Burns. At the time he left it there, and by the side, adjacent to the stumps, there was a fair margin, but it was a very late swing. Works again in 3 slips weight, and Burns is behind that, running it away into the offside. There's no run.
Just a reminder, we're lunch at 1:45 today.
Yes, yep.
I don't remember that happening very often, to be fair.
Your apple crumble or whatever it was it apple crumble?
I didn't have pudding yesterday.
That was Kevin Howells who was on the pudding.
No, he was on the fish and chips yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Bemoaning the fact he'd missed the pudding.
He likes a fish Friday as well. Does Kevin Howells? Might be that today. I suppose it's Friday.
Yeah.
It just depends if there's fish.
Wokes in, who probably won't be eating it, and Burns runs it away to backward point. So no run.
So it could be a late old finish tonight, couldn't it?
Officially 6:30.
Yeah, officially.
If the light holds, I would say about 7:10. You going to anywhere in the delights of Burton? Well, were you going to anywhere in the delights?
No, I don't think so. No,
well,
not tonight.
Friday night.
Got my book.
Oh yes, I've seen that. How are you going to go?
Very,
Didn't
very
make
good.
much progress yesterday.
Very good.
Works into Burns. Oh, doesn't goes to leave it and get in the end gets an inside edge which flies past his leg stump. Just chipped it back from outside the off stump, off the inside edge, and in the end, Michael Burgess behind the stumps made a terrific stop because that could easily have gone down to the fine leg boundary. But Burns a little lucky and good wicket keeping and tidying up from Burgess. I just wonder whether that was one which moved again a little bit more than he thought and caught the inside edge.
It's just good bowling from Chris Wokes, isn't it? He's just hitting that length.
Sun comes out as Wokes is in, and Burns will get this one away nicely, tucks it away just in front of square leg and down to the ropes. So nice way to finish the over. Surrey move on to 16 for 1. Burns moves to 11.
And that's why I'm enjoying this so much, because you've got Chris Wokes, absolute quality bowler, bowls a delivery which hits a length, comes back at Rory Burns, lovely bit of bowling, little inside edge, gets a bit of luck, and then very next ball just straightens it a little bit too much and Burns just whips him through the leg side for 4. So as I say, you've got quality bowlers going up against quality batters here, and the battle is absolutely fascinating at the moment. And this battle between Pope and Rushworth, fascinating. Again, Burgess up to the stumps. Rushworth has used a bit of sawdust here, as we saw Worrell doing yesterday. Burgess and Pope are in deep discussion there. Of course, Michael Burgess started his career at Surrey. It's on the academy at Surrey, Michael Burgess. So it'll be 2 slips and a short mid-wicket catching with Burgess up to the stumps for Rushworth. Coming into the right-handed Pope, and Pope, oh now, he's looked to whip round that front pad, shout for LBW, and there's a little shake of the head from umpire Peter Hartley, but good bowling because he's got that one to come back. Pope's trying to get himself across to that off stump, and just going down, I would have thought.
Yeah,
but it's a good bit of bowling from Rushworth.
There wasn't a lot margin there, but he got away with that one. I think you're right. I think it was just perhaps shaping out to go down the leg side.
Pope, a little twiddle of his bat, and then settles himself down once again. Rushworth is over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope clips him into the leg side, thinks about a single, won't get one. Hassan Ali is round from mid-on to do the fielding.
Was Pope at Whitgift?
Cranley.
Oh, Cranley.
Yes.
I'm trying to think which, because...
Oh, the Whitgift was Dom Sibley.
Sibley and Burgess.
And Jason Roy, Matthew Spreagle. Been quite a few from there.
Yeah.
Tom Laws was Cranley as well. Stuart Meeker.
I've been to matches at Whitgift.
And they've got a zoo. Nice school, it's got a zoo. Not many schools that have a zoo.
Should have had one at our school.
Over the wicket comes Rushworth. Forward goes the right-handed Pope. Plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. Yeah, it's sort of proper animals as well in the zoo.
So how big is it then?
It's quite a one.
The quality of the batting is such that you've only got a stray, just a touch, and it's put away. To leap onto anything, which it was like the ball which Chris Wokes just pushed through a little bit too in the previous over. That one there was just dropped, just in the wrong spot by Rushworth, and Pope onto it in a flash.
Rushworth is over the wicket to Pope once again, and Pope forward, and that one's a great length, and it's got a bit of bounce on him. And I say forward, he can't get fully forward, and a bit like Sibley. Struck him in the unmentionables, Ollie Pope. So he's having a bit of a stretch at the moment, is Ollie Pope, just trying to get his breath back. But the thing is, he's hitting that length and getting it to bounce and nip back. And because you're not going fully forward, because you're worried about Burgess,
yep,
you're sort of going straight up. And as you can imagine, that can be quite painful for Ollie Pope. But he's all right, his feet are moving again now. Sun's come out once more. Over the wicket comes Rushworth to him and beats him on the outside. Brilliantly taken by Burgess. This is brilliant battle. It really is. One gorgeous shot from Ollie Pope in that over, and then Rushworth comes back with one that just skates past the outside edge. And 20 for 1. Burns has 11 and Pope's on 4.
Yeah, that was a terrific way to finish the over by Chris Rushworth. Gets a pat on the back from several players. We're going to see a bowling change at the Birmingham end. Chris Wokes is out of the attack after 5 overs. Fairly miserly overs, 10 runs coming from them. And Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who this season is sporting...
Has he gone blonde?
No.
He's actually taken the whole...
Yeah, it looks, I think he's down to the woodwork.
Yeah.
So it's...
Aerodynamics.
Absolutely. It's giving him an extra yard of pace.
That's it, really. He's taken the whole... he's gone very short there, hasn't he? I thought... I from a distance, thought he'd had blonde streaks. And that's actually the top of his head.
When I first saw him, I didn't recognise him. It was only the fact he's 6'8" was the giveaway. In he comes from that Birmingham end to bowl to Rory Burns. His first ball is watched carefully outside the off stump, and he can't be through to the keeper.
Bit of a contrast with Burns.
Yes.
Well, there you are.
Yep. You have the two extremes, really, don't you, in cricketing terms? On the county circuit, I would think Rory's is probably as long as anybody's.
Yeah, I think it is now, especially since he's been wearing it down.
And, by contrast, Oliver Hannon-Dolby and Chris Rushworth, not much between them. This one is edged down towards third slip. It bounces, and Mosley, who's there, can't get across to take it clean. He parries the ball, but they scamper through for a single, but it wasn't a chance. It just bounced in front of third slip.
Yeah, 100th first-class game for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, this. Terrific bowler.
You would have thought of the years he's been around that he would have played more than that, because he was at Yorkshire for quite a long time.
Yeah, it's sort of his
career stalled a little bit.
Yeah, but last sort of 5-6 years, outstanding.
Yeah, he'd become very much a one-day cricketer, but then got back into the championship side. And of course they don't play that many games now, do they? So 100 games is a fair length of service. In he comes again and bowls, this time to Pope, who plays this away beautifully through the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on and races up to the long-on boundary for 4. That's beautifully timed, just slightly too full from Hannon-Dolby, and Pope was on his in a flash.
Yeah.
He looks in very nice touch here, which from a Surrey point of view is good news, as the sun now is out and it's really is a very pleasant day. The breeze is still strong, but it's switched. Yesterday it was blowing across from right to left across the ground. Today it's coming the other way, but still blowing strongly. Hannon-Dolby comes in and bowls, and this one beats Pope outside the off stump, and that was a good one. And Michael Burgess had the bails off in a flash. He's come up to the stumps.
It's brilliant keeping as well from Burgess. That is not easy. All right, Hannon-Dolby might not be the quickest.
He's quick enough though to
this was like
standing up to
folks standing up to Jordan Clark. Now Jordan Clark may have cut a little bit of pace, but it's still not easy, this.
No. Hannon-Dolby again, very straight run he's got. That arm flays out on his way through, and this one is left outside the off stump. Burgess takes that one. His hands just going back behind him. Takes it clean.
I used to like, and the great Jack Russell has actually said this is true, but Jack, when he sort of, because it was Gloucestershire in one-day cricket that started all this, wasn't it? You had Jack up to the stumps, and you had John Lewis bowling, you had Matt Windows all over you in the covers, and the ball's always winged back over the top of the stumps to Jack.
Dolby in, bowls, and forward comes Pope, runs away into the offside, end of another over, 25 for 1. Remember, Warwickshire bowled out this morning for 150, just adding 7, wasn't it, to their overnight score. Mosley going without adding to his 55, and Chris Rushworth going for 7.
And I always thought it was a sort of a cricketing myth, and I've been lucky enough to sort of, Jack's come to do some commentary and talk about his painting and everything, and I one day plucked up the courage to say to him, is it true, Mr. Jack Russell, that during those times you didn't brush your teeth? And he said, absolutely. He said, I used everything in my power to put the batsman off, so I was right up in their face and didn't brush my teeth. And there you are, there's a tactic for you. Now, Michael Burgess, I do hope, has flossed this morning, because it's very important, especially at Michael's age, as here is Rushworth with Burns on strike, and Burgess isn't standing up for Burns, so he lets this one go outside his off stump. But I used to love that, and Jack would be up to the stumps, wouldn't he? And it would be Marker Lane, and it would be that they were the first ones to really do it, Gloucestershire. But yeah, I remember I'd read it somewhere that, and he said, yeah, no, before big final, didn't brush my teeth the night before, so had horrible breath, and I was up right on there, and every ball was winged straight back in over the top of the stumps. I remember Mark Ramprakash once, they hurled it back in, and Ramprakash just stood there and caught it with a really cross look on his face and put it down. As over the wicket comes Rushworth, and this is pushed off the back foot by Rory Burns down into the gully region, and there's no run.
I remember Jack Russell used to have, when we were at Guildford for a match, we a couple of times Warwickshire played Surrey at Guildford, haven't they?
Yep.
In the last few years. And Jack had a stall there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember didn't he bring you a book or something?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
When we were on there, he came down. We were.
Well, he very kindly gave me that when I was doing my charity run to auction off, which was so good of Jack.
That's right.
It really
that's
was.
What it was. Yeah.
But yeah, he was so good up to the stumps. Rushworth into Burns, and shout for LBW, but you get this with Burns. It's going to be going down the leg side and just rolls away into the leg side. I always say this with Jack, but if you get a chance, bung into your search engine, Dean Jones stumping Jack Russell Gladstone Small. It is one of the best bits of cricket you will ever see. The late great Dean Jones got the shock of his life, as did Gladstone Small, because Jack just decided to stand up for one ball and stumped him down the leg side. As over the wicket comes Rushworth, that's down the leg side. Burns will feel he's missed out there. Gets nothing on it, and it's taken by Burgess tumbling away to his right. But it's one of the great bits of keeping, that. Because Gladstone Small was no slouch with the ball, obviously.
No.
As everybody here will know, of course. Saw Mr. Alan Donald wandering around the place yesterday.
Yes, he's been around the last couple of games.
Lovely. Is he a Bangladesh bowling coach now, I think? I think so. I remember seeing him during the one-day series against England. There's Burns, there's a flick at this. I'm not sure he's got anything on that down the leg side. Burgess dives to his right and gets a glove to it. Buys will be the signal. That'll be one more to the total. Burns moves on to 12. Pope has 8. Sorry, 26 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 150 here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
Yeah, the coaches sort of move around so much, don't they, that it's difficult sometimes keeping a track on exactly who's with whom.
Now I'll vacate at the end of this over and bring Eve Jones back. Ollie Pope comes on to strike now, and Burgess immediately comes up to the stumps for Rushworth. Rushworth is in, that's down the leg side. Burgess has done really well there.
he's
got something on it. It was down the leg side, standing up, he's flung himself, Burgess. He's hit his chest, and he has done extremely well there, like a hockey goalie that was Michael Burgess. There wasn't a run, that's the end of the over. Phil Britt to pick up commentary in a moment. He'll be joined by Eve Jones.
Thanks, Mark. Mark back with us after the lunch, which, remember, today is at 1:45. That's because of the late start this morning. Lost the first hour this morning. Warwickshire in that time since we started at 12 o'clock, been bowled out for 150, and Surrey in reply 26 with the loss of 1 wicket, Dom Sibley. As we are joined by Eve Jones. Dolby in. This is hit uppishly by Burns towards mid-on, but just drops down a couple of paces inside. So Chris Rushworth, who's fielding there, not able to get to it. Good afternoon, Eve.
Afternoon. How are you going?
Okay. It's interesting period here, because as the Warwickshire attack try and break this partnership before it gets really settled, but Pope's hit a couple of really nice shots. I just fear that if he's at that wicket too long, it's could be hard work for the Bears. Hannibal in bowls a good ball and has Burns trying to push that one away into the offside, but absolutely no foot movement at all, and it goes over the top of his bat and through to the keeper, and could easily have got a nick to that.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire would love another wicket here before lunch. We've got what, 25 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
If they could get them 2 down.
Yes, I think so. They'd be thinking that's at least started to get them back in, as they're going to have to bowl well to restrict Surrey. This one is left outside the off stump, having missed out on the previous ball. He's not going to repeat that shot. Goes through to the keeper. Crowd, I think, better than yesterday's crowd. Everybody's still well wrapped up. So I don't see too many in shirt sleeves, not just yet. Hasn't quite got that sort of weather, but
Probably a bit warmer than yesterday, would you say?
well, I'll do that after I've ventured out at lunchtime. I'm going to reserve comment. This one is turned by Burns to mid-wicket. There's no run. Yeah, I'll wait till I've walked round the ground at lunchtime and then say, judging by the way people are dressed, I don't know, I think it's going to be that warm.
Yeah, you can give us a weather report when you get back.
It'll be cold at New Road tomorrow. Ooh, that would rip that wind off the river. Oh gosh.
As long as it's dry, I don't mind.
No, exactly.
That's the main thing.
Exactly.
Just lost so much cricket this pre-season to the weather and the rain.
Alan Dolby in bowls, and Burns nothing to do with it. Takes the bat right out of the way, and it goes through to the keeper. Yes, it's been a miserable start. I'm looking at Gloucestershire, who've lost the whole of the morning session again, and they've had a terrible time with it. Even when they went away last week at Worcester, they were robbed of what looked like a victory with rain on the final day. They had that 4 days completely washed out in the Yorkshire game. It's been and lost time yesterday and this morning, so they've had a really, really difficult start to the season.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? I think can't remember it being this bad for a number of years now.
And Dolby in bowls, and that's again left. Burns just lets it go through outside the off stump. End of another over. We've had 13 overs. Sorry, we've moved on to 26 for 1. Dom Sibley, the 1 wicket to fall. He was out for 5, caught by Rob Yates. Again at slip. It's magnet at the moment. Rob Yates, he's picking up his Clive. I think it's 9 catches already this season. And, Chris Rushworth was the bowler. And you're going to have a bowling change here.
We are. Hassan Ali is having his first over of the match. I think we just got a fielding substitution. I think Jake Lintot's on. Not sure who he's on for. He's into mid-wicket. In comes Hassan over the wicket and left alone by Pope. Lets that one go through to Burgess.
Was it Chris Rushworth who came off perhaps?
Possibly.
Yeah, Hannah Dolby's down at fine leg. And just looking around, I think it's Chris Rushworth. He wouldn't be in the slip call. Yeah, it's Rushworth.
3 slips still in as Hassan's in to Pope. Balls, and that wraps him on the pad. Big shout for LBW, and it's given. And there's the celebration from Hassan. Pope looks a little bit disappointed with that one, but that's the big wicket for Warwickshire. That's the one they want. The informed Pope.
My first reaction was he got an edge onto that, but obviously not, you know, we're a lot further away than the umpire, but and judging by the reaction of Ollie Pope to it, he doesn't seem too impressed either. But anyway, he's out. Look in the book, as they say, and Hassan Ali hit strikes with just his second delivery and a big wicket. Ollie Pope goes for 8. And Surrey are 26 for 2, and there's that wicket you were saying that they'd be looking for.
Absolutely, especially getting Pope, the informed batsman, who's walking off fairly slowly. But that's a great bowling change as well by Will Rhodes.
It was a lovely full delivery with it, and he ended up in a really strange position actually playing it. But anyway, they had a good look at it, and Warwickshire get that second wicket. I'm going to make way because Clive's going to do a news update, so I'll talk to you after lunch.
Yeah, big breakthrough there for Warwickshire.
Yeah, I must admit, from where I was sitting, I was thinking that's out. But as Phil said, Ollie Pope clearly thinks differently. So whether he did get a nick on it or not, I don't know. That's nice. I thought it was out. There we are.
Love the celebration as well.
Yes.
So passionate.
Yeah, it's a bit of the Imran Tahir's about it. When he was here, his celebrations were fairly impressive.
Incoming batsman is Ryan Patel. Left-handed bat as Hassan Ali's in. A little bit wayward that one, down the leg side. Burgess does really well. Diving, rolling stop there.
So great start for Hassan Ali then. Took that decisive wicket against Kent.
Three slips waiting for the left-hander Patel. As Hassan's in again over the wicket. On the right side off stump, left alone by Patel. Through to Burgess for no run.
It's picking up a little bit out there. The effect spike's taking a bit of a battery, but the sun is shining.
Yeah, it looks quite a nice day out there now.
What time do you start at New Road tomorrow?
10:30 start tomorrow.
That's quite
Yeah.
early, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm heading down later, so I don't have the early start from Whitchurch. As Hassan's in onto the leg straight, and it just goes through to Ollie Hannon-Dolby down at fine leg for one run, and that's Patel off the mark.
Well, get down there if you can. Support the Central Sparks. It's the Northern Diamonds.
Yeah, it'd be great to have a few people around for our first home game. Got various different locations for our home games this year. We're actually at Wormsley on Monday for a home game, which seems a little bit further, but lovely place to play. In comes Hassan, round the wicket to Burns as he prods forward, and that's an acrobatic stop by Hassan off his own bowling. And that completes his first over. Excellent over. Ripple of applause from the crowd, and the score is on 27 for 2. Excellent start by Hassan, getting that key breakthrough for Warwickshire.
Yeah, Will Rose goes up to him and gives him a bit of a sort of mid-5 it was. I'm going to see Ollie Hannon-Dolby continue from the Birmingham end. So, terrific season last season, Ollie Hannon-Dolby. He started this season the way he finished last season as top wicket taker. Came to this match with 10. That one's played out onto the onside by Patel for no run. Patel wearing a sweater. Fairly cool out there. Noise from the Warwickshire fielders. Been buoyed by that second wicket. Surrey trying to do really what Warwickshire tried to do early on, just trying to survive at the moment and try and take some of the bite out of the new ball. Hannah Dolby bowls, that's left by Patel, front foot a long way forward, holds his bat in the air, leaves that.
Yeah, they'll probably want to try and get to lunch without losing another wicket, Surrey. I think they've got 15 minutes play left.
Yeah, Warwickshire would love another one before lunch, that's for sure. They had lost 4 in the morning session yesterday. That started on time, so that was 11 to 1. Warwickshire were 4 down by lunch. Hannah Dolby into bowl, that's left by Patel. So we have seen 4 wickets in the session. So the bowlers do remain on top in this game. It's, what is it, 40 for 4 this session at the moment. With Warwickshire losing the last 2 wickets for just 7 runs. Took 53 championship wickets last season, Hannah Dolby. Skip at the end of his run up, tall Yorkshireman comes in to bowl just on middle and legs, turned round by Patel. He doesn't get it past Wheel Roads in mid wicket. 3 slips in place.
Yeah, I think obviously Warwickshire have got 4 really good seamers, and they've all chipped in so far this season with wickets, haven't they?
Indeed, they have, yeah. So Rushworth's now on 8. As Hannah Dolby bowls, that's left, there's no run, and Hassan Ali, sorry, Rushworth's now on 10, so he's actually joined Ollie Hannah Dolby. Top 4 wicket takers, and Hassan Ali's on 8. It's just underlying what you're saying, really. There hasn't been a fifer yet this season. In fact, I think 3 for us. The biggest tally Warwickshire have managed. Lots of 3s in there. Hannah Dolby with 3 slips in place to Patel, who leaves a good leave, but nipped back a bit. But Patel knew where his stumps were and let it go. It's the end of the over. It's 27 for 2. After 15 overs, a physio coming out. What's the issue here, I wonder? Always coming out to the umpires, giving the umpire something.
Yeah, not sure, maybe some paracetamol or something. Swiftly off though. Burns just taking his guard again as he faces up to Hassan. Three slips ready and waiting as Hassan's in round the wicket to Burns, left alone, through to Burgess for no run. A few of the Surrey batters just wandering down to the Colts ground for a little hit by the looks of things. Not sure who it was, there's about three players down there just wandering over. Quite chirpy now, Warwickshire, after getting that second wicket as Hassan's into bowl. Oh, that's a very good leave from Burns, as it looks like it just jags back in and Burgess ends up taking it way to his right, diving stop. Looked fairly close that from the angle we're at.
Yeah, stuff from Hassan Ali. Elsewhere, we're at lunch everywhere else, so they're actually going to start at 10 to 2 at Bristol. So it's this game where they haven't had much play so far.
Hassan's in again. Burns defends that into the offside. Hassan doing the fielding.
There's a curiosity in the sense I'm keeping track of the fastest 100 in the championship this season, and there are now 4 batters, all level on 93 balls. Because Ollie Robinson has scored a century in 93 balls today for Durham against Derbyshire. Ben Foakes and Ollie Pope from Surrey have both got 93 ball centuries this season, as is Tom Price for Gloucestershire.
Hassan ball's a bit fuller this time, driven by Burns, but contact not as clean as he would want. Finds the fielder in the covers, no run.
made a really big score in this match. Dan Mosey's 55, the biggest. I guess that could be key for Surrey if they can get one batter to bat really big.
Hassani again. A bit straighter this time, and Burns defends that into the onside.
Sort of confuse the catering staff, of course, having lunch at 1:45. Keep things hot, keep the salad fresh.
Apple crumble yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, which I probably wasn't supposed to have, but I did.
Some balls this time, driven by Burns. They do find the fielder, but they do come through for a single. That completes the over. The score is 28 for 2. Burns now moves on to 13, I think.
Upset Mark Robertson a little bit. I had a tray with my apple crumble and custard on it. He said, well, we don't get puddings. What's this? So I'm not sure I'm supposed to take it really, but I can't resist apple crumble. It won't be apple crumble and custard today, so I won't have one today. I do vary it. It might be rice pudding or something, and I don't really go for that. It's just the apple crumble and custard.
Yeah.
It's difficult to resist.
Can't turn that down.
So Hannah Dolby. Oh, it's a bowl. When you play a match, do you have a hearty meal in between, or do you try and eat light? Or
Well, these days you usually get a hot meal. It's not like the old-fashioned cricket tea. You do get a hot meal, but it depends what we're doing.
Hannah Dolby into bowl, that's quite wide, and Rory Burns has nothing to do with that.
As a batter, if we're batting second, then it can be quite a struggle to have a big meal and then go out and bat. But if you flip that, we're fielding, then I'll pile in. You've got to make the most of it when you field second and you don't really bowl that often.
So they've improved, have they? The lunches and teas and the women's game.
Yeah, we do, especially now playing at the county grounds.
And the Dolby bowls, that's left by Burns. There's no run. 28 for 2.
Yeah, you usually get pasta, chicken, things like that, really. No apple crumble and custard, that's for sure.
No, you're athletes, you're not about it.
It's all right in moderation every now and then, but no, we definitely don't get that at games. More like a yoghurt and fruit salad.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Not as exciting, really. But
You make me feel hungry now. I'm going to have to delay my lunch because I've got to hang around to do a report at 2. Hannah Dolby bowls, and that's pushed out to the onside of the door. I hope there's some left by the time I get down there. 28 for 2, Surrey, replying to Warwickshire's 150. It's been a fascinating match. When we've been able to get out there, we lost just under half the day yesterday. We lost the first hour today. Obviously, we'll get half an hour back if the weather holds, but well, we have been out there. It's been an intriguing contest. 2 very good bowling attacks. Some decent batters out there as well, trying to keep those bowlers out. Hannah Dolby round the wicket to Burns. Ooh, let's that go. That looked quite close from here. But again, Rory Burns obviously knew where his stumps were and let it go.
he's got some very bright bat stickers, Rory Burns. I'm just trying to see him a bit closer. Get the old binoculars out.
Yeah, not very good after warn you, but try him anyway. Hannah Dolby into Burns, who defends that solidly to point. Sorry, look to get this to lunch. I've got one more over to face, I would imagine, before lunch. Will we get the mandatory spin? There are not really many spin options. Actually, I did say to Will Rose, media person said, I expect we'll have Dan Mosey at the end of tomorrow after he scored his century. And I said, yeah, and taking a hat-trick. Will Rose just muttered he won't be bowling. So, no, we're going to see much. We haven't seen any spin in this game so far. Just 4 seamers used by Surrey to good effect. And now the fielder who was at point, I think is going to go in as an extra slip. So 4 slips now. Last ball of the over. And then Dolby bowling to Burns. Not much put a 4th slip in, Ollie, if you don't make the batter play, to be honest, but that's easy for me to say up here. But the batter left that, there's no run. 28 for 2 at the end of 17 overs.
Yeah, it's very easy up here, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I'm a great cricketer up here.
What do you reckon, one more before lunch?
Yeah, I would think so, yeah. I don't think Hassanali rattles through them all that quickly. 88 overs to be bowled, 64 the scoreboard's saying are left in the day. Could be quite a lengthy final session.
Another field change. I think that's Will Rhodes going into a leg slip position. I think it's Alex Davis just moving out to deep square leg. In comes Hassan. Round the wicket, short ball this time, and it's left alone by Patel. Quite comfortably went over his head. Got the field set for it. Deep square, deep fine, that leg slip. Hassan into bowl, round the wicket, short again. Just reared up sharply at Patel as he played it quite well in the end. It just drops on the covered strip, a couple along from the main wicket.
I don't think we've seen many do that, have we, in this game? You see that did rear up. Patel did well to keep it down.
Top of the bat, shoulder of the bat, glove area. Alex Davis just moves into square leg. A bit closer as Hassan's into bowl this time. Defended by Patel into the onside. No run. Ben's just walking down, doing some gardening. And the chat to Patel. Hassan approaches and defended solidly by Patel. Right, back to Hassan, doing the fielding of his own bowling.
See his shirt billowing in the breeze. It's a fairly strong breeze blowing out there.
As Hassan's in again, around the wicket. Oh, flicked off his hip, and I'm not sure if he hit that or it come off the thigh pad. Warwickshire were quite keen. Burgess did exceptionally well there to cling hold onto that one.
Yeah, must have clicked the thigh pad, mustn't it? It's a good take from Burgess. There was an appeal, but I don't think...
Wasn't too much in it, was there?
No. Hassanali's dropped out of the white ball team for Pakistan of late, but he's still been in the red ball team, the test match team.
Hassan in again, a bit full this time, and it finds the outside edge, thick edge down to the vacant third man boundary. There is a chase on. They do pick up two. And just doing some tidying up from the throw that's a little bit short there, and that completes the over and the session there as the score is 30 for 2.
So there we are, another fascinating session. 4 wickets falling, Surrey making short order of the Warwickshire batting, but Warwickshire getting 2 crucial wickets. Rory Burns is 13 not out, and Patel is on 3. You're listening to BBC Online and also BBC 5 Sports Extra. I will hand now to Kevin Howells. And online we'll say we'll be back in about just under 40 minutes for the next session. Of course, lots of other games are starting now after lunch, so if you can't do that, your cricket commentary for another 40 minutes, then you can follow one of those games and we'll see you shortly.
Edgbaston Stadium today. We have a partnership already with Warwickshire Cricket Club, and I thought it'd be a brilliant experience for the third year sports journalism students to come along to an actual match, to see the facilities, to meet and see some of the other journalists in action. And the stuff here has been brilliant. You know, Dave allowed us to interview a player. We're going to be speaking to a coach later. So it's really just an opportunity to come here to see some cricket, to put our student, our sports journalists in the environment which we hope that one day they'll be serving in and working in. And it's a bit of a taster, really, just to give them an insight into how a sports journalist behaves during the day, what they do, the kind of work they have to produce, and really a day in the life of a cricket correspondent. Right now we're in the press room at Edgbaston, an absolutely fantastic facility.
I'm here as an experience with the uni, with the course. Interviewing the player was a great experience because it meant I got to understand how it works and how you sort of how to speak to a player one-to-one, because you kind of get a bit starstruck when you're talking to people for the first sort of time. I did a mock replacement at Edgbaston during the summer. It was during the T20 blast, so we came to games and took a few photos for the social media and took a few videos for Instagram. A few of them went out on the stories and all that sort of stuff. When we went and met in the BBC radio studio, so it's good to sort of meet the journalists that were in there and how they work and sort of their practices. So that I could use that in the future if this is sort of the route I take. It's really good that BCU allows me to gain practical experience while I study.
It's just an insight into what goes on, and this is so important on our course, because we not only want to skill the sports journalists of tomorrow, but we want to bring them to the actual places where hopefully one day some of them will be working.
Today is our first Bears Business Club sustainability event of 2023. We've got some excellent speakers from Net Zero Now and from Drax. Also Lydia, our sustainability manager here at Edgbaston, talking about our journey and how we're going to get to net zero.
I'm Emily Trad and I'm joining you from Net Zero Now. We're a carbon accountancy and carbon reduction and certification platform, and our goal is to help SMEs reach net zero. So today I'm presenting just a bit about the company as a whole and how we are providing a tool for SMEs to get to net zero, what the barriers to entry are and how we're meeting those and creating a sector-specific approach.
My name's Fee Bush and I work for Drax, which is a renewable energy generator supplier, and we're now pioneering BECCS, which is bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. I'm here today to talk about carbon removals and the use of technology in the fight against climate change.
I'm Lydia Carrington. I'm Sustainability Manager here at Edgbaston Stadium, and we have lots of sustainability targets in place that we need to push forward and communicate out to our wider business and network, and really trying to get conversations started around sustainability and getting people talking and engaged.
The reverse. More drama here at Edgbaston.
So this is our junior training session for ages under 9s up to under 14s. It's really just to keep participation going with cricket during the winter, so it's just keeping them involved in cricket, thinking about cricket and as I say, getting ready for the season to start in April. And we have got young lads here who want to go on and play county cricket, hopefully, and progress into that pathway. So to see somebody from the local area who has made that step up into professional cricket, especially a lad like Rob, is a great inspiration for them. Obviously, with the scheme that's helped, we're going to put the money towards having an artificial surface, which will only then increase participation, not only for the club in games and training, but also in the local community, meaning we can hire the venue out and allow access to hopefully schools and other teams in the community as well.
So in that final, you scored 100 and took 2 wickets as England went on to win the first ever World Cup. Can you remember how you felt when you walked out and then scoring that 100 on the way to winning a World Cup?
I was a little bit nervous when I first went out, but then I think with nerves, you play more cautiously. And I was really elated when I came out, particularly because my father was there and he greeted me with a rug over his arms. So, yeah. Because he was in his 80s at the time.
Yeah. What was the crowd like that day? Because obviously we've got the Ashes here at Edgbaston this summer and tickets flying for that, and it's going to be so good when we see how many people come and watch that. What was the crowd like then? How much excitement does it give you to know that there's going to be so many youngsters perhaps coming to watch the women play in the Ashes this summer?
It gives me a lot of excitement to know that there'll be more people here this time. And in fact, that they'll bring their children and they'll want to then play. But in fact, when I went out to the middle, I just concentrated on what was going on in the middle. I was very aware when we came off and we were given the medals by Princess Anne. And then I got my MBE and went to and met her there, and that was great. Because I'm talking about the men's cricket. She said, no, I don't mean the men's cricket.
Yeah, and Eve, you play a lot of your cricket, obviously, here with Sparks. This place is sort of steeped in history. Does it make it a bit more special even to know that you're playing this professionalised game now and the likes of Enid have blazed that trail for you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an honour really to be able to play here and know that everything that you guys have done to be able to give us this opportunity to be able to play professional now. I think the way that the women's game's going, it's only going to get better and better, and it's great to see that.
So obviously you played that World Cup final here and you hit 100 in the final. What's it like to then be back at Edgbaston looking at it, knowing that's 50 years ago and seeing all the changes that have happened in that time?
I absolutely adore coming here and it just brings back very, very happy memories.
It was quite a landmark tournament because it was the first Cricket World Cup ever, men's or women's, and I was watching a daytime quiz show and it came up as a question. It was, when was the first Cricket World Cup held? And lots of people say things, 1975 or whatever, in the men's. And they were like, no, 1973, won by England in England at Edgbaston. So there you go, you can make it onto the BBC quiz shows.
This is our ground here, this is where we love to play. And it just brings back very, very happy memories.
So Birmingham Unicorns we set up about 2 years ago. We're the second only fully inclusive LGBTQ club in the country. We kind of set up because it felt like there was a need to engage the community in this fantastic game of cricket. So Warwickshire and Warwickshire Cricket Board have been instrumental in helping to pull that together. Some of the stuff that we've been able to achieve, we've only been able to do with their support. We've had 2 sessions now here at Edgbaston over the last 2 years, which has just been amazing because they're obviously very high profile. They're a big, well-known club here in England, and that helps with visibility. And if a club like Warwickshire gets involved, it just helps with the whole inclusion message and making sure people do feel comfortable and able to come along and watch, play cricket, get involved somehow.
It's the obvious, isn't it? Cricket's a great game, brings people together. It has so many benefits from health, but for fun, for inclusion, to allow people to feel safe. And I mean, that's what this club's about, but that's what cricket's about as well. So if we can support it in a day like this, and in any way we can, we will. It brings you right back to why you play the game, which is to have a laugh and have fun with people that you enjoy being around with.
So we've done a little bit of bowling today. I only started playing last year, so for me, I was opening the bowling. There's a lot of pressure on that. So we're just talking about the mental side of that. Being kind of a team sport, but in an individual in a sense. It's been really good, actually. Really good, really enjoying it.
Oh, so I've been with the Unicorns about a year now. Before that, I was out of the game for about 15 years, played a lot at school. But I think that's one of the great things about Unicorns, is that we're a club where the majority of members, either as adults haven't played much or at all actually and come in, yet they come in, everyone gets equal opportunity and everyone gets to have an equal chance to have a real good time. So.
We put today together to celebrate women for International Women's Day. We wanted to get as many people from the organisation together, both male and female, and celebrate all of the fantastic things we do here at Edgbaston, and showing that we're inclusive and allowing people to explain their story, how they feel working at Edgbaston, what experiences, what challenges they may have had. 2023, if you look at how much women's cricket has changed, but also seeing more women in boardrooms, more women in leadership roles, and it's about the next generation and showing that the young adults and children coming through today, they can have a career within sport, be that on the ground staff, in broadcasting, as we are now, back of house, and there's options for them.
Edgbaston aren't afraid to get properly stuck in when it comes to sustainability. They've even built their very own allotment right here at the ground, where I've been joined by Director of Operations, Claire Daniel. Claire, this place is amazing. How did it come about?
So our chef team are so passionate about food and produce and locally sourced. They really wanted to build an allotment, start growing their own veg and using it on our menus.
Why did sustainability feel important?
We've got an ability to have a really positive impact on climate change, and we take it very seriously. So we are really focusing on plant forward, more vegetarian and vegan options. We don't use any single-use plastic at all across the stadium. All of our energy comes from renewable sources. We recruit in the local area. And it's about having a really positive impact on the city.
This couldn't possibly sustain all of the 500,000 visitors that you receive each year, so where else do you get your produce from?
That's the wish, ultimately, is to have somewhere big enough. We don't get any produce from outside the UK. We home make 90% of the produce that we serve on all of our menus, which makes it a lot easier, and we use kind of locally sourced traders and vendors. We also work closely with Fordhall Farm. They help us within our retail catering, and they've been an excellent partner of ours.
Fordhall is one of the first organic farms in the country. It's been organic for over 65 years. In 2006, it was sort of facing redevelopment, and it was saved by a community scheme. So it was essentially bought by 8,000 shareholders. We came from sort of one catering unit here at Edgbaston to running the whole concession contract here.
And how do you strive for sustainability in the way that you farm?
We rear all of the animals organically, so we are completely grass-fed. We don't use any additional corn or anything like that. It is Soil Association certified.
Does that have an effect on the taste of the food? Do you say that the cricket fans are benefiting as well as the environment here?
We definitely think that the meat tastes better. It's reared slowly for longer, which produces a better tasting product, and hopefully something that people enjoy here.
In a venue this size, wastage is always going to be an issue. Fortunately, Edgbaston have hit upon a brilliant solution. Local food redistribution charity, Let's Feed Brum.
Let's Feed Brum started about 7-8 years ago, and we go out every single day of the week, including 2 breakfasts, to feed the homeless, really acting as befrienders who help to bridge the gap between people on the streets and the services. The food is a huge part of that. You know, that is absolutely our way to connect with people and provide exactly what they need whilst having those important conversations. Edgbaston have been absolutely incredible. They've really pioneered this community spirit. They always provide us with their surplus food, because then we can go out that very night or that morning, hand that food out to people who need it most. You know, sometimes we might see 80 to 100 people in one session. Just being able to use what otherwise would be food waste, but actually putting that to a great home is incredible.
Do you think that other venues should be taking note?
100% of the venues should get on board. We've spent a really long time working with environmental health, working with experts. Anything we need to do to make sure that food is not being thrown away unnecessarily and actually is being literally put in the hands of people who need it most. So I would encourage any venue to reach out to a charity like Let's Feed Brum to understand actually how can they work together to help the community.
Locally sourced organic produce arrives, fans enjoy delicious eats while they're at the cricket, and anything unsold goes to those who need it the very most. When it comes to food and sustainability, Edgbaston, it seems, has got it sussed.
This summer, for the very first time,
Edgbaston is going to host the Women's Ashes.
Going again. Oh, excellent catch.
Women's sport has grown rapidly in recent times,
And this is your chance to be part of it.
Straight down the ground.
England will take on world champions Australia
in the first T20 at Edgbaston.
The world's best players on show. A new era of England women's cricket is here.
And we are rewriting her story.
Oh, there it is.
Times are changing.
let's get Edgbaston full. I'll be there.
Will you?
Vitality Blast Cricket is back. Just make sure you're ready for blast off. Brilliant. That's out. That's a good catch as well. Al Davey.
They popped all their fireworks.
Edged. Has it carried? It has. First ball for Miles.
Well, that's a big shout.
In the air and out. Brilliant victory for the Birmingham Bears.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Edgbaston here on BBC WM, BBC CWR and on BBC Radio London. Lunch break is over. A late lunch because we didn't get underway until midday, and at lunch, Surrey 30 for 2 in reply to Warwickshire's 150 all out. Warwickshire starting today 143 for 8, adding 7 runs. Dan Mosley, the first to go, caught by Ryan Patel off Dan Worrell for 55, and then Chris Rushworth, LBW to Worrell for 7. But 2 wickets for Warwickshire. Dom Sibley caught by Yates at first slip off Rushworth for 5. And then Ollie Pope, LBW to Hassan Ali for 8. Rory Burns is 13 not out. And Ryan Patel is 3 not out. Eve Jones of Central Sparks, Birmingham Phoenix, Melbourne Renegades is alongside, having had lunch. And Eve, it was an interesting morning session. I think we're going to have more of the same this afternoon, aren't we?
Yeah, I think. Just am I on? Yeah, I think obviously once we finally got going, yeah, I think Warwickshire would have been disappointed to only add 7 to their total from overnight. But I think they'll be pleased at lunch with the progress they made. As we go again, and it's Rushworth to continue to Burns as short and wide outside off stump, and Burns has a flash at that and goes through to the vacant cover area. They do come back for 2. They think about the 3rd, but turn down.
Interesting straight away after lunch that we had Hannon Dalby operating and Wokes operating from the city end, didn't we? And Hassan Ali bowling from our media end of the ground. Now Rushworth starts from the city end, so he's going to have another go, but from t'other end of the ground, Chris Rushworth.
Yeah, we'll see how he goes as he comes in again to Burns over the wicket. A little bit straighter this time as Burns just punches that to mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, 2 good wickets though for Warwickshire before lunch. Tom Sibley, it was a good bit of cricket really from Warwickshire. Michael Burgess up to the stumps to Rushworth, and that didn't allow Sibley to bat out of his crease, and outside edge nicely swallowed up by Yates at first slip, and then Ollie Pope LBW to Hassan Ali. Hassan Ali's second delivery of the game, trapping Pope LBW.
As Rushworth's in again. A bit fuller this time as Burns just prods that to mid-on. No run.
Everybody's had their lunch. Clive Eakin had fish. Kevin Howes had fish. Eve?
I had the roast pork.
We have roast pork,
yeah.
excellent. Two days on the trot that both Clive and Kevin Howes have had fish. No, what did you have yesterday, Clive? Chicken yesterday for Clive, but Mr. Howes, and he's very excited in the fact that he's managed to get himself pudding as well today with hot custard.
Looks quite nice by the looks of it as Rushworth is in again. And Burns just prods that to mid-wicket.
I almost feel I'm eating it with him, really, at the moment. He's thoroughly enjoying that, away to our right-hand side. But, yeah, I think for a few people, if they haven't seen that we didn't start till midday and we've had lunch at 1:45, they'll be slightly confused by what we're doing today. We've still got 62 overs left today, so we could have a later whole finish tonight.
Yeah, hopefully the weather holds up. As Rushworth in again. Middle and leg line, and they do scamper through for 1 as Burns just splits the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, comes around and does the fielding as Burns moves to 16.
Will Rhodes put in one of the great stumpmen roles there because he thought a throw was going to come in. He was in at short mid-wicket and he thought Hannon Dalby was going to absolutely launch that, so he just dived head first into the turf, and then Hannon Dalby just lobbed it back to Michael Burgess.
3 slips and a gully. Will Rhodes himself at gully as Rushworth is in again, and it's found the edge and it's been dropped at 3rd slip. Genuine edge there. Is that Mosley at slip?
It is. Oh, that is a chance, isn't it?
Looked low to his right, but looks very disappointed with himself.
Well, they won all now because, of course, Ryan Patel dropped Mosley yesterday on 16. So Mosley's now dropped Ryan Patel on 3. But as sort of third slip catches go, pretty regulation, but put it down. That's a big life for Ryan Patel, and that was the first ball that Rushworth had bowled to him after lunch. And again, he's just hitting that length straight away to Ryan Patel. Hassan Ali it will be. Straight away after lunch with Rory Burns on strike. Picked up that big wicket of Ollie Pope. And we had the Hassan Ali celebration. I always think it looks like he's flinging open the curtains as round the wicket he comes, Hassan Ali. And this one's left alone by Burns. Outside his off stump, or ripping open the wrapping paper on a present.
Yeah, he gets very excited, doesn't he?
It's good to see.
Just loves taking wickets.
Well, as Clive was saying, Imran Tahir, who spent a bit of time at Warwickshire and at Surrey, he used to run off into a different postcode if he took a wicket. He'd have to sort of wait 25 minutes for him to come back. As round the wicket once again is Hassan Ali. I think Burns has just played the line of that, and it's gone into the gloves of Burgess, but I think Rory Burns just playing the line of that. Hassan Ali coming round the wicket to Burns. Burns down to do a touch of gardening. There's nothing wrong with an over-exuberant celebration.
When you work so hard for a wicket, then sometimes you just can't help it, can you?
Although I think there's always something quite cool about someone who doesn't over-celebrate. Sort of just stands there as if they're just all in a day's work. Round the wicket once again goes Hassan Ali, and this one's left alone by Burns. Outside his off stump. Ollie Hannon-Dalby's down there at the moment, a long leg. Having a wander around. Who are the exuberant celebrators? The Central Sparks and Birmingham Phoenix. Is there anybody that you've ever stood there and thought, oh no?
I don't think anyone on Hassan Ali and Imran Tahir level.
No.
We need a bit of work on it, I think.
As around the wicket again comes, Hassan Ali squares Rory Burns up. It flies off an outer edge, but that's going to whistle off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So he did square Burns up there. And that's down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Burns moves on to 20. Nice bit of bowling. Surrey move on to 37 for 2.
Yeah, I actually witnessed Imran Tahir, his hat-trick here in the 100 a couple of years back, and the players just could not catch up with him. He was just doing a whole lap of the ground. It was great to see.
Yeah, spectacular, it really is. Amar Verdi's the same.
Yeah.
He runs off and you sort of have to go and grab him and bring him back.
It's like a loose horse, isn't it?
Wow.
When they just can't stop him.
Absolutely. Round the wicket comes Hassan Ali to Burns, and he's letting this one go again. Outside his off. He's got quite a whippy action, hasn't he, Hassan Ali?
Yeah. He looks in excellent rhythm as well.
Oh, he's a terrific bowler. He really is. And he's picked up that big wicket of Ollie Pope before lunch. 2 sleds. First, second slip and a 4th slip, really, so there's a big gap through that 3rd slip area. Burns waits again. Burns drives. That's a good-looking shot. He's played a couple of those now. That one whistles through cover point. Good shot, that from Rory Burns. Just punched away through cover point. Burns moves on to 24. End of the over. And Surrey have moved on to 41 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good over for Surrey, that, wasn't it? I know Burns got squared up, but from a runs perspective, managed to tick it along nicely.
Yeah, Warwickshire know that they can't afford really to have a bad session with the ball, because they don't have a lot of runs to play with. Just 150 and Surrey 41 for 2.
I think Burns he's got himself some starts so far this county championship, hasn't he? He'll be looking to make the most of the start he's got. He's on 24 as Rushworth continues over the wicket, and that wraps him in the pad. Maybe a bit of bat in there, and slips are interested. Rushworth not so much.
I think it's fair to say that Rushworth's all over Ryan Patel here after lunch. Had him dropped his first ball, and that one little inside edge. You can see Mosley still thinking about that drop catch in there at 3rd slip. Irony, though, that Patel dropped Mosley yesterday on 16, and now Mosley's returned the compliment.
But did Patel got Mosley in the end, didn't he?
Yeah, he caught him in the end.
We'll see how that one goes. As Rushworth is in, outside off stump, left alone by Patel this time.
Well, that would be quite something if he does eventually take a catch to get rid of Ryan Patel.
Yeah, when you do drop a catch, it is very difficult to just try and put that to the back of your mind. But obviously, a lot easier said than done sometimes.
You feel awful, don't you?
Yeah.
Absolutely dreadful. And as a bowler, you don't want to look too upset, but you are.
Sometimes it just comes out,
exactly.
doesn't it? As Rushworth is in again, left alone outside, off stump by Patel again.
Well, there's some very famous stories over the years of sort of drop catches and then players going on to make mammoth scores. Lara's 501, poor old Chris Scott, he says that's all anyone ever talks to him about. Sort of dropped him and then said, oh, I bet he goes on to get 100. And then went on and got 501. So, you know,
costly one.
It can happen. Kieran Moray, the Indian keeper, when he dropped Graham Gooch at Lords and then in the 30s, and he went on and got 333.
As Rushworth in again, but straight to this time as Patel defends nicely to mid-on, no run.
The one thing we did see with Ryan Patel here last season, and Clive will remember this, is if you do just drop a little bit short, he's a great puller off the front foot. And I remember last year he put a couple in the first morning of the season into the Hollies stand.
Yeah, I think obviously Rushworth has got the control at the minute not to do that unless he is going to bang it in. He's got to get it at good height. But he's got his field set. 3 slips, a gully. There you go. There's that pull shot you just mentioned as it's pulled down to Hassan Ali at fine leg for 1 run.
Yeah, it's not a bad option that for Ryan Patel. Just to get him going. Just needs a bit of time at the crease. Ryan Patel this season. Terrific player. Really is. And of course spent last summer opening. But with Dom Sibley coming back, he's dropped down to number 4. But if he gets going, he can really score quick runs.
Can be quite tricky adapting to different roles. We are early in the season. As Rushworth is in again to Burns. As that one squares him up a little bit as well. Finds the outside edge, but just runs off for 1 run. And that's Ed Barnard there doing the fielding as that completes the over. Score is 43 for 2.
Yep, and it's been well, they dropped a catch, Warwickshire. I was about to say no huge alarms for Surrey, but when you hit your first ball after lunch, as Ryan Patel did, and you dropped at 3rd slip, that'll wake you up. Sun's out again now, and we have lots of patches of blue sky, which is rather pleasant. Warwickshire won't want to see too much of that. I suppose Surrey will be delighted if the sun does properly come out, but it's a much nicer picture than we had yesterday, where we spent the whole day in gloomy conditions under the lights, really. Hassan Ali is coming round the wicket to Burns, and that's hitting the thigh guard of Rory Burns. He looks to help that down towards fine leg. I should think the crowd are appreciating this as well, a bit of sun, because it was pretty cold yesterday as well.
Yeah, when you're sitting there not moving around, it can be quite bitter, can't it? So hopefully this will warm them up. There is somebody still sat at the back of the Hollies in the shade.
There was, I don't know, Clive might, but there used to be a gentleman who always sat there, whatever the state of play or whatever the weather. As forward goes Burns, turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. I always look at the Hollies stand and think of the huge contrast between today and 2020 finals day, when that is genuinely the party stand, and the fancy dresses all in there as well. It's an extraordinary sight.
Yeah, it's a lot louder than what it is today.
Not half. Always quite fun as well when you arrive and you sort of, I don't know, see Elvis and Snow White go into it, and then you see them at the end of the day sort of staggering up the road. As round the wicket once again is Hassan Ali. Beautiful looking shot on the front foot from Rory Burns driving, but he's hit the man at extra cover. Oh, that was a good looking shot from Rory Burns. Doesn't get a run, but when Rory Burns is driving like that, you know he feels in pretty good shape.
Yeah, he spent quite a bit of time at the crease now. He's on 25 off 66 balls, so has got a feel of the wicket. Ball's obviously starting to get a little bit older as well.
Around the wicket once again comes Hassan Ali, driving here as Burns into the turf and up again. And it's a good half stop in there at backward point. But yeah, Rory Burns, when he's driving like that, as I say, you know he feels that everything's sort of in the right place. The one thing I have noticed with him this season is there isn't that sort of pronounced look towards mid-wicket. He used to have that little, well, it's quite pronounced, look towards mid-wicket to get his eyes levelled up. But it's not so much now. It's hard, little one, but not as big as it was, as this one's clipped away by Burns. Down towards fine leg. They will pick up another single, one more to the total. Burns moves on to 26, Surrey move on to 46, apologies for two. It's Ryan Patel's 50th first class match, this one. We were saying with Ollie Hannon-Dalby's 100th. Ryan Patel's 50th, so he's building up that experience, is Ryan Patel. Batting in a short sleeve sweater today. Obviously Will Rhodes has thought of something here and he's going to go in at leg slip, the captain. So Hassan Ali coming round the wicket's going to try and tuck Patel up for him. He's going to be expecting a short ball here. Here's Ryan Patel. Hassan Ali scampering in once again. Round the wicket he goes. He's gone full of length and solidly forward comes Ryan Patel. Pushes this one straight back up the pitch and there's no run.
Yeah, they've had that leg slip fielder in quite a bit today, haven't they?
Had it straight away for Dom Sibley.
Yeah.
Who in the end was done by a very good bit of bowling from Rushworth. She caught it at first slip by Yates. Hassan Ali round the wicket once again. And that's short and that's pulled by Ryan Patel. Behind square on the leg side. That's that shot I was talking about. If you drop slightly short at him, he's going to jump all over that. Is Ryan Patel. And that has been pulled away through deep backward square, over the boundary rope and away for 4. That brings up the 50. And Surrey move on to 52 for 2.
Yeah, they're ticking along nicely now, aren't they? I know Patel had that chance a couple of overs back, but they are getting themselves going here, Surrey batters.
Round a wicket again, another short one, that's better. And just swaying inside it there was Ryan Patel. And that's taken by Michael Burgess, high up above his right shoulder. End of the over from Hassan Ali. And sorry, 52 for 2, so that means they now trail by 98. My math is that, yeah, that is right, isn't it? 98, thank you very much. Trail by 98.
Will Rhodes, Alex Davis just having a little conversation down there, plotting something. Rushworth going to continue then from the city end. We've got a deep square leg in front of square this time on the boundary. 2 slips a gully. Well, probably a 3rd, 4th slip. As Rushworth is in to bowl. And he gets Burns driving into the leg side. And they do scamper through for 1. Alex Davis comes around, does the fielding.
It's good running that actually from Burns and Patel. So I suppose that will be a feature of the afternoon as well, won't it? They tend to run pretty hard between the wickets. Sorry, when Folkes and Pope are together, it's frankly ridiculous. You know, they're literally hammering the first to turn everything into 2 if they can.
I suppose it helps when you've batted with somebody for a number of years. As Rushworth is into bowl again. Prodded straight back down the ground, but no run taken as the fielders come round. I think that's Ollie Hannon-Dalby there doing the fielding.
Well, you must have players that you've played an awful lot with that you don't even have to call sometimes. You just look at each other and know straight away.
Absolutely. That obviously helps massively because it takes out that indecision. You know how quick your partner is as well, so you can sort of judge whether you're going to get in and them get in as well. Rushworth approaches, a bit short this time, and it's defended off the back foot by Patel.
Yeah, it's sort of, you have those opening pairs that bat together for a long time, and it is there sometimes isn't even a call. They just look at each other and know exactly, yeah, they want to go here.
Yeah, it's important, isn't it, to build the partnerships like that, build that communication, and know each other's game, know what kind of shots you're going to play, where you're going to get your singles. Rushworth is in, defended by Patel again.
Yeah, it's nicely bowled again by Rushworth. Really good probing line, probing length. He just asks questions the whole time, doesn't he?
Yeah, obviously we had that chance go down a couple of overs ago, but it does cause problems for the batters. Mr. Consistent.
He used to call Graham Onions the master.
Is he turning into the master now, I think?
Yeah, well, he's very good at all this stuff, isn't he?
Yeah. And he comes again then, Rushworth. Defended into the offside, and they do scamper through for a quick run. That's excellent running.
I think that's one of those actually where there probably was just a little yes,
yeah,
and then gone. Because these two have opened together, of course, so they know each other's games very, very well.
Yeah, there's nothing more frustrating when you're batting with someone you don't really know or haven't had much experience with, and they're sat on the bat other end, not really looking for that run, but these two looking for every opportunity to score, keep that scoreboard ticking along. Rushworth around the wicket to Burns and beats the outside edge. Burns comes forward and it goes past. Excellent delivery, excellent over from Rushworth. That completes the over. Score is 54 for 2. Burns has now moved on to 27.
It's a lovely piece of bowling again from Rushworth, because Burns afterwards sort of looked at it as, should I have played at that? Could I have let that go? So again, asking questions. Chris Wokes is whirling his arms. He's getting himself ready for another bowl. Hassan Ali's going to continue below us. So 54 for 2, sorry, valid 24 since the lunch break. Replying to Warwickshire's 150. Sorry, picked up their 3 bowling points. Warwickshire need 1 more wicket for their first bowling point. Hassan Ali's round the wicket to Ryan Patel. Short ball, and Ryan Patel, as I say, likes to hook and pull. He's rolling the wrists on that one. Down towards long leg. Ryan Patel will move on to 10. Sorry, move on to 55 for 2.
Quite interesting, they did put that square leg fielder back for that shot.
I think on here, it's a pretty slow surface, isn't it? So you're going to have to get it very high up.
Yeah.
You've got time to sort of roll the wrists on the ball. So if you're going to try and get top edge or anything like that, you've got to go up above sort of shoulder height.
Really got to bang it in,
yeah,
on your back.
Because there's no great pace to it at all. As Hassan Ali round the wicket to Burns. Burns letting this one go outside his off stump, and there's oohs and ahs from keeper and slips. So that just came back a touch at Rory Burns, who wanders off towards square leg. Has a little of adjust of his gloves. He's got quite a few little sort of mannerisms as Rory Burns. Have a look at the edge of his bat. There you go. Always has a little look at the edge of his bat.
Fidgety.
Yeah, and then settles down once again. Round the wicket goes Hassan Ali to him, and again he just lets it go outside his off stump. Watches it all the way into the gloves of Michael Burgess. Photographer down there to our right with his unipod. As we found out, that's what it's called. Unlike a tripod, it's called a unipod or a monopod. Yeah, you see.
Learn something new every day.
These are the sorts of in-depth, high-quality pieces of information that we find out during a cricket season. Sun's out again now, very pleasant as Hassan Ali's in and Burns lets this one go. Again, outside his off stump. Remember Rory Burns very early in his career, opening here with Zafar Ansari against a very good Warwickshire attack, and they both batted for a long, long time. And of course he got his first Test 100 here, so he's got warm memories of Edgbaston. against Australia in the last Ashes series over here. First Test 100 for Rory Burns. Round the wicket once again goes Hassan Ali to him, and Burns is playing this late. Down into the turf, it rolls behind him. Potters into that slip cordon, but it's a pleasant afternoon now.
Yeah, it looks like the clouds are breaking up a little bit more blue sky out.
Definitely warmer than yesterday, I think it's fair to say. It was. Although
it looks warmer than yesterday.
We had a lovely day at the start of the week, Tuesday. It was a very nice day, but it hasn't been a great start to the summer weather-wise, really. I'm hoping it sort of goes on an upward curve fairly soon, as Hassan Ali's in again to Burns, and Burns just clips him into the leg side. Wants a single, gets a single. Nice placement from Rory Burns. Rushworth has to tumble across to his left at mid-on to do the fielding. Burns keeps the strike. It's the end of the over. Burns has 28. Patel's on 10 on this second afternoon here at Edgbaston. And Surrey 56 for 2 in reply to Warwickshire's 150.
Yeah, I feel like there's been a lot of washouts this year so far, and a lot of hours lost due to the weather.
And there's so much cricket to be played, isn't there? Loads of cricket.
Yeah.
Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, Charlotte Edwards Cup, Ashes series coming up, one day internationals, the 100. So much going on this summer. I'm looking forward to both Ashes series, I have to say. I think it's going to be a special couple of months. I'm just sorry that it's sort of all squeezed in a way.
Yeah, I feel there's a lot to pack in these days, isn't there?
It's not long enough summer, really. That's the problem.
Yeah. Rushworth to continue. And driven firmly to mid-off. Rushworth just standing there having a look at Burns there.
Well, Rory Burns was sort of walking down the pitch to whip that through mid-wicket. Rushworth just sort of questioning the technique there of Rory Burns.
There's a massive gap in mid-wicket. They have got that fielder on the boundary out there, just in front of square, really. But there is a big vacant area through mid-wicket. Got a fielder short mid-on. As Rushworth is in round the wicket to Burns. There it is. As I think it's Alex Davies just slips over, and Burns hits that firmly down the ground, and 4 runs to his total. He did hit that with good timing.
I'd hazard a guess that ball landed on exactly the same spot as the previous delivery, and all Rory Burns has done there is played it straighter and just punched it. It sent Alex Davies completely the wrong way, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit like a Brian O'Driscoll sidestep, that. Just sent his opposite number completely the wrong way, that shot.
I think he's probably going off that previous shot where he did try and play it a lot squarer, as Rushworth in again. Wraps him on the pad. Thigh pad a bit higher. And no run.
It's a good battle this, though, isn't it?
It's a great battle.
Always thought this would be the case, that, as we said before lunch, 2 quality bowling attacks going up against 2 quality batting lineups, and it always makes for a good game. It might be a low scoring game, but it'll be a good game.
Yeah. Rushworth in again then to Burns. Outside his crease, Burns. And that beats the outside edge again. This is excellent stuff from Rushworth, as Burgess is diving to his right hand side to take that. He's keeping him interested, he's keeping him playing.
He certainly is. And again, just asking questions all the time. Chris Rushworth. At the moment, Rory Burns has had all the answers.
Yeah, he's not looked too threatened, has he? I think obviously beaten the outside edge a couple of times, but apart from that, there's not been too much else. As Rushworth in again, and that just dies in front of him off the bat. Bit of bat, bit of pad there.
One of the things that's always fascinated me with this great game of ours is how players construct an innings, and how they work out against a really good bowler. Where am I going to score runs here? How am I going to score my runs? Because, you know, against someone like Rushworth, if you just try and defend, at some point he's going to get you out. So you've got to try and work out a way of scoring runs against him.
Not just let him bowl at you, as Rushworth in again. Oh, and it's a big leave, and he's giving him. Rory Burns does not offer a shot, and he has to go. Excellent bit of bowling there from Rushworth.
Well, there you are. There's a case in point, you see. Constantly asking questions, and he's nipped that one back at Rory Burns. Now, Rory Burns probably thinks he's outside the line there, but he's not offering a shot, you see. That's the problem. But it's Rory Burns that goes for 32, and Warwickshire here chipping away at the moment. And Rushworth has his second wicket, and Rory Burns has to make his way back to the dressing room. But he's not offered a shot, and that brings the stumps into play. And umpire Nigel Long took a look, and then up went the finger. So it's another good wicket for Warwickshire. And as I say, batting in this game is not easy. And I think, A, there's a little bit there for the bowlers, and B, it's just two quality bowling attacks. And Ben Folkes will be making his way out to the middle in a moment. Welcome back, Clive Beacon.
Yeah, I think they needed that, though, didn't they? They were just beginning to, I won't say get on top, the batters, but a useful partnership was building. I think any sort of first innings lead for Surrey would be hugely valuable. And what was it? It was 34 added in the end, so they got it in time to nip that partnership in time. It is a fascinating contest. This is just, I'll probably invite you to rant again, but it's just a shame that we've been off the field for parts of it.
Well, I have absolutely no idea why we weren't playing at 11 o'clock.
No, but it's interesting that despite the sun being out, it's not looking any easier out there, is it?
Well, I think that comes down to the quality of the bowlers, really.
Talking about quality, here's Ben Folkes to bat now. Now this would be, I tell you, if Hassan Ali gets this, he will be running it all the way to Moseley in celebration. I'm not talking about Dan Moseley either.
Round the wicket then comes Hassan Ali, and this one's clipped away by Ryan Patel, and he'll get a single out there towards deep backward square. And that brings Folkes on to strike for the first time. Played the first game, had a rest for the second one, but he was on the field to play for most of the time at Old Trafford. Made 76 in the first innings, 103 not out in the second, Ben Folkes.
See, Ireland lost the second test in Gaul. When the opposition scored 704 for 3, you're in a bit of trouble, aren't you? They almost wiped out the first innings lead. They lost by innings and 10 runs in the end, bowled out for 202.
Yeah, well, I think Andy Balbirnie said it was going to be tough for us for a while in Test cricket. But some hundreds in there for them.
They're competing, aren't they? They're not winning games at the moment, but they are. They're not getting rolled over.
Of course, England's opening test is against Ireland at Lords. Over the wicket then is Hassan Ali to Ben Folkes, and the first ball, Folkes is solidly in behind and plays it back up the pitch.
You just know Ireland are going to win that, don't you?
Well, do you remember before the last Ashes, they bowled England out before lunch for, what was it, 81 or something? And England sort of got back into it and eventually won the test match, but it T. Murtagh swinging it round corners, and that was Jason Roy's test match debut. I remember Burns played in that as well. But yeah, England were out for 80 odd before lunch. As over the wicket comes Hassan Ali to Folkes, and Folkes is off the mark. Neatly, tidily, just clips this one into the leg side, and Folkes off the mark with the single. Surrey move on to 62 for 3.
Really interesting contest. I knew it would be. Obviously a very good side in Surrey, and Warwickshire having started the season really well. The tails up a bit. A little bit more confident than Derbyshire perhaps, who were 71 for 7, replying to Durham's 452. Dave Fletcher's had to endure Tranmere Rovers' mediocre season and the football season. Won't be enjoying that for Derbyshire.
And wicket Hassan Ali to Ryan Patel, who allows this one to pass outside his off stump. There's been some interesting results so far already this season.
They have. And home advantage has counted a fair bit in the First Division. 15 First Division matches. It's been 4 draws, 7 home wins, 3 away wins.
Yes.
Early days, but...
Very early days. Around the wicket again goes Hassan Ali. Short one. Ryan Patel was thinking about having that front foot pull and hook. Just tends to stay on that front foot and then go leg side as Ryan Patel. He's a very good hooker and puller of a cricket ball.
Second Division have had more draws and, of course, one abandoned altogether. So.
Yeah, the weather hasn't been very kind so far, but especially to Gloucestershire, it seems.
See Middlesex from a spot of bother at Lords. 82 for 5, replying against 186.
Around the wicket again goes Hassan Ali. Short one, there he goes. Oh, has he got something on it? It might be shoulder or jumper. There he goes, looking to pull again. He's going to take it on, Ryan Patel, because it's a strength, but I think that's just brushed his jumper or his shoulder. And the appeal went up, but it wasn't the most confident of appeals. End of the over, and Surrey is 62 for 3.
A little bit of cloud cover now. It's been a breeze throughout the day. Chris Rushworth, whose second wicket of the innings is now made in Warwickshire's top wicket taker this season so far. He's overtaken Ollie Allen Dalby.
He's just a mighty fine bowler.
Over 600 first-class wickets. I know they're a bit upset to see him go at Durham. But it was such a fixture for them. But I suppose he got to the stage where if I'm ever going to make a move, it has to be now. And he's doing what he did at Durham, taking lots of wickets. Comes into bowl to Folkes. 3 slips in place. Oh, it's left by Folkes. That's a good leave. That's a good leave. Batted so well here last season, Ben Folkes.
Oh, yeah, he did play well here last season, didn't he? Ben Folkes.
Again, top player. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, I'm going to be doing a report at 3 minutes past, whether they send me news or not, but they have now. So I should be doing a report in 20 seconds. So Rushworth to Folkes. Oh, it's short, but it's played well by Folkes. A controlled pull shot for a single.
The interesting thing there, a couple of pits.
Sorry, I'll get you on that in a second. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston on the second day of Warwickshire's Championship match against Surrey. It continues to be an intriguing contest, this, with bowlers on top, but some very good batters trying to resist. Surrey are 63 for 3. They were just beginning to get going and give Warwickshire some concern when Chris Rushworth broke through with his second wicket. Rory Burns not offering the shot. LBW for 32. Ryan Patel has survived a slip chance dropped by Dan Mosey. Rare drop for Warwickshire this season, who've been catching really well. He's still there on 11. Ben Folkes, who made a big score here last season, he's on 2. Surrey replying to Warwickshire's fairly meagre 150 are 63 for 3. You were saying?
Sorry, no, the only thing I noticed with that shot from Ben Folkes was he took a couple of paces down the pitch towards Rushworth, which is why he banged it in. So Folkes is not just going to allow Rushworth again to just hit that length to him, I don't think.
So 3 slips in a gully. Rushworth round the wicket. To Patel, a little push into the onside. Oohs and ahs, because it came a bit off the inside of the bat, but it's all safe along the ground for a single. Another run onto the total. Only 150 to wipe out from the first innings, and Surrey are 64 for 3.
Here we go. Burgess straight away calls for the helmet. So he saw Folkes advance down the pitch, so he's going to come up to the stumps. Michael Burgess. He's very good there, isn't he? Against Rushworth. It's not easy.
His wicket keeping's really come on this time at Warwickshire.
He's a really good cricketer, Michael Burgess.
If you want to follow what's going on in all the games, by the way, it's the 2 Alexes, Hod and Winter, and Paul, who are in charge of the cricket page online. The county cricket page tells you all that's going on throughout the country. Rushworth in to bowl. And that's gone past, folks. He did play at that forward offensive, and Burgess takes it well behind the stumps.
But again, it's just he can't get out to that length now. So, as Evil will tell you, you tend to follow it a bit more, don't you? If you can't get out to the full length of it, your hands tend to go a bit more at the ball, really. He's so worried about Burgess now.
Yeah. Rushworth from the Birmingham end bowls, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run on that cricket page. I mentioned the reporting Sir Andrew Strauss is to stand down as strategic advisor to the England and Wales Cricket Board and as chair of Performance Cricket Committee in May, because he led that performance review and hasn't really managed to get any of his proposed changes through.
I think the other thing, though, is he was asked to do a high performance review, which is what he did. And part of his high performance review was making England as good as they can be. So that's why he asked a lot of people from outside cricket and I'm not sure it was to concentrate on county cricket. So had it been a high performance review and the future of county cricket, but it was a high performance review, and it didn't go down very well with everybody, and none of it's happened. Oh, there we are. Here is Chris Wokes back into the attack. Oh, apologies, Ed Barnard. My apologies, Ed Barnard into the attack for the first time, coming round the wicket and replacing Hassan Ali, and that's left alone by Ryan Patel outside his off stump.
Well, if you watch, have got depth in their bowling. Have Ed Barnard come in at this stage. Will Rhodes is also limbering up, so.
Yep, lots of options for the captain, including himself, as Barnard round the wicket he goes to Patel, and Patel is forward to a good length ball, pushes this one out into the offside. So 64 for 3, Surrey, in reply to the 150. But, so yeah, so there we are, that high performance review, and Sir Andrew is stepping down from that role in May.
Yeah. No more high performances.
Wow, Barnard comes around the wicket once again, and this is pushed by Ryan Patel into the offside. The irony being, of course, as soon as he put the high performance review out there, England started playing amazing Test match cricket.
If England had really struggled in recent games, then he might have been more successful in getting his.
Absolutely. But the thing that came out, England were playing amazing cricket. So yes. Still got that sort of split first, second, fourth slip. As Barnard round the wicket he comes again. It's one of those that's probably quicker than you think. Ed Barnard, he's got a whippy action. It's a good length. And it's another one of those that Barnard's a very fine bowler in his own right, but you almost as a batter think, oh good, I've got through Rushworth and Hassan Ali and Wokes and Hannon Dalby. Got to treat this fella with a lot of respect, as it's left alone by Ryan Patel. Good length again from Barnard.
Yes, it's a sign. I suppose it's the sort of thing that people chunter about in terms of the big counties picking off the best players from the small, from the ones who are less financially benefiting from the 100 and other things.
Waits again, does Ryan Patel. Forward he goes to Barnard. Good tidy first over that from Ed Barnard. Maiden over. And Surrey remains 64 for 3.
Warwickshire nicked Ed Barnard from Worcestershire and Chris Rushworth from Durham. There'll be good signings for Warwickshire.
Well, nothing against Worcestershire at all, but I think if you've got international ambitions at times, you need to be playing your cricket at an Oval or Surrey or a Warwickshire. And I think you know that everybody knows that these days. Proof's in the pudding, really.
It is going to be Chris Wokes back now from the Birmingham end. formerly known as the City End. They changed that name a few years back to the Birmingham End. Some people didn't like it, but I didn't actually have a problem with that, because over there is Birmingham. And I did make the argument that you could have a City End at most grounds in the world. You can only have a Birmingham End here or Alabama, I suppose.
It's still a city down there, though, isn't it?
It is still a city, but it makes it a bit more specific than the Birmingham End, because it's not just any old city, it's Birmingham. Wokes comes in to bowl the Folks. That's played back to him, there's no run.
Although you sort of, you know that Edgbaston's in Birmingham.
Well, not everyone does. I mean, we do.
Look it up. It's amazing what you can find now, geographically.
I never had a problem changing it to the Birmingham. I have a problem with other uses of Birmingham at this club, but not that one. Wokes comes into bowl, right arm over, and Folks leaves that one. There's no run.
Yeah, it's interestingly poised, all this at the moment.
You'd think if Surrey could get sort of 75 to 100 ahead, that would be a pretty strong position, wouldn't it?
Well, I think the key thing here is, can Surrey still be batting tonight? There's 52.4 overs to go. If they're still batting at stumps tonight, they're in a good position.
Wokes bowls. It's played down into the ground by Folks, perfectly comfortably.
Because if they could sort of get themselves up to, I don't know, 3 and over by stumps tonight, another 150. You know, you're already going into tomorrow with a 60-odd run lead. Yeah. I think that's the thing. Can Warwickshire knock Surrey over and get batting tonight? Can Surrey still be batting in their first innings tonight?
Put a lot of pressure on Warwickshire third innings, although as in comes Wokes, and that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. On this ground in recent years, it has tended to get easier as the match goes on. So if Warwickshire, and there's a fair amount of time been lost in the game, if Warwickshire are batting in the second innings to try and save the game, you might fancy their chances. I mean, they discovered that to their cost last season when they declared, admittedly they declared 9 wickets down, but they declared to that Lancashire chase what was by far the highest score of the match. And Lancashire got it comfortably and won with a bit to spare. Wokes bowls, that's play back to him. Wokes shies at the stumps, manages to miss Folks, fortunately, and there's no run.
He doesn't want to injure Folks, because it might might need Folks this summer.
That's his plan to take up wicket keeping, Chris Wokes. He doesn't want to.
It'll be interesting. It was this side of the square of last year's game, and that got easier to bat on, didn't it?
In comes Wokes. That's left slightly belatedly, but safely enough by Folks. Just gets his bat out of the way. End of the over, 64 for 3, 19 overs bowled. Warwickshire have got their first bowling point, because Surrey got the maximum 3 bowling points in the Warwickshire innings. No batting points for Warwickshire. I'm old enough to remember the days where they would have got 1, just about, for getting to 150. But now they're 100 runs short of it.
Yeah. Well, now of course you have to get to 450
to get the maximum. Which has now happened. I made a note of it. It's happened again. It's now happened. I think it's 4 times this season. Right. Which out of about 25 plus games.
Well, as I said, it's one of the more pointless changes, ironically, with points. As Barnard round the wicket to Patel. Patel's letting this one go outside his off stump.
It's actually happened 6 times now in 28. Well, let's say 25, so 53 first innings. 6 teams have got to maximum batting points.
Waits again over his bat, does Ryan Patel. Bat raised in the air, sun's out again, Barnard's into him, that's on leg stump, and that's just clipped away by Ryan Patel. And he's going to come back for a couple. Of course, was dropped his first ball after lunch off Rushworth by Dan Mosley in the slips.
Change I've always suggested on bonus points, and I don't know whether they still do, but they used to do this in the minor counties, is not to have a time limit on bowling points.
Yeah.
So it encourages the bowling team to keep trying to take wickets, even if the innings is.
I just scrap bonus points. As round the wicket once again, Barnard. Forward goes Ryan Patel, plays this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I think that makes the weather too much of a factor if you don't have bonus points.
No, I've never been a fan of them. I've always never been a big fan of them. My argument's always been you're trying to replicate Test match cricket. You don't get any bonus points in Test match cricket for batting and bowling. As he waits over his bat once again, does Ryan Patel on 14. Short ball, and this is hitting the thigh guard, and Ryan Patel will scamper through. Leg by will be the signal. One more to the total, 67 for 3. Folks comes back on to strike on 2, but there is a huge amount of cricket to go today.
There is, isn't there?
Yeah, 51.2 overs remaining today.
I'm glad I was planning to come by train this morning and I missed it because I got stuck ironically in a traffic jam on the way to the railway station. But I'm quite glad in a way because I might have been struggling to get the train back.
Right,
how late
yes.
this is going to finish.
Well, the weather's looking a lot better now. Say, blue sky, bit of white fluffy cloud. Barnard is over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes is letting this one go outside his off stump. And that just shows the sort of pace that Barnard is generating on a slow pitch, that Burgess is taking that off his feet. So it's good pace, this, from Barnard on what isn't a very quick surface. But it looks an absolute picture, Edgbaston now.
Yeah, no need for the floodlights today. There's a few in the ground as well. There's a smattering of people.
Barnard's over the wicket once again to Folkes, and Folkes drives, doesn't really time this. And that's out to Hassan Ali there at extra cover. There is no run. End of the over, 67 for 3. I still can't believe I only worked out last year that the big E's are for Edgbaston.
Yeah, it took me a while.
Yes.
Well, yes. Yeah. I mean, if you're a sort of casual cricket follower and you just fancy watching today's county championship cricket, it's a pretty good game to choose. There's names there you'll recognise even if you're only a casual observer. Wokes, Folkes, Sibley, Burns, Rushworth. Oh, he's obviously mainly a county man, but good competitive stuff as well.
Yeah, it's just, as I say, quality batting lineups going up against quality bowling attacks, really. And due to the nature of it, you know, the one thing that both sides are missing is sort of that world-class spin option.
He's been summoned by the media team here. They want to.
Oh no! What she said.
Is it me? Sorry, that's left. A good leave from Patel. Still wearing a jumper, so must still be fairly nippy out there despite the sunshine.
Just a quick hello to Mr. Matt Thacker, Tom and Fred, who are listening to us while they're driving down to Wiltshire for a game of 100 cricket. That's the other place it's being played, Wiltshire.
Very good.
So there we go. Mr. Thacker.
Wokes in, Patel dabs that onto the onside for no run. Wokes not been able to penetrate, but he's been very tidy, just 10 runs off his 38 deliveries.
Oh, he's again, Wokes is doing exactly what he needs to do on here, just hitting that good line, good length with a little bit of movement.
Well, there's 2 Warwickshire bowlers now I've seen take 9 wickets in an innings. Chris Wokes, as he comes into bowl, pushed out the offside, there's no run. He did it against Durham just before having to leave to go and play for England. It was one of those ones where he was called. I think he knew by the time of that day that he was playing that he was going to have to depart and join up with England. And he took 9. One seasoned journalist, they honestly say to me after, until now I never understood the fuss about Wokes playing for England, but I can see it now.
Well,
after he took those 9 wickets.
There we are.
Wokes in again. And that's pushed to the onside. There's no run. And of course, the other one I've seen is Liam Norwell on the last game of last season, which was an absolutely incredible day's cricket. And it just showed what little I know, really, because I kept saying, what are Warwickshire doing? This is ridiculous. I know they need to win the game, but they're talking about declaring far too early. They're playing rash shots and getting out far too cheaply. They've got no chance here. Got that right.
Well, what an amazing finish. I was listening to it sitting on a bench in a park.
Wokes in and Patel plays back to him. There's no run.
Yeah, I was sort of remembering that Liam Norwell joined us for some commentary that opening game last season, didn't he?
Yes,
when he was sort of coming back from injury and then had that amazing end to the season. So yeah,
it's a great shame that he's picked up a niggle. He's not too bad. I think he's not too far away. I think we will see him, if not the next game, then hopefully the game after. Wokes bowls. Patel has a swing at that, leaning back and misses it. It's taken by Burgess, who's standing back. That's the end of the over, which I think was a maiden. 67 for 3.
Yeah, he's a bit of a naughty shot, really, from Ryan Patel there. Just coming back at him, and it was a little bit too close for comfort that to be having a sort of cut down towards the third man area. Folks 2, Patel 14. Rory Burns going after lunch. LBW to Chris Rushworth for 32. And Ed Barnard is going to continue. Should I vacate at the end of this over and bring Phil Britton?
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to outstay my welcome.
Oh, you never do that.
Well, I think I probably do. As Barnard is over the wicket to Folks, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. And Burgess neatly and tidily takes that, moving away to his right-hand side.
When's tea? Have you worked that out?
No, I haven't even bothered. You know, really and truly, if you're not going to start when we could have started at 11 and you're going to have lunch at 1:45, don't expect any of us to work out when tea is.
Chatting to Kevin about that, though. I can't remember that. How
I can't remember a 1:45 lunch. As Barnard is over the wicket, and this one's left alone by Folks outside his off stump.
I'm sure we've had 12 o'clock starts in the past, and then we've gone in at normal time, or maybe a little bit later.
I honestly just thought it'd be 1 lunch.
Yeah.
But there we are.
So I don't know whether
So
that was,
1:45. Yeah, well, tea's when they walk off.
Yes, exactly.
I think that'll basically be it.
Right, yeah.
As Folks settles himself down over his bat once again. 2 steps backward, point cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket catching, square leg and a long leg. As this one is pushed back up the pitch, and from back of a length, good bowling again from Barnard. There's no run.
I was just seeing Warwickshire's Twitter feed. They've tweeted the wicket of Burns. I'm not sure he's got any real defence there, I'm afraid.
Shot as well. That's the problem, isn't it? When you don't offer a shot, you're in trouble.
I think he was actually in line.
Yeah, I think he probably just pitched on off. As over the wicket comes Barnard, and that's coming back a touch at Ben Folks, who pushes this one out towards cover point. Mosley's there to do the fairing. Whips the ball in over the top of the stumps. Just lost the sun for a touch now. So the clouds have gone over the sun. There's some workmen there watching away to our left because all the flats being built, and there's some work being done above us as well, isn't there? In the media lounge area. So over the wicket again goes Barnard, and that's beautifully played by Folks. Bit of width, and he's just waited on that back foot. Typical Folks shot that. Just clips it down to third man for 4. Anybody who saw him get that 100 in the summer at Old Trafford last summer against South Africa, it was. That's how he brought up his 100, with that exact shot. And whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. Folks moves on to 6. And Surrey move on to 71 for 3. He does play that shot very well. Ben Folks, just a tiny bit of width. There's a huge gap there down to third man. Last ball of the Barnard over. Barnard is over the wicket to Folks. Oh, the straight drive from Ben Folks. Gloriously played. Straight back down the ground for 4. Folks moves on to 10. Patel has 14. End of the over, end of me. Phil Britt's going to take my place. And Surrey are 75 for 3.
I just feel Surrey are getting themselves into a reasonable position here. I'm trying to see if I can bring it up, because this is from a while ago. Warwickshire playing second 11 match at Guildford, chasing 270, or rather needed 272 more to win with 67 overs to go. They were 43 for 1. I've got an update on that at the moment. So Chris Wokes again to bowl to Ryan Patel.
2 great shots there from Ben Folkes to finish that over off from Barnard.
It's a wicket that Warwickshire desperately want Wokes in to bowl to him. Oh, that wasn't such a great shot. It looked good. It's a nice, it was Patel, of course, but it's a nice, elegant drive. But he's missed the ball, Ryan Patel, and held the pose afterwards. But survives it. Does a bit of gardening. So it's a couple of false shots he's played at Chris Wokes as Ryan Patel.
I can report, Clive, it's a lot warmer out there, much better to watch cricket. But, still not it's not roasting hot, but it's pleasant.
Ryan Patel's still wearing a sweater while he bats as Wokes comes in to bowl, and he's hit that onto the leg side. He's got that away. Will Rose giving chase. He will cut it off short of the mid-wicket boundary, and it's a comfortable 2 for Patel. Stress-free, I was trying to remember the expression they sometimes use in golf, don't they? Stress-free par. That was a stress-free 2 for Patel. He's on to 16. 77 for 3, so they are
73 behind.
Yeah, I was going to say they're past the halfway stage of catching Warwickshire's first innings total. Wokes bowls, Patel doesn't quite middle that, plays at the backward point for no run.
I think Wokes was unlucky in his opening spell not to get something. He'd really troubled the batsman and got some movement. But it was Chris Rushworth who really did the damage either side of lunch.
Is Wokes to Patel, who plays that into the ground. There's no run. Completion of innings in the second division, where Leicestershire were bowled out for 407 by Glamorgan. 2 90s. Peter Hanscom got 95 and Rahan Ahmed 90. But Tim van der Houten took 6 for 88. Glamorgan have lost an early wicket and apply their 38 for 1. Yeah, Warwickshire all out for 150. By some distance their lowest score of the season thus far. And Surrey are 77 for 3 in reply. Wokes round the wicket now to Patel, who pushes that one to mid-off. And there's no run.
Yeah, good solid defensive shot there from Patel. Got everything behind it. The ball comes out of the middle of the bat up to Rushworth at mid-on.
So Wokes blows into his hands and then runs in again to go around the wicket. Patel stretching for that, hits it into the ground, it loops up. I'm pretty sure it's a bump ball, although every effort was made to take the ball there by Ed Barnard, and there were a couple of oohs and ahs, but it looked for me like a bump ball. Anyway, it fell well short of him. So 77 for 3, and Ed Barnard tossed the ball to a teammate, then takes his sweater off and prepares to bowl the next over.
Yeah, he's had the 3 overs so far for 10 runs, 8 of which came off the last 2 deliveries of his 3rd over. Folkes, who is facing again, straight drive for 4, and that one where he cut it away through the vacant gully area. As Barnard comes in now, as the sun comes back out again, and this time Folkes watches it carefully through outside the off stump, and then comes down to give the wicket a tap. Just in fact, he's given 3 or 4 spots a tap, so I'm not quite sure which one of those he was concerned about. But no danger of that delivery. 2 slips in place and a backward point, an extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and there's man that deep square leg and a long leg. This one goes past the outside edge, although in fairness Folks was in the process of pulling the bat right out of the way, so a leave more than a beating of the bat. Yeah, it's quite pleasant out there now. I just walked around from the other side of the ground. Quite a lot of people in the museum at lunchtime, so they've stayed on quite late. Barnard's in full, that's dug out and back down to the other end from folks straight into the stumps at the non-striker's end. And he's already about a quarter of the way down the wicket, but back steps quickly back into his crease when he realises he's not going to get anything for that. Stays on 77 for 3, folks on 10, Patel 16. And these two coming together, and the score was 60 when Captain Burns was LBW for 32. This one is not quite where folks was aiming to play it. It squirts out through cover point, and he'll get a couple of runs for that. He was looking to play it away to the sort of mid-on area, but got a bit of a leading edge, but ran away. But comfortably away for 2, takes him on to 12, and Surrey on to 79 for 3. They trail by 71. I think, from what I was told, and I was told this by Mel Smith, our scorer, I think T is 10 past 4, because the scheduled finish time is 6:30. 6.
Yeah.
This one, Barnard is in, and that has dropped. Did that carry or drop down in front of him? I think it must have dropped just in front of Burgess. It was an outside edge which flew through but bounced just in front of the diving Burgess, who got the glove to it, and the ball was nestling in the glove, but I think it bounced just in front of him. Didn't quite carry.
Oh, I think I might have updated that, stumbled upon and updating that second 11. Okay, let me see if I can bring that up. Here we go.
It's come off as Barnard bowls, and this is played down to Wokes at mid-on. Nicely played shot, but no run. Just the 2 runs from the over. Surrey at the end of the 34th over are 79 for 3.
Warwickshire are 134 for 4 now in that game. I'm not 100% sure how many they're chasing. I'll have to work it out. Surrey made 222 in their first innings. This is at Guildford. 5 wickets for Danny Briggs. That's encouraging for Warwickshire.
Yep.
He's just been slightly off kilter, not being playing in the first. As Wokes bowls gives Patel a bit of width. Patel leans back and crashes that through the covers for 4. That was there to be hit, and he's hit it well and moves on to 20, 83 for 3.
Yeah, nice clean strike away through the offside.
Carl made 83 for Warwickshire. Chris Benjamin making a half century for them in their first innings, so 231 for them. And then in the second second innings, they amassed 323 with Geddes making 121.
So what was Warwickshire's first innings lead?
Warwickshire's first innings lead was 9.
So they want 315.
It's Wokes bowls, and that's played back to him as no run. 134 for 4 at the moment.
That's a Guildford, I think,
It's
isn't
a Guildford,
it? Yeah. Which we were talking about with Jack Russell connections earlier on in the day. I was talking to Mark Church.
I interviewed him during that match. It was a thoroughly enjoyable interview from my point of view. Wokes round the wicket bowls, and that's just played down by his feet by Patel. No run. 83 for 3. So you've had 23 so far. 34. We haven't had a 50 partnership in this match yet. Warwickshire got close a couple of times. He added 45 for the 5th wicket, and they added 48 for the 7th. We haven't had a 50 partnership. Wokes bowls to Patel, bit of the inside of the bat onto the onside for no run.
Warwickshire quickly into action again after this match. They're down at Lidge's Bowl to play Hampshire. Is Wokes able to play in that?
Don't know.
You don't know he's available. Still need to check to see what he's allowed to play. How much cricket.
Wokes bowls right to the feet of Patel, digs it out well, plays it to mid-off for a dot ball on the Alan Dolby Fields. And it's still 83 for 3, so they haven't gone away at all, sorry, but they're accumulating steadily, knowing that they can get a decent first in his lead. They can put real pressure on Warwickshire 3rd innings.
Yeah.
Wokes, just 2 slips in place now. He's going to field quite close at point, and that's driven by Patel very nicely. Wide of mid-off. Ollie Dolby's giving chase, but he will only be able to retrieve the ball after it's popped over the rope. So it is 4 more runs for Patel. He's on to 24, 87 for 3.
Yeah, he's played a couple of really good shots through the offside in that over. Ryan Patel hit the ball strongly, and that was again the 2nd boundary off Chris Wokes. So just beginning to stretch this one. This partnership already worth 27. As Barnard will continue from the pavilion end. Bit of a run around for Oliver Hannon Dolby, who had to go and fetch that ball and then has to go running down to the long leg. As here comes Barnard into the right-handed folks. This one is cut away to deep backward point, where Will Rhodes has positioned a man to field that. He does, and it restricts folks to a single. He goes to 13, 88 for 3. The field changes for the left-hander. Umpire's changing as well, changing over. So just holding up, and now Barnard's on his way. He's in and bowls, and Patel is playing this one a little awkwardly, almost like trying to take the bat out of the way, but in the process the ball sort of hits the centre of the bat and bounces down towards 3rd slip, and perfectly safe in the end, but perhaps just on him a little quicker than he thought, and in the process of lifting the bat out of the way, he bounced onto the bat rather than putting bat to ball. This next one from Barnard has Patel running it away to cover point, but again there's no run. Looking out over the top of the stands, you can see the sun shining over on the flats on the one side of Birmingham. The other part of the city is bathed in shadow. Here's Barnard in again, round the wicket, and bowls to the left-handed Patel, who just lets the ball goes shouldered arms to it, and the ball goes harmlessly through to Michael Burgess behind the stumps.
I'm going to make way for Eve.
Okay.
Phil.
Okay, thanks, Clive. 88 for 3. Barnard in his 5th over. Still wicketless. This comes in from this pavilion end. Patel waits, bat held high, and again he's carefully and cautiously watching that ball go through outside the off stump and not offering any shot to it. Let's welcome Eve back onto commentary, and so just beginning to edge edged towards getting perhaps just in control of this game, I think, at this point in time. What do you think?
Yeah, they're starting to build a partnership, aren't they?
This one, Patel plays solidly, runs it back to Chris Rushworth at mid-on. There's no run. It's the end of another over from Barnard, and played there by Patel quite comfortably, and with the shots he did play him at the middle of the bat. Nice sounding shots, good solid knock. He has a chat with Ben Folkes. It's 88 for 3. The lead for Warwickshire is just 62 now. It's one big partnership, and that will really put Warwickshire under some pressure, won't it?
Yeah, you just wonder how costly that drop by Mousley will be.
I didn't see that. I was still in the museum. Was it? Where was that? At slip,
At
obviously.
slip, yeah, pretty regulatory. But Patel at the time was only on 3, so I'm sure Dan Mousley be looking at the scoreboard as they tick along, as Folkes into ball and defended into the offside by Folkes.
Oh, it was one you would normally expect him to take then, was it?
I feel that he should have took it, yeah, and I'm sure he'll be feeling the same.
Well, nobody ever drops one on purpose, do they?
They don't, no. It happens.
Yeah, I think anybody who's played cricket, nobody can actually say, I've never dropped a ball.
Yeah, you just have it in the back of your mind then, don't you? You just see the runs ticking on as Folkes is into bowl, left alone outside the off stump by Folkes.
Especially when the play you've let off creeps up and their score starts getting up sort of 60, 70, 80. And you're...
yeah, you don't feel too good inside when you see that.
No, you hope nobody's actually remembered that it was you who dropped them. But they do. They really do. Funny how they forget some things, but they never forget when you dropped a catch.
Yeah, they're tough to get over as Folkes is in again. And defended strongly by Folkes to the offside.
Remember many years ago I came to play for a new team, and the first game at home in front of what was a reasonable crowd, 3 balls were hit to me, and I was feeling it sort of wasn't sort of long on, but it was deep mid on, and all 3 ended up on the deck. And it wasn't even close. They were easy, simple ones, with 9 times out of 10. But in my case, no times out of 10.
As Folkes is in again and defended into the onside this time by Folkes. Yeah, it seems to be the case where you drop one and then the ball sort of follows you, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
You just wherever you go in the field, it just seems to pick you out all the time.
The worst part is, even now, which got to be 40 years on, there are still a couple of people who still remind me of the first game. You know, you'd think after all that time people would forget.
As Folkes is in this time, chipped into the leg side, and it's a diving effort by mid-wicket fielder. I don't think it carries. I think it just drops short of. It's Alex Davis in there.
Yeah,
wasn't far away.
It bounced on him a little, didn't it? And he couldn't control the shot, and it looped, and it just right from the moment it left the bat, you could see he wasn't quite going to get to Davis. He made a valiant effort, but almost Folkes getting that wicket.
Not far off as Folkes in for the final ball of the over, and him on the pad. I think he might have got a little bit of bat on there, and it runs down to fine leg, where Hassan Ali does the fielding. Bit of untidy throw there into Burgess, and they get the 1 to complete the over.
Yeah, signalled. Well, not signalled anything because it was off the bat. So
completes the over then, 89 for 3.
Folkes still believes he walks back, believes he should have had a good shout there. Has a word with the umpire before he left, but they're not going to get anything.
Yeah, I think it was going way down.
Well, it looked to me, yeah, I agree with you. It looked to me like it was going to hit the next set. Ed Barnard's going to continue. He's had 5 overs for just 13. This was a maiden, but he starts in bright sunshine. He's in to Belter Folkes, who turns this away to mid-wicket, but can't beat the diving Rhodes, who tidies up at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 89 for 3. We might see some of these top coats coming off, sat there in the sunshine, or the wind seems to have dropped a bit as well. Just looking at the flag, and it's certainly not being pulled off the flagpole by the wind as it was earlier on. Is Barnard in? Oh, that's a beauty, and it goes right through folks who came forward to play. The ball went through, and Barnard walks back with both hands on his head as if to say, how on earth did that not get him out? But it was a really good delivery. But Folks survives. He's on 14. Patel is on 24. And Surrey 89 for 3. They've added 29, these two, for the 4th wicket to take Surrey within 61 of Warwickshire's first innings total. This next one is played away into the offside. Not a lot of foot movement, but nice solid sound off the bat as it goes out to the covers. Davis does the fielding.
Yeah, it looks quite bright out there now. I'm finding myself squinting.
I should think it must be warming up on the hollies for people there in that sunshine. There's Barnard in, and again a lot of oohs and ahs, but it seemed to come out pretty much out the middle of the bat. As it's run out to Davis again, who comes in and gives the ball a good rub and then tosses it on to Chris Rushworth at mid-off.
Is that Ollie Hannon-Delby down at fine leg, just doing a few stretches?
Yes, I think so. He's been down there in the Ollie's corner down there. He had a tent down there last year in the height of the summer. This one is getting played away into the offside by folks, but no run. Yeah, what happened? They fit it because it went in. If you remember how hot it was last summer, he had one of these little gazebos down there, just over the boundary, with his towel and his refreshments there, and he'd go down fielding and he'd be under the gazebo.
I don't blame him.
I know he's high up towards the sun, but that was Barnard in, and this is turned away down to Hannon-Delby, who comes charging in from his gazebo and does the fielding back over the top of the stumps, restricts Folkes to a single, takes Surrey on to 90 for 3. Folkes is 15 and Patel is 24, and Folkes retains the strike.
Yeah, it's probably not quite gazebo weather just yet.
No, I agree with you.
Hopefully it's not too far away. Hopefully the weather changes for the better.
But we found being away in Florida for the last home game against Kent, I missed that one, 91, 92 degrees. It was a bit of a shock to the system after what it'd been like here.
Yeah, it was frosty early this week.
Yes.
Frost the windscreen before getting up to training. So as Folkes is in, just squirts off to the offside through vacant point region for 1 run.
Still, April, you can have all sorts of weather, and some years it's fantastic, and others it's wet and miserable, and it's been a strange one. It's unusual there to find a game like the Gloucestershire-Yorkshire game where you don't get a ball bowled because the outfield is so wet that you can't get on it.
I'm surprised. Worcester's been all right, hasn't it, so far?
Yeah, well,
Works around the wicket, firmly driven back to him by Patel.
They did lose the final day, but then that was the weather. It was just a miserable day on Sunday.
Got a close infielder for Patel at a very short point area. And we've got like a deeper gully sort of fielder walking in as Folkes bowls, and it's just knocked into the leg side by Patel, and they go through for a single.
Pretty easy single to get there because there's no real fielder there protecting that single ball. Folkes line obviously is off stump, just outside off stump, and drifting onto leg stump. It's going to be run every time. Get something on it, it'll just runs into that vacant gap.
Works back over the wicket to Folkes. Left alone outside the off stump. And goes through to Burgess. Sirens all around the ground at the minute.
Yes, it's somebody's in the police in a hurry. Let's get back to their base just over the road at back of the Priory, but sounds a bit more urgent, doesn't it?
It's worked balls. Prodded into the offside, but finds the fielder. No run.
Yeah, for those of you not familiar with Edgbaston, we're on the sort of almost on the corner of two very busy roads. One which is the main, one of the main arteries out of Birmingham, leading out towards the west of Birmingham, and then another one which feeds in from the south. So you get quite a lot of traffic sounds from both of those roads, and this pavilion is actually on facing onto the Edgbaston Road.
That's worked bowls and defended by Folkes, who holds his shot. Where's the cameraman? And that completely over.
There's a few of them about, actually, you saying that, cameramen. I've noticed for this game quite a lot of cameramen. One or two of the more senior circuit cameramen as well, who are around. Saw Gareth Copley here today. And yesterday I think we had about 4 or 5 cameramen. So this game attracting quite a bit of attention.
Yeah. Score is 92 for 3.
Barnard is going to bowl another over from the pavilion end. He's in his 7th of his spell. He's in and bowls, and Patel works this away onto the onside, but only straight up to Rushworth, who's at mid-on, and there's no run. End of this over, we'll bring back in Mark Church. Or does Clive want to come in for... Come in, okay, do you want to do it on the 4 o'clock for the news? Okay. Will you come in at the end of this over, as we said? They can get in for the news a bit earlier. As Bernard is in, and this is worked away with no great foot movement into the offside by Patel. Sort of almost reaching out for that one and playing it away, but solidly out the middle of the bat. He looks, from a Warwickshire point of view, it looks to be in alarmingly good touch, actually, Patel. But from Surrey's point, that's very comforting at 92 for 3 as they gradually start to erase this deficit. This one is played away beautifully by Patel through the offside. It might run down the hill down to the boundary. No, it's just picked up inside, and they get a couple of runs. That's seeing who that was. Was that Hassan?
Hassan Ali, I think.
Hassan Ali, wasn't it? Yeah.
Piece of fielding down there.
Just threw himself at it, chased the ball down. Quite often that ball runs away from you, going down towards the Hollies stand. It's not a noticeable slope, but it definitely does drop away down towards that stand, and quite often once the ball's got ahead of you, pulling it up is quite difficult.
Yeah, look, for a moment he just turned to go and retrieve the ball, but then I think he realised he could chase it down. He did excellent in the end.
Saved a couple of runs. Patel moves on to 27, sorry, on to 94 for 3 as Barnard in, Patel plays this one just down into the ground in front of him, and there's no run. So we think tea is at 10 past 4. It's 41 over, so it might even be down to, it's going to certainly be around that sort of time, you would think. I think Warwickshire would be a little bit behind on the overs, but might just be on time today. Here's Barnard in, bowls, and Patel wants a single, having turned it away to square on the onside, but Davis is quickly around, sliding, prevents the single, Patel was interested, but sent back by Ben Folkes. So it's no run. Stays on 94 for 3. The last ball of Barnard's over, last ball of my spell, and see if we can get from it. As in he comes and bowls, and Patel runs it away into the offside. There's no run. It's fielded there by Dan Mosley, out at sort of short cover point, and we've got one more ball to go. But was that no ball? Must have been. Yeah, because score's gone up to 96. Yeah, so no ball called. And so we've got one more ball in this spell. Have to get overtime. Here's Barnard in and bowls, and Patel is solidly behind it. End of the over, it's Surrey 96 for 3, trailing by 54.
Still 41 overs remaining in the day's play. I think the helmet's being run out as well for Burgess. Looks like he's standing up to the stumps. And we've got another change of bowling at the Birmingham end.
Afternoon. We're also trying to work out when tea is. I think Mark got it right, it's when they walk off. Phil apparently has been told it's 4:10, which makes this quite a short session since we...
A very short session. Ollie Hannon-Delby then just limbering up down the far end towards the city.
I'm given an assignment for local election coverage, so I'm brushing up on my...
Two slips ready. We've got a deep fine, deep square as Ollie Hannon-Delby's in, and he bowls, and it's worked off the legs, but straight to mid-on by Folkes.
I'm so versatile, you see, even what in cricket he does, I'm an all-rounder. Cricket today, football tomorrow, local elections next Friday.
Very busy.
Michael Burgess standing up again.
As Hannon-Delby's in over the wicket. As that's punched off the back foot quite nicely, but goes straight to Barnard, who's at a close in point, backward point region, no run. And yeah, I think Warwickshire, if tea is at 4:10, they will be hoping to try and break this partnership that's forming quite nicely now. Try and get another one before they go into tea, which they'd managed to do just before lunch, didn't they? They got the big wicket of Pope as Hannon-Delby's in. Worked off the legs, and they do run through for a quick single. I think that's Rushworth doing the fielding at mid-on, just running towards his right and sliding. And that's a run to Folkes. He now moves on to 17. Hassan Ali just meandering his way around the boundary. The left-hander down to fine leg by the Hollies. As Hannon-Delby's in around the wicket to the left-handed Patel. As that punched into the offside, no run.
These two just steadying things quite nicely.
Not far off from bringing up the 100 for the team. .40 overs remaining in the day as Hannon-Delby's in. Oh, big swing outside the off stump. That's quite wide there from Hannon-Delby, and Patel did fancy it, but goes past the outside edge and through to Burgess.
Yeah, Patel has been guilty of a few swing and misses. Also got one edge when he was dropped at third slip. He's telling himself off royally out there now.
he's put on another 24, added 24 to his tally since that drop. I think Moseley just hoping that it doesn't punish him too much as Hannah Delby's in, and played with a lot more conviction. That one defended to the offside, and that completes the over. So 97 for 3.
How often does that happen when two players drop each other during the course of the match? Patel put down Moseley.
But then Patel caught Moseley, so we're just wondering whether
Moseley
gets to redeem himself. And
well, Hassan Ali's going to come back in. Ed Barlow bowling 7 overs for 18 runs. The one thing Warwickshire will have, although that's been a bit frustrating, they're going fairly lengthy spells without a wicket, and they haven't got much to play with in terms of first innings score, but they have so far prevented Surrey from really getting away. The run rate's only a little bit over 2 and over. But they do need wickets, Warwickshire. Just one slip in for Hassan Ali's bowling now. There is at the moment, or we're going to get a second. I think we're going to get a second now.
yeah, I think they're hoping for that repeat before lunch, getting that early wicket from Hassan. He can go again for Warwickshire.
He's in now to bowl, and that's left outside off stump. There's no run. The last wicket fell at the end of the 25th over, so 16 and a bit overs now without a wicket. But only 37 runs added in that time. Hassan into Folkes, who leaves that one. That's a little bit of wasted effort from Hassan Ali. Michael Burgess takes it behind the stumps.
Yeah, we were saying before, obviously with Warwickshire's attack, they've got quite a few options. They can rest a couple of bowls with a few overs, rotate them around, try and make something happen. As Hassan's into his second spell.
Wearing number 32 on his back, he comes in to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside, but it's fielded on the bounce by Alex Davis. No chance of a run. Hassan Ali has a very tight, long sleeve vest underneath his cricket shirt. He's still finding the local climate a little on the chilly side. He turns, runs away from us, and bowls. That's left, there's no run. Don't know if I'm going to hear anything from the studios, but I'm going to do a report in about 13 seconds. Whether they like it or not. 97 for 3, which I shall say again in a moment. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Surrey are 97 for 3 in reply to Warwickshire's 150 on the second day of this championship match. Warwickshire have been held up a little bit at the moment. It's just over an hour ago since they last got the wicket of Rory Burns, LBW to Chris Rushworth for 32. Ben Folkes and Ryan Patel are holding them up without scoring at any brisk rate. Folkes is on 18 and Patel is on 27, but with not many runs to play with, Warwickshire will be anxious for wickets. If they face a first innings deficit, they're going to be under some pressure third innings. Surrey then now just 52 runs behind and 98 for 3. That's closer to the right length, still too long though. Never mind. Hassan Ali to bowl the last ball of the over, and that's pushed back to the bowler, who does try to, we talked about this yesterday, I think he did deliberately try to deflect the ball onto the non-striker stumps, but he missed in any way. Folks that hadn't moved a muscle, so it would have been okay. 98 for 3 at the end of the over.
Alex Davies just going off. Jake Lintott coming on, substitute fielder.
Well, I don't think he's going to get his bowling boots. He wants to get the first dibs on the cakes and scones at tea.
Two slips ready.
Whether Warwickshire considered Jake Lintott the championship, given that Danny Briggs Wasn't in the side. I mean, I think at a pinch they could have played Briggs, but no other spinner with Bethel not able to bowl.
As Hannon Delby's in to bowl, driven firmly to mid-off, but doesn't beat the fielder. Yeah, Danny Briggs got called up into the squad, didn't he, after
and he's
performing in the twos?
Yes, but I think he has got a little niggle, but he's again, he's got a 5-wicket haul in this second 11 game, so mind you, the spin has not played any part in this match so far.
Not at all. As Hannon Delby is in again, was this time a bit straighter and punch to mid-wicket for no run. Nice timing by Folks. It's turned out to be quite a nice day now.
It is.
Blue skies.
Yeah, no weather problems now, are there? Not sure what the forecast is a little bit. Well, I mean, the forecast I heard suggested there could be showers this afternoon, but they aren't showing any sign of appearing at the moment.
As Hannon Delby steaming into ball and punched into the offside, and they do come through for a single. Finds the gap nicely there, Folks. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to be getting any showers anytime soon, but you just never know. It can turn quite quickly, can't it?
Yeah.
Glorious sunshine. Good batting conditions for Surrey. As Hannon Delby's just moving that short extra cover fielder a little bit. As he's coming in round the wicket this time. Forward goes Patel and driven to mid-off for no run.
Robbie Yates and Sam Hain in the slip Gordon.
I wonder if they've got the hand warmers
Well,
today.
I was going to say Hain's hands are in his pockets. So that suggests he probably has.
Both got their jumpers on. Keep them warm. As Hannon Delby is in again. Driven firmly. I think that's gone. Is that Lintott that's doing the fielding? The substitute fielder. On the one bounce. Hassan Ali's just getting moved a little bit squarer now by Hannon Delby. And the fielders come across from that mid-wicket area as well, so there's a massive gap in the leg side. There's only two fielders there, mid-on and a deep backward square. We've got two catchers in at cover, side by side, as Hannon Delby's coming in. And it's nicked it and he's gone. Sam Hain takes the catch at second slip, and Ollie Hannon Delby gets the breakthrough again. Looked like Patel just tried to walk at him a little bit, so he probably just lost his shape slightly and finds the edge of his bat, and that's the breakthrough Warwickshire need.
Yes, he came striding down the pitch, didn't he? And got the edge, and it went straight to Hain. As slip catchers go. That was a relatively straightforward one for Hain to take, and again, you just feel Warwickshire just about getting wickets when they need it. Just when you think it's slipping away, and we're held up for over an hour there. But they've got the wicket with the partnership still only 39. And Patel goes for 27. Dan Mosley will be pleased. Drop cash didn't cost too much in the end. Ben Folks is still there though. That's the big issue from Warwickshire's point of view. But an awkward little session now for Jamie Smith. It's because if we're right about the tea time, he might not have to face at all actually, because I think that was the last ball of the over. And I would think this will be the last over before tea, if indeed we get to bowl it even.
Yeah, they've got a knack of getting wickets before the break, haven't they, Warwickshire?
Yeah.
They'll be pleased with that one, because that partnership was growing there between Folks and Patel.
Hannon Delby, a popular player here, gets good applause as he takes his position. Waves to the crowd. He hasn't got that sort of little gazebo thing he had towards the end of last season. that last game of last season when he took the one wicket Liam Norwell didn't take in the second innings. They were really looking after him. I think they had towels and not sure if he had a hot tub down there in the corner, but he had just about everything else.
Deck chair,
yeah, absolutely, yeah. Hassan Ali into bowl to Ben Folkes, pitches up, going down the leg side. Folkes tries to glance it down to fine leg, but doesn't make contact. Michael Burgess sharply across, takes it. So 99 for 4, only 51 runs behind now are Surrey.
Yeah, got to keep chipping away here, Warwickshire. If they can get Folkes anytime soon, they'll be pleased.
That would be nice. Hassan Ali bowls. So he's stretching for that one, folks, and it's gone out down to third for 4. Wasn't the greatest shot this fine batter has ever played, but he's got 4 for it, and it's brought the 100 up for Surrey. 103 for 4.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting shot that. Obviously, no one down at third man, but there's a wild flash outside the off stump from Folkes. There is a deep point and 2 slips there as well.
Hassan Ali in again. That's played onto the leg side for no run. Folkes on 23. It's been a disciplined innings from him. He's faced 57 balls. And Hassan Ali bowls, and that's played to mid-wicket, where there's a fielder out in the deep. That's actually Alex Davis, so he's back on. It's 1 run. 104 for 4. Well, Chris Rushworth is limbering up. Have we been given false info by the T, I wonder? If so, I'll get Mark in fairly soon.
Yeah, he's definitely doing some stretching there, wasn't he?
I was dismissed when I speculated, do we need to get down to 32 overs? That would be not the case on a normal day. That's left by Smith. There's no run. But anyway, well,
keep going.
We'll wait until they walk off.
Yeah.
No one's going to bring us any tea up here anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Jim Troughton is in the box, a couple of boxes away. Great to see him here. The Warwickshire captain and coach. He comes in to bowl Hassan Ali, and that's driven. It's not out of the middle of the bat. It's well stopped at backward point. You hear that quite hard. Did Smith. But it's the end of the over, and it's 104 for 4. Surrey only 46 runs behind now. Well, I tell you what, tea is not at 10 past 4, that's for certain, because we're about to have another over.
And it's Ali Hannon Dolby to continue.
I mean, you'd think, I've been doing this since about 1989, you'd think I'd have some idea of the rules by now, wouldn't you? Derbyshire bowled out for 165 by Durham in reply to 452 for 9. It'd be fair to say they're up against it there.
As Hannon Dolby's in to Folkes, and he defends back down the wicket for no run. Rushworth doing the tidying up. Two slips ready. Deep square, deep fine. And everyone else in the ring. As Hannon Dolby's in again over the wicket. This time a bit shorter, and it does wrap him on the pad, but just goes off into that leg side. No interest of LBW. Alex Davis trying his best to shine the ball up there. Must be difficult to keep the ball nice and shiny these days with obviously the new rule of no saliva, especially in the longer format. Obviously we only play the shorter white ball format in the female game, but it is tricky as Hannah Dolby's in. Punched off the back foot through the covers. I think it's going to run away to the boundary, and it does, and that's 4 more onto Folkes' total, taking him to 28 now. Nicely timed there by Folkes. Didn't try and overhit it. And good placement as well. Just a little bit shorter by Hannah Dolby.
I suppose the only good thing is if a player fancies sucking a mint now on the outfield, he won't be accused of anything, so he can go ahead and do that now.
I'm not sure how acceptable that is. As Hannah Dolby's in and driven firmly to mid-on, straight to Rushworth, who returns the throw back to keeper.
Or you'd probably be told off by your parents, because if you're running around and sucking a sweet at the same time, you're taking a bit of a risk there, aren't you? You'll choke.
Yeah, unless you're a grown adult, well, you might still be told off by your parents for doing that. But yeah, it must be quite tricky though with that rule change, just to keep the ball going for longer. Little field changes. Alex Davis just goes a little bit straighter, and Rushworth just goes a little bit squarer from mid-on as bowls, and straight to Alex Davis, who stops that with his right hand, hitting firmly by Folkes.
And as you say, you play with the white ball, but do you have a designated ball looker after her?
I think you try, and then it just gets thrown about all over the place. So, and to be honest, they don't last as long, do they? I think the stop swinging normally.
Do you use 2 balls in a 50-over game?
Yeah,
one each end, yeah,
one each end in the 50-over stuff. But yeah, they don't swing for that long these days. Normally, few overs max and Dolby's in, and that's also punched into the offside. There is a chase on. I think that's Ed Barnard there, just stopping the ball just before the boundary, and they get 2 runs, I think. Yep, 2 runs, and that completes the over. The score is 110 for 4. Yeah, the white balls don't really swing for long these days. Once you get one out the middle of the bat and it hits the wall on the boundary, then it's pretty much done for the day. So you've got to really try and look after it, keep it up.
So Hassan Ali is going to bowl from the pavilion end. 3 slips in place. Boy to Smith. Oh, he's got it. Leant back, played an elegant enough looking shot, except it came off the bottom edge of his bat and bounced through to the wicket keeper. Well, I'll do this over, and if we're still playing, I'll bring Mark in. I will have to jump back in, perhaps for you, Eve, at 4:30, because I've got to do an update. I've slightly lost track of how long we'll be playing for.
We have no idea when tea is.
That's now polishing the ball on the back of his trousers. In once again, right arm over, and it's just clipped to the back of square boundary for a single. One thing we haven't seen in this match, and I don't think we've seen anything like as much this season as we did last, is the bowlers going up to the umpire and asking for the ball to be replaced and the ball having to be replaced. I don't think it's happened yet in this match. It used to happen just about every innings last season.
Any change in the balls?
No, they had a theory last season, which Hassan Ali comes into bowl. Oh, that looks fairly close. It shaped well. The peel's not really followed through, but it hits Folkes on the pads as he was leaning forward into the ball, and had him looking in trouble, but not out is the call. There was a theory last season, wasn't it, that was due to one cowhide or something being a bit dodgy, which is a bit harsh on the cow for a start, and it seemed a little bit surprising, but maybe they had a better cowhide this time. Hassan Ali bowls, and that one is driven to mid-off. for no run by folks who'll have done a great job this session if he can get in and still be there at tee, whenever that is.
Yeah, he's quietly got himself to 30, hasn't he, folks? Built a nice partnership with Patel.
Two slits for him. Hassan Ali once again right arm over bowls, and that's defended by folks leaning forward to Ed Barnard in the covers. Warwickshire wear these more modern, very bright white sweaters. Some teams are in a sort of off-white, aren't they? Warwickshire want these very bright white strips for the sweaters, so at least you've got the numbers on the back of them. Blue numbers.
Yeah, it's easy to tell who's who.
Hassan Ali to folks, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run. That's the end of the over. 111 for 4. Do you want to pop back in, Mark? I'll just have a few minutes and I'll be back to take over from even 10. I'm Clive Egan. We've got Eve Jones. Mark Church is about to come into the commentary box. You also have from Phil Britty. You'll hear from again tomorrow. And we'll have to get Kevin in at some point.
Yeah, I must say I do prefer the old-fashioned woolen knitted jumpers. Much more traditional. Ollie Hannon Dalby's then going to continue from the city end. Smith just marking his guard again.
Well, has cricket changed overnight that nobody knows when tea is? You know, really and truly.
Hannon Dalby's balls and defended into the leg side by Smith.
It's all very well and good the players knowing and the umpires knowing, but what about all the people in the ground? And nobody has got a clue when tea is. So really and truly, you know, nobody really knew why lunch was at 1:45, and nobody's got a clue when tea is. We were told 10 past 4, but it now looks like it's when 32 overs are left in the day. But I'll believe that when the players come off.
Yeah, just left out the loop a bit up here, aren't we?
I think everybody is. I don't.
Derby balls defended by Smith again. Well, sometimes they have the announcements over the tannoy, don't they?
Yeah.
I don't know whether there has been one or.
I just really, you know, I can never remember when lunch has been at 1:45. And then, as I say, I think sometimes it make it up as you go along, really.
Yeah, it's got us all confused.
People might have trains to catch, or
yeah,
homes under the hammer to watch.
Hannon Dalby balls. This time, lovely shot off the back foot by Smith, straight through the vacant cover area and straight to the boundary towards the Hollies for 4.
What I would say is I think that Warwickshire bobbed really well. Pitch does look easier, doesn't it? Really, yeah. It's no great surprise because of the overhead conditions as much as anything. But there's been the way that folks has played. I think you just got to get in.
Yeah, looks a lot easier.
Get yourself in once you're in. I know it's an obvious thing to say, but it's going to be very difficult to crash it all around the park from the off, I think.
Hannon Dalby's running again this time, and a bit straight at it that time. Defended. Sam Hain with his hands on his head, thinking that went far off.
The other thing about the batch of balls, there are many theories that went round. One of my favourites was that whoever it was that stitched the balls retired.
Oh.
And so they got a new ball stitcher in who did it a different way. That was a marvellous theory.
Wow.
I think it may have just been a bad batch of balls.
Yeah, possibly, as Hannon Dalby balls driven straight to Rushworth at mid-on for no run.
But I think it was during a Durham game last year. I read an article from Scott Borthwick 9 times in one innings. They had to change the ball. It got
must
that
be a
bad.
real bad box of balls.
Yeah, it was. It got frankly ridiculous at times. But then all the theories started. Cowhides, the stitcher retiring. There was all sorts going round. But there hasn't been any of that so far. They've been the odd one, but nothing like we had last year.
Maybe he's come out of retirement.
Well, maybe they paid him a lot more to come back.
And Derby Bowles defended into the offside this time, and that completes the over. 115 for 4.
Right, I'm going to hazard a guess now that there are 2 overs to go till tea. And if there aren't, and we're still going after 32, then I've absolutely no idea what's going on. And yes, Hassan Ali will continue. And Hassan Ali today 1 for 32. Has got the wicket of Ollie Pope. It's a very nice afternoon now. Sat out there in the sun, I would have thought was quite pleasant, really. Fingers crossed this stays around for your 2 games as well.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yep.
I think it looks okay. So far, so good.
Good. Hassan Ali is in over the wicket to Folkes, who pulls out towards deep backward square. Alex Davis does the fielding as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. And that'll be another single for Ben Folkes. He's on to 31. Smith comes back onto strike on 5. So looking at Jamie Smith's stats from last season, 1 big score against Gloucestershire for Jamie Smith, 234 not out against Gloucestershire last season. As in over the wicket once again, it's Hassan Ali forward, comes Smith, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Is Kevin House going home? He's sort of going around shaking everybody by the hand.
No,
well, I think, Clive, you're the only person who knows. Maybe Clive's making this.
Yeah, are they going off your schedule?
Yes, well, quite right too, if they are. Yes.
2 overs left then before tea.
Well, I hope Clive's right now. As over the wicket comes Hassan Ali to Smith. Good looking shot. That'll beat Rushworth up at mid-off. It's a handsome shot that from Jamie Smith. Really did move into that drive beautifully. And punches it away through the covers. Smith moves on to 9, 120 for 4. I'm being totally serious now, Eve. With cricket, I would not put it past that they come off with 31 overs left. Genuinely, it would not surprise me in the slightest that there was something somewhere that said you had to hit the exact timing in these sessions. As Hassan Ali's in again, and Smith is solidly forward, plays this one back up the pitch. Hassan Ali does the fielding off his home bowling. And there is no run. What was the game this season where they went in for tea with one of the sides, needing 1 to win?
Yeah, I saw that.
And they'd played the extra half hour, but then they had to go and have tea.
Silly.
With 1 required.
So silly.
Yeah.
Just get it done.
There was a test match once, wasn't there, where they sort of went out, it rained, they went out for 20 minutes and then came back in for lunch. Hassan Ali over the wicket to Smith, and Smith again looks to drive down the ground. Doesn't really time this, Jamie Smith.
You can understand the 20 minutes, but for 1 run, you just think...
Get on with it.
Yeah, just get it done, then you can enjoy your tea then. And just
although there's many a freelance journalist that is over the moon when perhaps it's, you know, overnight going into the last day, 5 required and they don't quite get there, and then you have to go back the next day and get paid. As over the wicket again comes Hassan Ali, solidly forward to a slower ball goes Jamie Smith. End of the over. So we think this is the last over before tea, and 120 for 4, sorry, so they trail by 30, and Ben Folkes has 31, and Jamie Smith's on 9.
Yeah, Warwickshire will be hoping they don't get too many, they don't want to be too many behind after that first innings. Obviously only 30 behind.
Well, this session is now 90 for 2, this session.
Yeah, Folkes looks well set now, and even Smith looks like he's timing the ball nicely. Looks much easier to bat now. Looks like it's flattening out a little bit as Hannon Dalby's in, and it's worked into the leg side for no run by Folkes.
So if you sort of went along those lines, it might be, I don't know, 90 for 3 Folkes could go here, but if we're saying 90 in this session, and they're up around that in the last session as well, then Surrey would sort of go into to stumps tonight. They've still batted with a lead of 60.
Yeah.
Handy.
Yeah, they'll want to get a good lead, won't they? Alex Davis in short mid-on, catching as Hannon Dolby's in. Defended straight to Davis there.
This is good from Hannon Dolby because with the way he's got his field set, he's just going to bowl stump to stump here, isn't he?
Yeah.
And try and bring folks' front pad into play.
Absolutely. I think a lot of the time in all forms of cricket, you just think of all these plans, and at the end of the day, just keep it simple. Just bowl at the stumps.
Yes.
Just keep all forms of dismissal in play. As Hannon Dolby's in, bowled a bit shorter this time, and Folks does look to have a little go at it, but not too convincingly. And Burgess takes a good take there behind the stumps. He's standing up.
Made that look very straightforward.
He did, didn't he? I feel all keepers do, don't they? They just make it look so easy, and then
absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Nothing like it, really. Would you like me to vacate, Mr. Eakin? Yes, of course. No, that's fine. This might be the last over before tea, but then again, it might not.
We don't know. We think it's the last one as Hannon Dolby bowls. A bit fuller this time. Defended by Folks. A deep fine, deep square, and a deep point. Still with the 2 slips in. As Hannon Dolby's just walking back to his mark. Quite a few shadows now. Alex Davis is in very tight to the strip, and his shadow is actually on the wicket. Not in the eye line of Folks, I wouldn't have thought. As Hannon Dolby's in. Defended straight to mid-off.
Be a clever trick though, wouldn't it, to get your shadow in the way?
Yeah. If you could come down a little bit.
Got an update to do now. Yeah, Warwickshire's bowlers bowling pretty well here, but they are very much up against it, with Surrey 120 for 4, which means they're only 30 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total. Warwickshire only added 7 runs to their overnight total, with Dan Mosley out for 55. They've chipped away with the ball. Chris Rushworth, particularly impressive, got Dom Sibley for 5 and Rory Burns for 32. Hassan Ali had Ollie Pope out early for 8, and Ollie Hannon Dolby got the wicket most recently of Ryan Patel, but Ben Folks still there on 31. He's done damage to Warwickshire before, the England wicketkeeper, and he's doing so again. And Surrey in a strong position. They haven't got away from Warwickshire, but they're only 30 runs behind now. They go into tea at 120 for 4. And it is tea.
It is tea.
So now we know.
Right.
So we will have 32 overs left when they resume. Officially, the close of play will be 6:30, but clearly we're going to run later than that if the light and weather holds. So we'll take a tea break then, shall we?
Absolutely.
Edgbaston Stadium today. We have a partnership already with Warwickshire and Surrey Cricket Club, and I thought it'd be a brilliant experience for the third year sports journalism students to come along to an actual match, to see the facilities, to meet and see some of the other journalists in action. And the stuff here have been brilliant. You know, Dave allowed us to interview a player. We're going to be speaking to a coach later. So it's really just an opportunity to come here to see some cricket, to put our student, our sports journalists in the environment which we hope that one day they'll be serving in and working in. And it's a bit of a taster, really, just to give them an insight into how a sports journalist behaves during the day, what they do, the kind of work they have to produce, and really a day in the life of a cricket correspondent. Right now we're in the press room at Edgbaston, an absolutely fantastic facility.
I'm here as an experience with the uni, with the course. Interviewing the player was a great experience because it meant I got to understand how it works and how you sort of how to speak to a player one-to-one, because you kind of get a bit starstruck when you're talking to people for the first sort of time. I did a mic replacement at Edgbaston during the summer. It was during the T20 blast, so we came to games and took a few photos for the social media and took a few videos for Instagram. A few of them went out on the stories and all that sort of stuff. When we went and met in the BBC radio studio, so it's good to sort of meet the journalists that were in there and how they work and sort of their practices. So that I could use that in the future if this is sort of the route I take. It's really good that BCU allows me to gain practical experience while I study.
It's just an insight into what goes on, and this is so important to our course because we not only want to skill the sports journalists of tomorrow, but we want to bring them to the actual places where hopefully one day some of them will be working.
Today is our first Bears Business Club sustainability event of 2023. We've got some excellent speakers from Net Zero Now and from Drax. Also Lydia, our sustainability manager here at Edgbaston, talking about our journey and how we're going to get to net zero.
I'm Emily Trad and I'm joining you from Net Zero Now. We're a carbon accountancy and carbon reduction certification platform, and our goal is to help SMEs reach net zero. So today I'm presenting just a bit about the company as a whole and how we are providing a tool for SMEs to get to net zero, what the barriers to entry are and how we're meeting those and creating a sector-specific approach.
My name's Fee Bush and I work for Drax, which is a renewable energy generator supplier, and we're now pioneering BECCS, which is bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. I'm here today to talk about carbon removals and the use of technology in the fight against climate change.
I'm Lydia Carrington. I'm Sustainability Manager here at Edgbaston Stadium, and we have lots of sustainability targets in place that we need to push forward and communicate out to our wider business and network, and really trying to get conversations started around sustainability and getting people talking and engaged.
And he's got another wicket on the reverse. More drama here at Edgbaston.
So this is our junior training session for ages under 9s up to under 14s. It's really just to keep participation going with cricket during the winter. So it's just keeping them involved in cricket, thinking about cricket and as I say, getting ready for the season to start in April. And we have got young lads here who want to go on and play county cricket hopefully and progress into that pathway. So to see somebody from the local area who has made that step up into professional cricket, especially a lad like Rob, is a great inspiration for them. Obviously with the scheme that's helped, we're going to put the money towards having an artificial surface, which will only then increase participation, not only for the club in games and training, but also in the local community, meaning we can hire the venue out and allow access to hopefully schools and other teams in the community as well.
So in that final, you scored 100 and took 2 wickets as England went on to win the first ever World Cup. Can you remember how you felt when you walked out and then scoring that 100 on the way to winning a World Cup?
I was a little bit nervous when I first went out, but then I think with nerves, you play more cautiously. And I was really elated when I came out, particularly because my father was there and greeted me with a rug over his arms. So, yeah. Because he was in his 80s at the time.
Yeah. What was the crowd like that day? Because obviously we've got the Ashes here at Edgbaston this summer and tickets flying for that, and it's going to be so good when we see how many people come and watch that. What was the crowd like then? How much excitement does it give you to know that there's going to be so many youngsters perhaps coming to watch the women play in the Ashes this summer?
It gives me a lot of excitement to know that there'll be more people here this time. And in fact, that they'll bring their children and they'll want to then play. But in fact, when I went out to the middle, I just concentrated on what was going on in the middle. I was very aware when we came off and we were given the medals by Princess Anne. And then I got my MBE and went to and met her there, and that was great. Because I'm talking about the men's cricket. She said, no, I don't mean the men's cricket.
Yeah, and Eve, you play a lot of your cricket, obviously, here with Sparks. This place is sort of steeped in history. Does it make it a bit more special even to know that you're playing this professionalised game now and the likes of Enid have blazed that trail for you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an honour really to be able to play here and know that everything that you guys have done to be able to give us this opportunity to be able to play professional now. I think the way that the women's game's going, it's only going to get better and better, and it's great to see that.
So obviously you played that World Cup final here and you hit 100 in the final. What's it like to then be back at Edgbaston looking at it, knowing that's 50 years ago and seeing all the changes that have happened in that time?
I absolutely adore coming here. And it does bring back very, very happy memories.
It was quite a landmark tournament because it was the first Cricket World Cup ever, men's or women's, and I was watching a daytime quiz show and it came up as a question. It was, when was the first Cricket World Cup held? And lots of people say things, 1975 or whatever.
Slightly strange times we're having in this game. Final session starting at 10 to 5, 32 overs to be bowled. Umpires are walking out to the middle. No one else is. Anyone's told the players. The umpires are there now. Well, we can see the Warwickshire players are in a bit of a team huddle. They know that they need wickets. And they need them pretty quickly, really, with Surrey now just 30 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total. Ben Folkes walks out to the middle. He's been batting nicely. And with him is Jamie Smith. I'm Clive Egan. Eve Jones, Central Smart skipper, is with us.
Yeah, Warwickshire want to get back out there, try and get a couple of early wickets now. As you said, only 30 behind now, sorry, so they won't want them to get too far away from them in this first innings.
You've got the mic now. Do you want to wind up the Northern Diamonds at all with any comments ahead of tomorrow's game?
They're probably not listening, so no, I won't waste my breath.
Chris Rushworth. He's now going to bowl. I think this is the first time he's bowled from the pavilion end.
I feel like he started this end.
Yes, I think you're right. He did, didn't he? Yes, he did. You're quite right. Anyway, he's going to bowl from the pavilion end. He's got a couple of wickets. Ollie Hindorby getting that fourth wicket means those two are level now as top wicket takers for Warwickshire in this early part of the season, 11 apiece.
Yeah, he's bowled beautifully, hasn't he? 2 for 23 off 11 with 3 maidens in there.
Yeah. Any worries anyone might have had that Warwickshire signed him when he was past his best are not proving to materialise at the moment as he comes in to run away from us to bowl to Smith, who drives. That's a lovely shot for nothing. It's very well stopped by Dan Mosley, who immediately has 2 teammates giving him a high five, patting him on the bottom and saying well done.
Yeah, that just said 4 straight off the bat, didn't it? So excellent stop there by Dan Mosley.
I feel a little bit better now after just drop catch earlier on. Derbyshire following on against Durham, and dear me, they're already 21 for 2, so looks like Durham might well be the first winners in this round of matches. Only 5 matches in this round. Rushworth comes into bowl to Smith, who pushes out into the onside for no run.
Folks just doing some stretching at the non-strikers end, stretching them hammies. He's got himself in, he's on 31. Batted patiently. Just tried to build an innings.
Rushworth to Smith. And pitches it up. It's hit in the air and just past the diver. Davis got a hand to it, but not enough to stop it going for 4. It was in the air for a bit. There were a few shouts. In the end, it's proven a good shot for Smith. He gets 4 for that and takes Surrey to 124 for 4. And he's on to 13.
Yeah, Smith's just coming out here. Looks like he's playing a few shots. Being positive. He's got good intent.
Rushworth will try again. That's an accurate delivery, which is just played with an open face of the bat by Smith to backward point.
Yeah, Smith now on to 13. Only faced 19 deliveries.
The rising prospect, 22 years of age now, Epsom born. 6 first-class centuries to his name already in his career. Rushworth bowls to him, he leans back and plays that to Mosley, a more straightforward stop this time for Dan Mosley, and again he executes it well. There's one member of the ground staff sitting on the hover cover. I can't imagine that's, unless there's some, can't always see where all the clouds are coming from, but it might just be because he finds it quite comfortable there, I don't know.
Making the most of this nice weather as well, probably.
Absolutely, yeah. Rushworth. 3 fielders saving the 1-2 slips, and that's pushed out to Mosey. He's been busy this over. It's no run. The 4 off at that over from Smith, and so Surrey 124 for 4.
A few shadows now from the floodlights. Starting to go across the ground. The sun sort of goes behind us here in the main pavilion end.
Got to see Ed Barnard back in the attack.
Change of ends as well for Barnard. Did start at this pavilion end. Just mixing it up a little bit. Folks just marking his guard again. Checking it outside his crease as well. Barnard just getting loose there. Rolling his arm over. 2 fielders out on the boundary. Deep backward square and a deep cover as Barnard's into bowl over the wicket and defended into the leg side by Folks for no run. So 30.5 overs left in the day.
So you think if Surrey managed to bat through to the end of the day, be about 70 ahead, so about 60, 70 ahead.
On a bowls, driven firmly down the ground, but good sprawling stop. I'm not sure who that is, but a mid-on definitely saved at least a couple of runs there. But they do come through for the single. Trying to see who that is. It's quite bright, I can't really see. I'm squinting.
I mean, binoculars a minute ago. What do I do with them? Oh well. Must be looking at them on the other desk. I'll tell you in a minute.
2 slips. As Barnard's in again from the city end. Defended off the front foot into the offside for no run by Smith.
That's Chris Rushworth.
Chris Rushworth. Oh, he's changed his hat. Did have his floppy hat on before.
Can't be throwing himself around though when we need him to bowl.
How many overs has he bowled today? He's bowled really well, hasn't he?
He's bowled 12, yeah, 2 for 27.
As Barnard's in again. Driven firmly to Rushworth as he makes a good stop there. Just diving to his right as he saves the run. Dot ball. I think we've got a man coming over here. I think it's Rhodes coming into like a short mid-wicket catching area. Just to put a bit of pressure, somebody in the eye of Smith as Barnard's in to bowl. A bit shorter this time, and Smith just ducks under it and lets it go through to Burgess behind the stumps.
What Warwickshire haven't really been able to do so far is sort of go bang bang in terms of wickets. I think on 2 occasions Surrey got wickets in consecutive overs. Or 3 occasions actually, they did it again at the end of the innings, so Warwickshire haven't quite managed to do that. I mean, the biggest partnership is only 39.
As Barnard's in for his final ball of the over, and nice and straight and defended by Smith. I think conditions are a little bit different.
Yeah. Well,
from that first innings to this one, obviously blazing sunshine now, end of the over, 125 for 4.
Yeah, Warwickshire coach is understood to have not been overly thrilled that we didn't play in the first hour when it was all right Warwickshire were batting, but they weren't likely to last long, and they would have had Surrey, if we'd started on time, they would have had the best of those bowling conditions for a while at least. However, they're going to make do. They will be conscious that batting tends to get easier, and therefore, even as long as they can bowl Surrey out at some point, they might back themselves to be able to do well in their second innings. Rushworth to Folks. And pitches that one up. Slower ball, I think. It's hit into the ground. Back to Rushworth, who fields off his own bowling.
Looked all very casual, that, didn't it?
It did a bit. Yeah. Old pro Chris Rushworth now, of course. One of those players you wonder. You must feel pretty aggrieved not to play for England. I understand he got close. I've spoken to selectors a couple of times. He did get close. Just never quite got in. Rushworth bowls, and that's driven through the offside by Smith. That's a really good shot. Hassan Ali gives chase. He's got no chance. That was very well timed by Folkes, I should say. And Folkes moves on to 36, 129 for 4.
Yeah, outfield looks a little bit quicker now, doesn't it, than it did this morning. Obviously drying out as the day's gone on. Sunshine as well.
Yeah, Chris Rushworth never played for England. 157 first-class games. He's got 612 wickets at 22.5 average. He bowls now to Folkes. That's going down the leg side. Do you know what? If there were cameras here, you'd look at that, wouldn't you? Because Folkes playing forward and his back foot did leave the ground for a moment. Burgess whipped the bells off. No chance at all of the square leg umpire being able to be anything like sure that the foot was off the ground at the critical moment. But I expect we'd be on to our 4th replay now if we had almost call it VAR there, but you know what I mean. This is Clive Aiken at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are in need of wickets. Surrey 129 for 4, replying to Warwickshire's total of 150. They have bowled well, Warwickshire. Batting conditions have probably got a little bit better, though, and Ben Folkes is holding them up. He looks very good for his 37. Chris Rushworth has been particularly impressive. He's taken 2 of the wickets to fall so far. There's been no big partnership so far, but Surrey are working their way towards Warwickshire's first innings total. They're 130 for 4, trailing by 20. Almost forgot that one. Rushworth bowls, and that's played up to the onside for no run. Well, there we are. So the news came to me, and then she started reading the sports headlines, and she said, and Warwickshire's second 11 had chased, and then they switched it off. I was like, actually, I'd quite like to know that. I could report that. Never mind.
They're playing down at Guildford?
Guildford, yeah. Right. I'll see if I can find a score. It is on the website, but I actually found it by accident earlier, and I can't find it again. Rushworth to bowl, and that's defended. There's no run. Oh, there we go. So, it's not looking good for Warwickshire now. They're 203 for 8. They require another 112 to win. And George Maddie's at the crease at the moment. Let's have a look. So, yeah, he's 27, not out. Half century by Ethan Brooks, but McCurr in the wickets, 5 for 28 for him. Conor McCurr. I better look that up now, hadn't I?
I think Ed Barnard's going to continue. Sorry.
Well, that's a first for the season. I was actually right. It is Conor. I thought it was.
Into his 9th over, as he's over the wicket and defended by Folkes. Yeah, looks like it's just flattened out a little bit, the wicket. Looks a little bit easier now. Deep cover on the boundary for Folkes as Barnard turns and approaches and balls, and just off the outside edge of the bat, I think, just trickles to point. No run. Things just seem to just slow down a little bit here now.
Yeah,
do with another wicket just to fire things up again. As Barnard is driven firmly by Folkes, but doesn't beat the man at short extra cover. Will Rhodes doing the fielding then.
Sorry, they've approached us pretty well, haven't they? They They're not scoring to the lightning rate at all, but they're not getting bogged down. Just gradually working their way towards Warwickshire's total.
Yeah, still 20 behind Warwickshire. Obviously 6 wickets in hand as Barnard bowls. Oh, and it's beaten the outside edge. Looks like a really good delivery there by Ed Barnard. Goes through to Burgess. Folks just having a wander down, doing a bit of gardening. Every now and then there's a little something, isn't there, like just goes past the outside edge, but...
Yeah. Perhaps not as frequent as earlier, but
No.
it's still happening occasionally, isn't it?
As Barnard's in again. Oh, that just stay low, or...?
I think it did, yeah.
They just did well in the end. It just seemed to just roll to him. That's interesting then. For the bowlers, they'll be...
Then folks just tapping that part of the pitch with the bat. I have no idea whether that helps at all.
Well, the previous one seemed to carry through nicely and go past the outside edge, and that one just seemed to just die in the pitch as Barnard bowls again. Driven firmly. Oh, it's a great stop. Sprawling stop there by, I think it's Ollie Helen Dalby. He just sticks an arm out and saves what probably would have been 4. And that completes the over, 130 for 4. Some good fielding here by some of the tall quicks, putting their body on the line.
He just raised both arms there, Ollie Helen Dalby, as if to say, how about that then? How about that for a stop? So just 20 behind now, Surrey. And Warwickshire's first innings total. Warwickshire all out for 150. Dan Mosley couldn't add to his overnight total for 57. Dan Worrell got the last 2 wickets this morning to finish with 4. Rushworth now to Smith. So 2 slips in place. Wicketkeeper up to the stumps. That's driven into the ground. Rushworth is unable to stop it, but Hassan Ali cuts it off at mid-off. He then makes a suggestion on the fielding placements, which doesn't look as if it's been heeded. Although Will Rose is having a chat with Alex Davis, so perhaps he's saying, what do you think? Think he's right? No, let's give it as is. So, Rushworth in, and that's defended by Smith. So he's got 2 slips, going to backward point. Cover is quite close, mid-off, mid-on. And then 2 on the leg side. One's just sort of in front of square leg, a bit deeper, and then the mid-wicket Will Rose is just about 3 pitches away. Fielder on the boundary is down on the back of square leg boundary. Rose again having a chat with Davis. Rushworth. And again pitches it up. Smith defends it. Into the ground, goes through to the wicket keeper.
I think the good thing, obviously Warwickshire aren't taking wickets, but they are being able to contain the Surrey batsmen. They're not bowling loose deliveries, not allowing them to get away too much. They're bowling tight lines. Sometimes when not a lot's happening, you just got to try and create pressure by having a few quiet overs, bowling some dots.
Rushworth into bowl, and that's run down to 3rd for a single. Tight Lines, that was the name of a fishing program I used to have to record right at the start of my career when I worked for commercial radio. I used to have to visit this rather elderly chap. He was obviously an expert in fishing, and he'd ramble away. And we put that on the air and called it Tight Lines. I had no clue what they were talking about, to be honest, but...
Couldn't imagine commentating on fishing.
No. Rushworth in, that's defended again by Folks. Yes, I've done quite a lot of sports in my all too long career in terms of live commentary.
What's been the most fun?
I'm just trying to think now. I mean, I think the ones I enjoy most are the cricket, to be honest. But it's quite nice doing something different. I've done just a couple of tennis. Just quite nice doing a different sport. Just for, I did hold up a Davis Cup tie once on my reporting. Rushworth comes into bowl, playing out to mid-off. There's no run. I was way up on the goals at the NEC, but apparently they could hear me down on the court, so I got a bit of a glare from. I can't remember. Might have been Andy Murray. 131 for 4. I've even done a little bit of netball commentary, not much, but a little bit.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, we had a netball franchise in our area in Coventry, Warwickshire, in the form of Wasps, but sadly they've gone now, which is a shame.
Barnard's going to continue into his 10th over. He's gone for 19. 2 maidens in there. As he's over the wicket, driven into the gap. Not going to run away to the boundary, I don't think, but they will pick up 2. As Smith now moves on to 60. Or is it updated?
I mean, this is not a thriller minute from Surrey, but it's very effective.
Yeah, it's going to start frustrating the Warwickshire bowlers, isn't it? Not a lot's happening as Barnard's into ball. Flicked into the leg side. Oh, just bounced just in front of, I think it's Dan Mosley there. And 1 bounce. We're interested for a second, but no chance of a catch.
Looks like a good low-scoring game at Lords, where Middlesex were 176 for 7, replying to Kent's 186.
As Barnard's in again, and he bowls and just worked into leg side. A few hands on the heads by the Warwickshire fielders. No run. 2 mid-wickets in. The captain in a little bit closer, putting a bit of pressure on. Barnard just walks back to his mark, and he comes hard length into the pitch and just defended quite comfortably there by Smith. Down to, I think it's Rushworth. At mid-on.
Gosh, big score in the IPL game today. Lucknow Super Giants 257 for 5. Blimey.
Imagine going out to bat chasing that down. As Barnard bowls. A bit shorter this time, and it's been pulled out aerially to the square leg boundary, and Smith picks up 4 runs. A little bit short there from Barnard, and I don't think there was enough pace just to trouble him too much. Smith moves on to 20 now. Played that with quite good control. He was in the air, but that's absolutely fine. The man's in pretty close next to the umpire. Final ball over for Barnard. He comes in, driven firmly down the ground. That's a lovely looking shot there by Smith. The chase is on, 2 men after it. I'm not sure who's going to win. I think the ball's going to win. That's a beautifully timed drive there by Smith as he moves to 24. That's a good over for Surrey. We were just saying about Warwickshire not being able to get wickets but trying to contain the score, but that was 8 runs off that over. The score now moves on to 141 for 4.
Yeah, Sam Curran would have enjoyed that run fest. He went for 1 for 38 in his 3 overs, so he certainly, in fact, he was actually the second most economical bowler. Liam Livingston bowled 1 over for 19. Marcus Stoyner scored 72 off 40 balls. Kyle Mayers 54 off 24. 14 sixes in the innings. Punjab Kings are 13 for 1 in the 3rd in reply. I mean, you might as well go home. They're not going to get that, are they?
That's the thing. How are you going to get yourself into a state where, like, right, we're going to chase that down?
Yes.
I know it can happen. It's been done. You've got to go from ball one, haven't you?
You do, yeah. So, Chris Rushworth to bowl. How would you do it as captain if your team was having to chase such a huge total as that?
Just send everyone out to slot. I'll get Izzy Wong in.
Rushworth bowls, and that's played out to mid-off for no run by Folks. I mean, you do occasionally get, don't you, usually when a team scores huge numbers in the first innings, that the team batting second gets nowhere near and it's there. But just occasionally, I suppose on the nothing to lose approach, you do find that the team batting second gets for a huge score as well.
Yeah, I think it's either going to be a really good game or a really poor chase.
Yeah.
So obviously you've got to take a lot of risks from ball one, really, haven't you? You haven't got time to give yourself a minute to get in.
Rushworth bowls, and that's defended solidly by Folks, who's on 37 and has got Surrey to within 9 runs now of Warwickshire's first innings total. Somebody will look to try and go on and get into a dominant position. Try and bowl Warwickshire out third innings. Rushworth. Well, she's straight down the leg side. It's helped on its way by Folks. Ollie Highland-Dalby comes into field. It'll just be 1 run. 142 for 4. County champions Surrey up against the previous county champions.
Yeah, Warwickshire had that almighty great escape end of last season, didn't they, to stay in the division after winning it the year before.
Well, it's been incredible last day of the seasons, 2 seasons in a row for Warwickshire, and there's Rushworth comes into bowl, that's defended, and clinching the championship against the odds against Somerset on the final day was quite spectacular. And then that incredible day. Were you here for that, Hampshire?
I was here for the first 3 days.
Oh, right.
I couldn't do the last day, but...
Yeah. Well, I was the opposite. I popped over for the last day. It wasn't actually... It was Richard Wilford who was on commentary, but I managed to persuade powers to be to let me do my sports bulletins from here on that final day. Rushworth to Smith, who drives it to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, I just remember watching that last session behind a cushion at home. Just there was quite a few viewers watching the stream.
There were, yeah, and listening to us as well. Yeah. Watching. Yes, a lot of interest. A lot of interest from Yorkshire as well. They won't have enjoyed it very much.
Yeah, it was. It was a big game, wasn't it? All around the country, there was just so much that could have happened.
Yeah, Rushworth comes in. The 2 fielders now, that's mid-on position. As Rushworth comes into Folks, who defends that. I mean, it doesn't always happen, but when you can get to a last day of the season, the championship, and there's lots still at stake, then it can be absolutely enthralling. 142 for 4. Sorry, they trail by 8.
Yeah, I think it just showed how great the county championship really is. I think obviously just go through the season, and then you get to a game like that to seal the deal. I think it was just really exciting to watch. Maybe not if you're Yorkshire, but I think for the neutral as well. I think so much entertainment in that last day. As Barnard's in again for his 11th over, and outside the off stump and left alone by Folks.
I must admit, I don't think it was until probably about the 8th wicket fell that I actually thought they might actually do this here. Throughout, I was thinking, well, this is a great effort, but they're just going to end up just short.
Yeah, I seem to remember we lost a lot of play the
previous
couple of days.
Well, they only set about 130 to win or something, wasn't it?
That was it. The declaration that everyone was like, oh. as Barnard bowls and Folkes defends into the offside for no run.
Yeah, they were bowled out in the end, but word has it they weren't actually going to bat much longer anyway. They were going to declare and set a ridiculous target. But I think the thinking partly was the Hampshire only needed a draw to finish second, so they had to set them something which made them almost obliged to go for it.
Yeah.
Rather than just pad out for the draw.
Yeah, it's a great game. As Barnard's in again. Defending in the offside. Folkes thinks about a run, but Alex Davis is there doing the fielding.
It cost Hampshire a few bob as well, because they missed out on the second place prize money.
Oh, that's it, yeah.
Which is quite significant.
Lots to play for. That's Ollie Derby just doing a few warm-up stretches there at mid-off as Barnard's into ball, defended, and they do scamper a little quick single there. Nicely played by Folkes into the offside. He now moves on to 39. That mid-wicket field is now going to a square leg, 3/4 of the way out to the boundary. It's a fine leg as well.
It's biggest partnership of the innings so far, this now, 44 added. Haven't had a 50 partnership in the game.
And comes Barnard again. Big flashing drive, but doesn't really go anywhere by Smith. He was practicing that shot, trying to get that a bit more through the covers, but no real timing in that one. Some of the coaching staff just having a little wander around the pitch. And as Barnard's in, final ball of the over. Banged in short this time, and Smith allows that one to go over his head, ducks under it. Doesn't fancy taking that one on. 143 for 4.
Well, Ollie Dolby removes his sweater and sunglasses. He's going to come into the attack, bowling this time from the pavilion end. Did get the last wicket to fall, that of Ryan Patel. Caught at second slip by Sam Hain for 27. Let's say 44. Addison's biggest partnership of the match so far is 48. For the 7th wicket between Chris Woakes and Dan Mosley in the Warwickshire innings. But this one is close to passing that now. Come on, Ollie. This is one of the fielders. Stands tall, number 20 on his back.
Is there a change of end for
Yes,
Ollie as well?
so, yes, certainly from his last spell. I can't remember what he's bowled from this end yet. He bowls accurately enough, and it's defended for no run.
Yeah, bowlers have been happy to swap ends, change it up. I think sometimes you have players that get very set on which end they want to bowl, don't they? And it can make life a bit more tricky as captain. You have to try and fit them all in from the ends they prefer.
Alan Dolby bowls, and it's a run, attempt to run it down to third. Actually doesn't get it past second slip. Played it down to the ground, folks. It was a safe enough shot. Sam Hain diving to his right, made the stop, prevented it going down towards the boundary.
Yeah, saved a couple there, didn't he?
Yes, Warwickshire's fielding has been pretty good. Just that one drop catch, can't recall. I can't recall either side, I think, making fielding errors. Chris Woakes appears to be limbering up, so we might see him shortly. Hannah Dolby bowls, and that's played to Woakes at mid-on for no run. Folkes to Woakes again. Just needs Stokes in the game.
I know, then it'll make it really confusing for us.
I did notice in the commentator he did spot at a football match, championship match I saw the other day, where we had Hedges on one side and Benson on the other. Hannah Dolby
bowls, and that's in the air and caught, and he gets the leading edge, has played straight to Will Rhodes at mid-wicket, and it's Ben Folkes. That's a massive wicket for Warwickshire, and it's Hannon Dalby who makes the breakthrough, and it's 143 for 5, and Folkes looks very disappointed. It's a fairly tame dismissal, really, given how well he played and how well set he was, but maybe it just shows that it's still not that easy out there. He goes for 39, and that was his 100th delivery. Could be disappointed there, Ben Folkes.
Yeah, he's giving catching practice there to, was it Will Rhodes that takes the catch? Very simple catch there at mid-wicket for Rhodes. But big wicket there for Warwickshire. That's the one they'll want. It's obviously, Folkes can be very destructive with the bat. He'll be disappointed. He's done all the hard work, hasn't he? He's got himself in 39, 100 balls.
So once again, no one can manage a 50 partnership. That's the third partnership to get into the 40s in the match. Plus there's been a 39, I think, but no one's quite managed to get to 50.
Still 7 behind Warwickshire. Warwickshire's total even.
Cameron Steele heads out to the middle. And well, Hannon Dalby, he's having a personal battle with Chris Rushworth. He's back ahead on wickets for the season. Just keeps taking them. So 2 slips in place for Steele. He's wearing a sweater as well.
The bowling change does it for Warwickshire, doesn't it?
It does. In comes Hannon Dalby. It's right time over. It's a nice drive by Steele, but well fielded off his own bowling. I wonder whether Chris Rushworth will get a ball at Steele. They'll know each other well from Durham.
Big breakthrough that for Warwickshire. Try and pick another off relatively soon. I think that's what they struggled with, isn't it? Trying to get back-to-back wickets. They've got a wicket and then they've got a partnership.
Hannon Dalby balls defended solidly by Steele. Steele defence, you might say. 143 for 5. I think I should have an update to do at 5:30. After I've done that, I'll bring Mark in. Well, if it was a 1 innings match now, I suppose Warwickshire would be saying, well, you never know. You never know, we might. There's only 7 behind now, Surrey.
Change of bowling at the City end. I think it's Wokes coming in to replace Barnard.
Not got a wicket yet, Chris Folkes, although he's been very economical.
Yeah, he's bowled 11 overs, none for 23. 2 maidens in there. As he's just making his final preparations with his run-up. 2 slips ready. Ollie Hannon Dalby down here in front of us at deep fine. And Mosley at deep square, 3/4 of the way back. And that catching mid-wicket in as Wokes is in to bowl from the City end. Hits him on the pad. Shout for LBW, but I think that was sliding down.
Well, certainly the way he played it, wasn't he? Trying to flick it down the leg side.
And they do come through for a single leg by. Brings the new batsman Steele onto face. A couple of field changes here. I think they're bringing another slip in. And Mosley coming across into that 3rd slip region.
Because it is possible, won't we do at 5:30? I haven't heard anything yet, but I'll hang on just in case.
As Wokes is in, left alone by Steele, goes through to Burgess. I think they're having a look at the ball potentially. Wokes has come together with the umpire. Rhodes is there as well. They're just having a look. I think the umpires are coming together now. I think we jinxed it.
Oh, what's happening?
The balls.
Oh, the ball. Oh. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention there for a moment. Oh, well, yes. Well, I suppose it's lasted reasonably well.
What's that? 58.2 overs.
Yeah.
Ali Hannon will be bringing the box of balls out to umpire.
I'm going to risk. I've only got 1 more minute. I'm going to risk bringing Mark in. If Mark suddenly hears a bit of cue, as we call it in the business, he'll wave at me frantically, I'm sure. Or he can always do the report.
Just a bit of a delay here while they find a suitable ball.
It's taking a while, but there we are. Silver case of balls is returned by Olian and Dolby. He'd probably quite like that last ball. It got him a wicket.
I was going to say, I bet he'll won't be too fussed about trying to change the ball.
Okay, well, I'm going to bring Mark in here now, and hopefully he'll just have to. You do impersonations, don't you? You can manage me, I'm sure.
Wokes just shining this new ball up. Replacement ball as he comes in again to bowl to Steele. Left alone. Looks like he got a nice bit of shape on that going away from the batsman. Burgess diving in front of that first slip to take that one.
Good time to get Ben Folkes.
Absolutely, they'll be pleased with that one, won't they?
Absolutely. Basically, it's exactly what we said with Ollie Hannon Dolby. Just be Clive Eakin. Well, 144 for 5 now are Surrey, and Warwickshire have just picked up a really big wicket. That of Ben Folkes, who's playing very nicely. He's gone for 39. Ollie Hannon Dolby with the wicket in his 100th first-class game. Ben Folkes flicking a ball straight to Will Rhodes, the captain, and going for 39. This all in reply to Warwickshire's 150, so Surrey 148 for 5. They trail Warwickshire by 2 runs. Thank you very much indeed. That was my best impression of Mr. Clive Eakin there. And anybody needs me, I am available for any sort of impression. Lovely shot there from Cameron Steele while I was being Clive Eakin. So yes, that was so we got there. There's some delays as well on the M42 if anybody's interested, as Chris Wokes is coming in over the wicket now to Cameron Steele. I've got no idea what's going on. I was about to ask Eve a very hard-hitting, pertinent question, and it's Kevin Howes.
Well, so what was the question?
Well,
don't go, Eve. Don't go away.
I was going to ask about Ollie Hannon Dolby's wicket of Ben Folkes, going stump to stump and having the short mid-wicket in there and getting through the shot a bit too early.
She's still listening, and she thinks you're very clever.
Well, are you doing an impression of Eve now,
yes,
like I did
right.
of Clive? Right, excellent.
We're both from Shropshire, you know that,
This is like stars in your eyes.
We're two
As over the wicket comes Chris Wokes, and this is left alone by Cameron Steele. Tonight, Matthew, I'll be Clive Eakin, and that's taken by Burgess away to his right-hand side. End of the over. Hello, Kevin Howes. Lovely to have you with us. Surrey trail by 2.
I was slightly duped. I was asked, do I want to join in the commentary? And I thought I was going on with Eve, and then it turns out I'm on with you.
Well,
by
sorry
which time
about
I
that.
couldn't say no.
Right. It's lovely to see you. And all bubbling up rather nicely, because we've still got 22 overs to go today. So we just had a bit of a delay for the ball, which they've changed now.
Are you happy with that hour delay this morning, Mark?
Absolutely over the moon, because it wasn't raining and we could have been playing cricket.
Alan Dalby runs away from us in bowls on the leg side and just clipped away out of the reach, quickly past the keeper. It's going to be a byes, nothing on it, flows straight past. Keeper couldn't grab hold of it, but it is to the boundary, and it brings up the 150, brings up the lead. 152 for 5 and a lead of 2 runs here.
Yeah, and
it is bubbling up nicely.
It is bubbling up nicely. Any lead's a good lead, they always say. So Surrey have a lead of 2, and still with 21 overs after this one to go today. If Surrey are still batting at stumps tonight, which is what their aim will be, they'll be in a handy position at stumps this evening.
They will definitely, yeah. 2 slips, but the keeper is standing up. For Hannon Dalby coming into Bolter Smith, who's on 24, gets a solid bat on that, as you'll be able to hear very clearly. Back up to the tall figure of Hannon Dalby, who reaches down from that great height to pick up the ball. A little bit of a shine put on it now, but I think we're going to be okay, light-wise and everything today. And the breeze, well, it does seem to be a bit of a breeze out there. The temperature officially is up around the heady heights of 16 and 17 degrees, which is some contrast from what we've had over the last couple of weeks. As Hannon Dalby bowls again just back of a length and comes down fairly late on it, Smith, almost to the point where I think off the bat, it's not come off the bottom, it's sort of come about 2/3 of the way up as he brought his bat down on it.
It's interesting, there is still something there for the bowlers, because that one has just nipped back at Jamie Smith. It's been, you know, if you think Mosley's the top scorer in the game so far with 55, it shows how tricky batting has been so far in this game.
Hannon Dalby, the little skip. I love the skip at the start of the run up, and he's in now. He's in past the umpire, bowls full right on the toes, clipped away out there on the leg side behind square, onside for a single, and Smith will move to 25, and the score up to 153 for 5 now. Say approaching the close, we're still some way off, but we're late in the day. It's only time-wise for this second day of round 4 of the Insurance County Championship. And when you do put it in the context of, by the end of April, Sunday, 4 rounds of Championship cricket already will have been completed. Hannon Dalby,
in a week.
A bit of a shuffle. In past the umpire, in bowls. Oh, and that's a lovely delivery. Pitch nice and full, just a little bit of movement and a little bit of lift up into the keeper's gloves. Testing stuff, this.
Yeah, good.
Testing stuff.
Good from Hannon Dalby. He is a very, very good bowler, Ollie Hannon Dalby. Still getting used to his new haircut.
It's a beautiful thing. It is a thing of beauty.
From a distance, I did think it sort of had his hair dyed blonde.
Yeah.
But actually, he's taken the lot off.
Yeah. And it looks good. I think it's the way to go, Chechi. Hannon Dalby again. Arms flaying around really as he comes in and bowls. I mean, it's the most ungainly look as he comes in, approaches, but so effective into the keeper's gloves again. No run to finish off the over. 153 for 5, and that's a lead of 3 runs.
3 runs.
Steele on 4, Smith on 25. I don't know why I delay, because there are very few occasions when I'll be able to tell you what the lead is. As simple as that, but it is 3.
Well, if they went at 2 and over, that would be another 42 runs. So that lead would be 45 by tonight. And the only reason I say 2 and over is that's all we've really been going at so far in the game. No one's really got going as yet. Jamie Smith, the man on strike on 25 from 47 deliveries. It's Chris Wokes from the Birmingham end coming over the wicket to Smith, and Smith's up on his toes. Pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. But it's a fascinating game, this, and we're going to be pretty advanced when we get to stumps tonight.
Pretty advanced, and if you're a Warwickshire supporter, I don't think you're going to be particularly confident of things. I think, as you say, this lead could be a testing one, or look quite testing even by the close today. Weather forecast a bit iffy over the weekend, but we'll worry about that when it comes.
Forward goes Smith, little inside edge onto his front pad. That rolls away into the offside. Out there to short extra cover. And there is no run, but again, it's good bowling from Chris Wokes. Goes stump to stump again, which is what we've seen throughout the game, really. Ollie Hannon-Dalby's down there. Was it about this time last year? He had all his umbrellas up and ice buckets to keep himself cool in the heat. Do you remember when it was really hot? Was that May last year? Hottest day ever. As over the wicket comes Chris Wokes, and that's a short ball, and he waits for this Jamie Smith and just tucks it into the leg side, takes a single, moves on to 26, 154 for 5.
What you going on about, Churchy? We were here first week of April last year, so I think it wasn't.
No, I mean there was a game here.
Oh, when you saw a photograph?
Where I saw a photo, and
right.
it was the hottest day ever.
Okay.
And what he did very cleverly was he had some of those big umbrellas up, ready for him, and buckets of ice.
Yeah.
So when he went down to his fielding position, he could stand under an umbrella and put his head in a bucket of ice to keep himself cool. Over the wicket comes Wokes once again to Cameron Steele, beats him on the outside edge. Lovely length delivery that. And Cameron Steele, who is in very good form with the Willow, is Cameron Steele, of course, with that 100 in the opening game, 143 not out. Against Lancashire at Old Trafford, and in the game against Hampshire, Cameron Steele just 11 in the first innings, made 31 in the second innings against Lancashire, as Chris Wokes is in over the wicket to Cameron Steele, and Steele's letting this one go outside his off stump, and that wasn't too far away from his off stump from the reaction of Wokes and Burgess, and the slip cordon, hands on heads.
Where's Robert? Where's Mark Robinson? You know when we saw him run onto the field earlier today
with the ball.
With the ball, that was all apparently very innocent. We thought we were witnessing scenes, but it was still quite funny. But he positions himself around the ground in the hope, belief
that Warwickshire backroom stuff.
Wherever he is, he's going to get a wicket.
Yeah. As in over the wicket comes Wokes, goes wider of the crease, and that one just goes away from Cameron Steele. He has nothing to do with it. Burgess takes it away to his right. End of the over, 154 for 5. Steele has 4, Smith has 26. Surrey lead by 4 on this second afternoon. I love a cricketing superstition. I love it when people don't move from their seats, or they're in a position and someone's going well and they won't move. There was a video when England were on tour in the West Indies. I can't remember who was trying to get to their 100, but there was a gentleman who really desperately needed to get to the loo, but he was refusing to move, and the relief on his face when you've never seen anyone move so quick.
You've got to worry about humanity at those times. That's a defensive shot, push back up to bowler Hannon-Dalby by Smith.
But anybody,
you got to go, Mark. Come on now.
Anybody who's ever played cricket will know that at certain times nobody is allowed to move from where they are if the team are going well. You cannot move, and if it's not evil nod at that, yes, there you are. You see. So wherever you're sat, you're not allowed to move.
Members of your family and friends, they have to stay where they are when you're sitting on night
with the team.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Hannon-Dalby, sun shining beautifully here in Birmingham, and that has been. I've started with that been punched on the offside. It's actually on the onside. There to mid on.
My dear old dad, he used to do that when I played. Now I never really scored many runs.
It didn't help you, did
it? But he used to sit himself on his own because he didn't like to be distracted, and then he wouldn't move. He would not move.
No.
For anything or anyone. No. And it didn't happen very often if I scored any runs, but he would not move from that position.
Come back to that in a second, because Hannon-Dalby waits for no man or woman as Smith is on 26 and defends it back to Hannon-Dalby.
Oh.
What was your highest score, Mark?
Oh, I've got no idea.
Oh, come now.
No, got no idea at all.
What's your highest score, Jonesy? In what you might call
in proper cricket.
Yeah.
Jonesy, in proper cricket.
Is this not the telltale of good players like yourself, both of you good players, that you can't remember, whereas those bog standard players always can remember their scores?
I think Eve's on a different level to.
Well, I know that. Hannon-Dalby, Yorker length delivery. It's dug out. We can probably look this up for Eve. We can't look it up for you, Churchy.
No.
It might be a what? 115 on 1.
There are, you see.
You look at it. You've got it up the net.
Yeah, I can find that.
Whilst I
hang on.
finish this over, see if she was close. I'm not too sure if she's being modest or whether she genuinely doesn't know. I don't know. 2 slips meantime back here. Warwickshire versus Surrey. 2 teams that have made good starts to the season. What's going to give in this one? Well, it's Hannah Dalby bowling to Smith now on 26. Good full delivery just there, back the off stump and really fended away by Smith. Into the offside for no run. I say the sun appears and it disappears as quickly as well, and I reckon when it does pop behind a cloud again, it probably does get just a little bit nippy and chilly out there when the sun does disappear, but I think we're going to be okay. One thing that, and I know this is not new and unique in Birmingham, but I've been amazed by the number of gulls that have been around. We had a real invasion of them at one point yesterday. Here we are, centre of the country. The old gulls around, and that is pushed into the offside. There'll be no run to come from that last ball of that over. 154 for 5, and I know that it's for that reason that you don't call them seagulls. Okay, I get that. Over in old Shropshire and Shrewsbury, I used to be amazed how many used to be flying in there early in the morning tide. And of course the old tale used to be if they're around here, it must be rough at sea. That's what the old tale used to be. But I don't know if that's the case, but there's been a lot of gull noise, and just seeing a few fly around as well. Anyway.
Oh, here we are. Right.
You got it?
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
115 not out.
There we are. When and where?
Oh, that bit I haven't got.
Oh.
What I have got is there's 500s and 1550s, and in T20, this one's left alone by Cameron Still.
Yeah.
Good length delivery from Chris Wokes. Yeah. In T20, 1450s.
Yeah.
Highest score of 93 not out. Averaging with the bat in T20 is 25.21.
Oh yeah.
34.80.
Yeah.
And then with the ball, well, no, best bowling. Hang on, 6 for 29.
Wow.
There we go.
Back in the day.
Forward comes Cameron Still.
How old are you?
One out into the offside, and there's
30?
no run.
You can't say back in the day when you're 30.
No, you can't really.
No, you can't be saying that. You can't be going. You're too young to be back. Hey?
In the Shropshire days.
Shropshire, oh, they're the best days.
Yes.
The Shropshire days.
Back in the Shropshire days.
Very, very proud of our county here. Well, I am. And for that reason, I support the county football team, unlike some people.
Wait, once again, does the right-handed Cameron Still. As Wokes is in, and this one climbs outside the off stump. The other thing I do remember about strange cricketing superstitions, and unfortunately the old man's still not with us, but he also, the other thing he used to do was, if I did all right with the bat, he would wear the same clothes the next game. The whole lot. And there was one summer, halcyon summer, where I did all right, actually, to be fair.
Playing for whom?
I'm not telling anybody that information, but what I am going to say is quite enough sting. As in over the wicket comes Wokes, and this one's turned away to the leg side, and the relief, I think, from Mum when I was out for not too many.
Oh, is your mum listening now?
Yes, probably, yeah.
Well, she's not going to like tales of family going out smelling. Surely the clothes were washed in between.
No, not at all. That was his superstition.
Oh, they weren't not only to wear them, but he wasn't out to wash them.
But now there was a reason over that summer why he sat on his own quite a lot.
Are you making this up?
I promise you not. 155 for 5. I promise you not. 155 for 5. As in over the wicket comes Chris Wokes. Short one. Oh, now I tell you what, he was thinking of hooking that, Jamie Smith, but it was a bit quicker than he expected. And in the end, he was down on one knee.
Hooking it off his knees.
Absolutely. Just hurried him up a touch, that one. Good bit of bowling from Chris Wokes. It's nicely poised, this, at the moment. The lead is 5 for Surrey.
It is.
And we've still got, after this one, probably about an hour of cricket tonight. So there is plenty still to happen.
If you're Warwickshire, you're thinking there's not much more we could be doing, aren't you?
No, I think they bowled brilliantly. I think they bowled really, really well again here. As Wokes is over the wicket once again to Smith, and Smith is forward. And he'll get a single down into the leg side. Jamie Smith will move on to 27. 156 for 5. And there are 18 overs remaining today, and the lead for Surrey is 6.
It is indeed, as you say. For these overs remaining.
I told you about
two or three wickets, and it could all change. Anyway, back to you, Mark.
No. I was going to tell you about a wicket keeper I played with who was absolutely awful.
Oh dear!
But he was very good at organising the team. And whenever he got hit in his abdominal guard, either keeping or batting, he had an old tin one which looked like a colander.
2 slips for Hannon Dolby going in out to Smith on 27. Another delivery which just lifts up into the keeper's gloves.
He would get the bowler to sign it. You see, well, and the only reason I mention this is cricket only breeds this. No, it does.
Especially have some strange friends.
Evil know what I'm talking about. People have strange superstitions with cricket.
Not that strange, though, eh? Not that strange, no. She's just been trying to be kind to you now, Georgie. No. She is. She's never come across such madness. Off he goes again. Hannon Dolby coming into bowl to Smith, who's on 27. Bowl's a little bit shorter this time, but still a good length. And into the gloves of the keeper, who's already been referenced as being a really good keeper, tidy keeper. Burgess. What's the problem?
Mummy's listening.
Exactly.
Yeah, they are.
She's not liking these tales.
I'm sure she is. I'm sure they're bringing back memories for her.
What smelly clothes?
Yes.
Anyway.
Here we are. Yep. And he always wore his blue jumper. So there you are. There you go.
Hannon Dolby to Smith. In bowls and defended back to the bowler. Hello.
There you go. I wasn't allowed to wash that either until you were out, it says. There you go. So he always wore his blue jumper.
Hello to Church's mum. It's nice, isn't it, when the mum listens? Yeah. Your family been listening, Jonesy, to what you've been banging on about? Your sister has. That's nice, yeah. That's nice.
Very good.
Yeah. So that's 2 listeners we've had.
Absolutely.
That's 2 listeners.
That's good.
Yes. Terrific. Hannon Dolby, a little bit of a shuffle. Comes in again. 156 for 5 the score. Hannon Dolby to Smith. Bowls now round about leg stump, and that's a lovely looking shot out there. That's going to be 4 runs through mid wicket from Smith. He'll be grateful for that, being able to play that sort of shot every now and then. Just feel a little bit better than just being constantly under a bit of a barrage here. But he moves to 31 and the score to 160 for 5, which is 10 runs in front.
He's actually looked pretty fluent today, hasn't he, Jamie Smith? He's been very quick to pounce on anything that's been slightly offline. He does play some gorgeous shots.
I think that's reading 62 balls for that 31 at the moment.
So going at a run every other ball.
Yeah. Hannon Dolby back again. Into bowl to Smith, who drives on the offside this time, but good grab and roll and a tumble from the fielder there. In the covers.
Amazing change in the weather, isn't it?
Oh, it is for this time of year, Mark.
Well, compared to what we had this time yesterday, Kevin, I mean.
Oh, this time yesterday.
Yes. I think it was about this time yesterday. I was shouting.
Where was I yesterday?
Interviewing Kemar Roach.
Why did you take him outside?
Because we went on the bell because they wanted a backdrop shot of the ground.
Well, you were being blamed for making that decision. As Kemar walked past me, he was shaking his head. Hannon Dolby in bowls full, driven, lovely, glorious. Cover drive out there to our left, to his right, over the boundary rope now. Through extra cover, 4 more. Couple of boundaries there, that over. 164 for 5. Smith is on 35 and Steele sitting there on 5 at the moment. And this lead is 40 runs, so a lovely couple of shots there.
Yeah, and again it was just slightly over pitched and he's pounced and jumped all over it, Jamie Smith, and it's a really, really nice looking shot that. Ah, there, thank you, Malcolm. There's that's what I was talking about. On Twitter he sent me a picture of Ollie Hannon Dolby on the hottest day ever, standing under his umbrella with his trouser legs rolled up and the ice next to him to keep cool. See?
Yeah, thin legs those, aren't they?
So there we go. So that I think that's good thinking from Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Do you think he thought that himself ahead of the...
Well, he knew he was going to be... It was
I was at Chester Street that
It was
day.
hot that day as well.
It was a one-day international up at Chester Street that day.
Chris Rokes from the Birmingham end, and this is off a thickish edge, running away down towards third man, and they will pick up a couple here. So Cameron Steele moves on to 7 and 166 for 5. I remember interviewing Hashim Amla after that day and thinking he'll say it wasn't that hot compared to where he's back. But he said it was really hot back in South London because there was no breeze at all.
It's a different heat. I mean, that's the story that we were telling as well for the international. I think it was Potts, Matthew Potts, who was making his debut, and I think sort of went off with a bit of heat stroke, but I think he got a bit tense about the match situation for him. And
Wokes is in. That's down the leg side. It's a tumbling take from Michael Burgess.
And I forget who was with us, but another international player with us, and saying, well, you know, it obviously is very hot out there, and there were queues of people because there's no shade at Chester Street, the international venue up there, and they were queuing to get into that building, that Riverside Athletics building, just to, and it's like a queue to a nightclub. Do you remember those queues at nightclubs, Stretchy?
What?
Well, I'm on Broad Street this week. I know all about that.
Wokes is in and forward goes Steele, plays this one straight back up the pitch.
But it was quite remarkable. But back to Potts, the fact that it was a mixture of the heat and the fact that it just got so tense over the debut and everything.
Pressure.
But as you say, so we were saying, well, hold on, players have played cricket in temperatures as hot, if not hotter than this, but coming back always was, but this feels a different sort of heat and no let up at all from it.
That's exactly what Hashimoto said.
Very intense.
As over the wicket once again comes Wokes, and this one's left alone by Cameron Steele outside his off stump. Now, obviously, it's not like that today. But we've got blue sky and the sun's out, and Edgbaston's looking an absolute picture. And this time yesterday, we had the shadows of the players from the floodlights. Today, we got the shadows of the players from the sun.
And a beautiful thing.
Yeah, lovely. I had an experience a little like that in Hayling Island once.
Where's that?
Hotter than I thought.
Where's Hayling?
That's sort of near Portsmouth.
Is it?
Yeah. Settling himself over his bat once more is Cameron Steele, and all down the leg side. Getting nothing on this is Cameron Steele. He's missed out a little bit on that one. It's taken by Burgess away to his left-hand side.
Well, it was a great, pleasant surprise for me. A bit of a shock to everybody else. For me to be on for half an hour.
It's been an absolute
I
joy.
enjoyed it. I think I'm going to move aside now.
Yes,
Clive's back.
He is, and I think probably they don't want me doing another impression of him at 6 o'clock.
Well, I don't know. Did you correct them as to the fact you weren't Clive?
No. As in over the wicket once again comes Wokes, and this one's left alone outside the off stump.
Poor old Clive. No wonder he's had that
phone call.
Yeah.
166 for 5 at the end of the over. Surrey, they lead by 16.
Up your game next time, Eakin, will you? Poor old Clive, who wasn't even in.
16 overs remaining, so we have got about an hour of play remaining today. And Surrey with a lead of 16. It's a handy lead of 16. And what they would dearly like is to, well, ideally, from a batting point of view, you'd like these two still there at stumps tonight. Then Surrey would be in a very good position.
Yes, it would.
I hope you haven't had any phone calls about me being you.
What I'm expecting is it me or you? Yeah.
It's you.
Hammond Dorby comes in the bowl, and that's edged along the ground down towards third by Smith. He'll get a single. I'm half expecting when I do my 6 o'clock report, they'll give me a call and say, "Oh, that was all right, Clive, but that wasn't as good as your previous one."
I thought I was hoping that I sort of gave all the Warwickshire facts and figures that were required.
168 for 5. Yeah. Good toss for Surrey to have won, I think. And they have a chance of getting into a very strong position in this game. Alan Dolby bowls, and that's driven by Smith, but doesn't get it past the mid-off fielder. There's no run.
I think he's played very well here, Jamie Smith. I was saying to Kevin House, any scoring opportunity he's had, he's jumped all over, hasn't he? Haven't been that many in this game, but he's jumped over anything slightly over pitched or with a bit of width on it.
Dobby just looks like he's taking a second slip out and putting him where? He's going to put him close-ish, actually on the, well, almost on the pitch actually, mid-on, so non-striker batter has to move a bit to have a clear run. Alan Dolby to Smith, and he defends that. Davis Hayne rather dives in that position onto the pitch, stop the ball.
Yeah, well, it was the trick that worked, not that position, sort of that straight mid-wicket. It was a more orthodox short mid-wicket, but this is really just to get in Jamie Smith's eye line.
Hannon Dolby. Ball's with one slip in place, and that's clipped to square leg for a single by Smith, who's on to 38, 169 for 5. So the lead, nice and easy to work out, at least 19. Warwick should roll out for 150 this morning. And always bringing the mid-wicket boundary fielder in. Comes into bowl to steal, defends that, there's no run. It's been stoic stuff from Surrey. Who are working hard to get themselves as far ahead as they can. The bowlers are stuck to their task well, which is what I'll tell good burgers of the West Midlands and Coventry and Warwickshire in a moment. And this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we're still playing on the second day of Warwickshire's championship match against Surrey. Warwickshire facing a first innings deficit. Surrey 169 for 5, now lead by 19. It's been strong stoic batting by Surrey. Warwickshire's bowlers have stuck to their task and have kept getting wickets at crucial times. Ollie Hannon-Dalby, the latest to strike the very valuable wicket of Ben Folkes, who'd really batted pretty well for his 39 before miscuing one straight to Will Rhodes at mid-wicket. But Surrey are still accumulating steadily, and Warwick should know they're going to have to bat well in the third innings of this match if they're to stay in this game. Smith on 38, Steele on 7, Surrey 169 for 5, lead by 19.
Chris Folkes it will be from the Birmingham end, coming in over the wicket to Jamie Smith. It's a bouncer which Smith ducks underneath. That's taken by Michael Burgess, moving away to his right-hand side. And doing some gardening outside his off-stump is Jamie Smith in his short-sleeve sweater. And a man is now going out to deposit himself at deep backward square. So out goes the fielder to deep backward square. So Jamie Smith, if he's going to have a hook, has got to get a lot of it. It's a long old carry out there as Wokes is in. Good length delivery. Forward goes Smith. Plays this one down towards backward point. So that lead for Surrey is 19. 26 have been added by Steele and Smith. I was saying that Mosley's still the top scorer in the game with his 55.
Yeah, and no 50 partnerships even.
I was looking, the 44 between Folkes and Smith.
Yeah, 48 yesterday between Mosley and Wokes.
Shows how tricky batting has been here at Edgbaston, and there's still a bit there at the moment. Hassan Ali's getting himself warmed up at mid-off as Wokes is in, and forward goes Smith, pushes away into the offside, and there is no run. Spectators sat in that bottom tier of the Holly stand have got the sun, and in those yellow seats down there at the Birmingham end. So a pleasant evening to watch a bit of cricket at the moment. Hannon-Dalby having a drink down there to our left at the moment, down on the fine leg boundary rope, as Wokes is in over the wicket, and slower ball I think this time from Chris Wokes, and forward goes Jamie Smith. Pushes this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. Obviously we've seen no spin in this game yet.
No. So yeah, Warwick should probably Not at this point regretting not selecting Danny Briggs, who's sort of coming back to full fitness and playing in the second 11 game.
Hassan Ali's doing some leg kicks up there at mid-off as this one, he's just trying to turn square of the wicket, is Jamie Smith, but actually gets it straighter than he wanted to. Just a reminder that Warwickshire started the day 143 for 8 and then all out for 150. Mosley didn't add to his 55. He was caught by Patel off Worrell out in the deep, and then Rushworth LBW to Worrell for 7. In reply, Sibley was caught Yates bowled Rushworth for 5. Pope LBW to Hassan Ali for 8. Oakes is in, and this one's down the leg side, and it's a great take from Burgess as Smith doesn't get anything on that. I wonder actually if it just brushed his side guard. Tremendous takedown the leg side by Burgess. End of the over, 169 for 5 then Surrey. 14 overs to go today. Rory Burns was LBW to Rushworth, not offering a shot for 32. Ryan Patel was caught by Hayne in the slips off Hannon Dalby for 27. And Folkes was caught by Rhodes at short mid-wicket off Hannon Dalby for 39.
Do you want to bring Eve
Yes,
in there for a bit? And then I'm going to bring Kevin in shortly, so they have Kevin and Eve together, and then you and I perhaps can do the last 7 or 8 overs. Nothing like a bit of production on there. Nothing like a bit of production, to be fair. 169 for 5. Hassan Ali returning to the attack. And he comes in to bowl. And that was defended, there's no run. I mean, I'm a bit worried when you leave this late in the day, when you should perhaps be psyching yourself up now for tomorrow's game against Worcestershire, getting into the mental zone.
Oh, I'll do that later. Yeah, plenty of time for that. Yeah, how long have we got left? About
we got
13.5 overs.
Yeah. So it's a longish shot. No threat at the moment of the light. I suppose when the sun disappears behind the stand, it might become an issue. Hassan Ali, that's quite a wide delivery. Steele stretching for that. We've seen one wide given in this match, but maybe that just swung away after it passed the bat. And there is no run. It's felt a bit attritional out there at times from Surrey.
I feel like I'm going to sneeze.
Hassan Ali bowls, and that again is pretty wide. Bat has nothing to do with that. Hey man, just switch you off for a second, then you can. You're right. You managed.
It's gone now. Sorry.
Oh, good. Right. So what have we had? We've had 176 runs in the day so far for 7 wickets.
Yeah, still a little bit in there for the bowlers, isn't there?
No. Well, Hassan Ali comes to bowl. And that's pushed out the outside. There's no run. I do think if Surrey gets to 250, it could be a very difficult innings for Warwickshire.
Yeah,
third innings.
They won't want getting too many far ahead, will they? They want quick wickets now, Warwickshire. Don't want to get behind the game too much.
I mean, in terms of being attritional, 8. How many balls have we had this over? The last 12 balls have all been dot balls. Hassan Ali in, make that 13 as that's played back to him by Steele, and there's no run.
Yeah, Warwickshire bowled pretty tight, haven't they? They haven't given too much width, too much to put away, but it's been hard to come by wickets on a frequent basis. They've got them, but been quite a bit of time between each wicket.
He's actually been the most expensive bowler so far, but he's one delivery away from a maiden, which he won't get because it's guided through the offside for 4 by Steele, who moves on to 11, 173 for 5. I'm going to bring Kevin in for a quick... Oh, sorry, Mark was having a chat with him. I'm going to bring Kevin in for a quick stint here with Eve.
Yeah, lovely looking shot there by Steele. Just helped it on its way through the covers for 4. 73 for 5.
don't think there was ever a book called Shropshire Lass, but there's definitely one called Shropshire Lad. But it's nice to be on the radio with you and talking.
Shropshire times 2.
Shropshire times 2, I know, and here we are. It'd be nice to see we had a bit of Ed Barnard.
I was going
out
to say, if we had Ed Barnard now,
I commentated on him scoring. I'm sure he was Ed, scoring his maiden century for Worcestershire Essex a couple of years ago. And I got quite emotional about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, understated. I was going to say underrated, but understated a little bit of the old Shropshire people, you see. And we quite like it that way, I think.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Put Shropshire on the map.
Yes, exactly.
We've got a bit of spin as Yates is bowling from the city end. Full, got him driving there, Smith, but straight to the mid-wicket fielder. Got mid-ons just pushed back 3/4 of the way to the boundary. We've got a deep square 3/4 of the way as well, and a cover right on the rope as Yates is into bowl. Similar delivery to the last one, similar shot as well, straight to that man at mid-wicket. No run. First over a spin in the game, isn't it?
Is it? Let's have a look at it. Could well be right. Could well be right. Yeah, good call.
As Yates in again this time. Pretty similar to the previous 2 deliveries, so he's straight on the money. Yates. And he comes for his 4th delivery, and that's guided to that mid-on fielder, and they do pick up a single there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are. I mean, it's impossible to say the batters are settled, but they've been fending things off quite well, haven't they? They've been nullifying a little bit of the threat from Warwickshire, no matter how good the bowling's been at times.
Yes, Yates bowls this time down the leg side, and Burgess does the tidy up behind the stumps. He's kept very well today.
Hasn't he? I think he's been superb. And isn't it? It's an aspect of the game that really is enjoyable to watch as well. The keeper that's on top of their game.
As Yates bowls final ball, and it's knocked into the leg side, and they do pick up a single. As that completes the over. 175 for 5. Steele moves on to 12, and Smith is going well on 39.
So the bowling analysis we've got here: Woke 16 overs, no wickets for 32. Rushworth 15 overs, 2 for 34. Hannon Dalby 14 overs, 2 for 29. Notable number of maidens in there, 6 maidens in those 14 overs as well. Hassan 12 overs, 1 for 41. Ed Barnard 11 overs, no wicket for 30. And we're going to see Hassan Ali bowl here now from the pavilion end. He's got 3 slips. Steele is on 12. He's facing 175 for 5 in and bowls and pushed into the offside. No run. Before we were rudely interrupted by Clive suggesting I come on the radio and talk with you, I was asking you the very important question of what time do you have to report for duty in the morning for your 10:30 start it'll be.
10:30 start. I've just booked in for my throwdowns at 8:30. So
you have to book in. Don't tell me there's an app for that
no.
as well. Thank goodness for that.
No.
So you book in for what time? 8:30.
8:30. I've got throwdowns.
And that's down the road at New Road.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
That's an alley into Steele on 12 in and bowls and turned away onto the onside, and there'll be no runs. Remains 175 for 5. Do you bother looking at the forecast? See what's going to do at this stage tomorrow?
Oh yeah, I've already looked.
And what is
multiple times. It looks fine. Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking good.
Yeah.
So we're
good.
Sparks versus Diamonds, Stars versus Vipers at Beckenham, Storm versus Thunder in Cardiff, and Sunrisers versus Blaze at Chelmsford. So it's match 2, round 2, Rachel Hale-Flint Trophy. Had some interesting games last week as Hassan Ali in the bowls. Well, and he's caught, driving at it, caught at 3rd slip. Steele has gone. Hassan Ali gets his 2nd wicket. It's 175 for 6. Driving at that one. Oh, the frustration from the batter as well, because he was thinking, did I need to do that one? It's terrific bowling, but it's got an edge right out there to 3rd slip, and it was snuffled in there, taken well. And that's a 6th wicket down. And we were saying about the pressure, you know, if 1 or 2 wickets fall towards the close, Surrey, despite the fact they have this lead of 25 runs, have to be watchful.
Yeah, it was a great catch, his slip there, wasn't it? It seemed to go through with some pace, so great grab there. And yeah, as we said, wickets have been hard to come by for the bowlers. They've been toiling away all day, and they have bowled well, Warwickshire, but not too much luck out there. I think they had the one chance that went down early on. ticking along here. They can get a couple more quickly. They don't want that lead stretching too much now.
As a batter, and obviously you're top order, but perhaps wickets will go around you, and you've got batters coming in. Do you feel that you can actually pick up on momentum? This isn't a case in point necessarily, but pick on 2 or 3 wickets have just fallen. Do you pick up on the tension of the batter coming out to you in the middle, thinking, oh, here we're momentum, or we've got to arrest this somehow? And can you actually feel that? Do you talk about it, or do you?
Yeah, I think it obviously depends on the situation of the game. If you're flying away and not far off winning, then it's normally pretty calm. But if you're coming in at a situation where you are under the pump a little bit, might have got a couple of wickets, and you do see that tension in the batter coming in, and you just got to, yeah.
Do you speak of it, or do you just try and ignore it? And because if you speak of it, it can heighten it, I guess, can't it?
Some players obviously think about the game a lot more and overanalyze in a sense, so it's calming them down, I suppose. As well,
Clark is the new batter in, and he drives his first delivery, his face from Hassan Ali out into the offside, and there'll be no run from that.
And I think that's where you spend so much time with your teammates. Obviously, winter training, you're with them 4 days a week, and summer same again with games and training. But you get to know your teammates over time, and know what helps them, and probably what things you need to avoid. Whether you need to just leave them alone, let them be, or
sure. Hassan in again, bowls full and lifting delivery past the off stump. Sort of rocks him back a little, the keeper. Or at least that's the body movement he makes to take the collect there into the gloves.
Yeah, it's been a couple of times that's happened today. I think he took one early on where he really reared up and he had to take it right from his face, but then other end he had one that stayed low and sort of trickled along the floor to Burgess. But
as we say, he's really looked the part today, the keeper, Burgess. Hassan bowls. Oh, he ducks out of that one, a shorter ball through to the keeper. Good over from Hassan Ali. 175 for 6. Clark has faced 3 balls there. Hasn't got off the mark. Smith on 39, but to confirm, Cameron Steele caught by Dan Mosley at 3rd slip off the bowling of Hassan for 12 of 35 balls. This lead is 25 runs at 175 for 6. So in terms of your results, you want to do a little bit better than you did last week, just a little bit better.
Yeah, we unfortunately were on the wrong side of the win last week. We didn't manage to get over the line, but it's a long season.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
As Yates comes in for his 2nd over, swept away quite nicely there, but great diving stop by Hassan Ali here at short 45. Looks in a little bit of pain there. They do scamper through for 1. Hassan's still on his knees there.
Did he catch him on the wrist, or no? He's all right.
Not sure if he landed funny, or no, I think it's his arm, isn't it? It might have landed funny.
Yeah.
He's up and about though, as Clark's on strike. Still yet to get off the mark as Yates bowls, and that one's flicked off his pads to that square leg fielder for 1, and he does get off the mark.
Yeah, it is. It is a long season, quite clearly. It's. I imagine also it's good to get the feeling of the win under the belt, isn't it, early on?
Yeah, absolutely. Get your season started as Yates bowls, and this one's defended into the onside, and no run taken.
But your opponents are the holders of the competition tomorrow. I'm sure you're aware of this. in the Diamonds, and that early wicket at Winfield Hill would be quite good, wouldn't it? She's going great guns at the moment.
As Yates bowls, this one's knocked into the leg side. It finds mid-wicket, no run.
But who was it that rattled along for the Diamonds last Saturday? Remind me.
There was a couple.
Yeah.
Bess Heath.
In no time. Yeah.
And they've got an overseas Chloe Tryon, the South African, as Yates bowls. This one worked into the leg side. They do pick up a single this time as Smith moves to 41.
But enough of them. What have you? What are your, apart from your good self, and what are your weapons that you're looking forward to sort of unleashing on the season as a whole?
Yeah, we've made some good signings over the winter. As Yates bowls his final ball, and that one's defended into the leg side. Good bit of work by mid-wicket, stopping that single. Completes the over, 178 for 6. Yeah, we've made some good signings. I think we've got Chloe Brewer, who was on commentary yesterday.
Yep.
Top order batsman, batter.
Yep.
So she's had a good winter, so I'm looking forward to seeing how she goes. We've had Katie George as well from Western Storm, left armour, who's also pretty handy with the bat as well.
Yeah.
And exceptional fielder. We've got Beth Ellis from former Loughborough Lightning, who are now Blaze. So yeah, we feel like we've got a really good squad around us, and we've got obviously Amy Jones to come back in, and Erin Burns are overseas as well.
That's another here, bowls full, defended into the offside for no run by Smith, who remains on for 41.
Yeah, so I think Erin's landing next week.
Okay.
So she'll come in our middle order and bowl some handy off spin as well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And of course, we have Saturday and then Bank Holiday Monday, of which you travel to Wormsley. Sparks versus Vipers, Blaze versus Thunder at Welbeck. As Snelly bowls, punched but straight again into the offside to that fielder who's looking after things sort of fairly close in the covers at the moment. That won't get past him, and therefore no further addition. 178 for 6. So on Monday, Bank Holiday Monday, the first of a few bank holidays we've got coming up in May.
Yeah.
Blaze versus Thunder at Welbeck, Sparks here versus Vipers at Wormsley, Storms versus Stars at Bristol, and Sunrisers versus Diamonds at Chelmsford. I just didn't realise that the Sunrisers, in their victory last week as Hassan Ali bowls a little shorter. That's what, well, I was looking at that being pulled out through mid-wicket. Ended up actually a lot straighter than that here at mid-on. But that's 21 games before they got a victory for the Sunrisers. And whilst of course it's all about the sparks for you and everything, in terms of the competition, I imagine that most people would not have really begrudged them getting a win, getting themselves up and running, and getting something under their belt.
Yeah, they've definitely been there or thereabouts. Probably been a bit unlucky with some results over the last couple of years, and had some really close games that they've not come out on top of. But
Hassan Ali over the wicket here, and a little bit of width, and there's only one fielder out there. He goes chasing to his left-hand side and gets there quickly. It's only one run. The throw wasn't the sweetest in the world, but it's okay. No extra cost from that, and the score moves to 179 for 6 now, a lead of 29 runs.
But yeah, they've started the season well. They beat Vipers, who have sort of cleaned up the last few years with trophies in the
yeah,
women's
of all
game.
the teams to have your first win against.
But yeah, it sets down a marker for their season, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hassan Ali in again, bowls, and this is left this time by Clark. So he remains on one, through to the keeper. Well, I hope you get some decent weather. As you say, it's going to be fine tomorrow. I think Sunday looks a bit ropey at the moment, but that won't bother you.
It's a travel day, so it won't be too upset. But
Have you played often at Wormsley? Lovely ground,
couple of times.
But it's quite open there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lovely ground, lovely setting.
Yeah. It is that indeed. But back to this one. Interesting to get your thoughts on this in a moment again, as Hassan Ali turns and man is sent out a little bit deeper there on the offside behind square, and that one is round leg side, actually clipped away. But it's not too far for the field that have to move long leg to retrieve that one. So one run, 180 for 6. Clark on 2 and Smith on 42. But you know, we were talking about the bowling here of Warwickshire even. I don't think they've really done that much wrong.
No, they haven't. I think sometimes you get days like that, don't you, where you bowl well, but conditions are different to what they were yesterday. Obviously Surrey bowled really well, made the batsmen play. I think Warwickshire have made the batsmen play quite a lot today, and sometimes you just got to just keep trying, dig in and stay in the contest, which I think they've done. Like Surrey are only 30 ahead, so I think they've bowled. Yes, they haven't taken as many wickets probably as what they'd like, but I think they haven't let the Surrey batsmen get away.
No. I mean, this fellow, the Rushworth signing, we keep banging on about it, and with all due respect to all the other bowlers and everything here, but I mean, it does look as if he could be quite a key difference this campaign for Warwickshire.
Yeah, he's had a great start to his Warwickshire career, hasn't he? Consistently picked up wickets like all the other bowlers have as well. They've all chipped in so far this season. As Rushworth is in from the city end, 2 slips, ready and waiting as he bowls, and that one's defended off the front foot by Clark.
Yeah. Well, Clark's a big, powerful player. I mean, he's at his happiest, obviously, when he's able to hammer the ball left, right and centre, but he'll realise this is quite a tricky passage of play here now. You know, Surrey want to be leaving this ground feeling that they're the ones with a hand on the tiller, if you like, driving this game wherever it's going. Maybe not that quickly, but wherever it's going, it's going their way, and lose a few wickets now, and they may not feel that way.
Yeah, Rushworth is in again, a bit short this time, and it's pulled firmly into the mid-wicket region, but they only pick up 1 run. Good bit of fielding there on the old used wickets on the edge of the square.
As a batter, if you're out there, you worry about short pitch bowling, particularly on this surface. I mean, Rushworth, he's quick, but he's not necessarily lightning express pace, is he?
I think they've picked, like when they have took it on, they've picked the ball that they're going to pick, but they're going to play at. I think obviously they've ducked under quite a few today. As Rushworth is in again, some bit fuller and defended into the offside by Smith.
And they have been uncomfortable with a few of those short pitch ones. Seemingly the ones that have troubled them the most are those where they're not too sure whether they're going forward or backwards, and as you say, with Burgess standing up as he has been, he's not now. That's caused them extra headaches and problems. But those fuller balls do seem to be the ones that cause maybe a few more problems.
Yeah, I think it happened with Dom Sibley's wicket. He was quite comfortable. He was outside his crease, and then as soon as Burgess come up, he had to obviously go back, and he can't come at the ball as much as Rushworth is into bowl. Defended by Smith into the leg side. Will Rhodes too in the field in there at mid-wicket.
I think that's the question I didn't ask earlier. Is that I was asking you what you might do to batters if you realise that there is a little bit of tension, that maybe they're not feeling quite as right as they could be. Do you like being talked to, or do you like being left to your own devices when you're out there?
I don't know, I suppose it depends on the situation. I think sometimes I just like to just be calm in my own mind and get through it as Rushworth is into bowl. Oh, and it's on the edge, but just down in front of second slip. Sam Hain there.
There's some real movement at times, isn't there?
It's the odd one, isn't it?
Now, from my side of the boundary, as the non-player, I'm always fascinated by that. It's the way that people approach teammates or yourself. If you're feeling a bit on a pump, obviously you're there, you're not out, but you're not really feeling on top of it. Do you want anybody to say anything to you, or just get on with it yourself?
Yeah, as Rushworth is in, defended nicely by Smith. And that completes the over, 181 for 6. Yeah, I think sometimes it just depends how much tension there is. Like, if you are struggling, like for instance last week it was a tough wicket to play on at Trent Bridge, and it was just getting worse as the day went on, and it was difficult to score with no pace in there. But I think obviously depending on who you bat with, some people like to talk to you just for their benefit, sometimes more than my benefit, or but yeah, I think it depends on the situation. Sometimes it's just like just keep going, like just dig in, we'll get through it. Or it might be, right, okay, we might have to just pick it up a bit here and...
Yeah. So it sometimes oh, there could be a bit of news here. We're in a news bulletin. I was going to say sometimes then you have to look as if you're listening, but you're not really.
Sometimes, yeah.
So I shall move out of here after this ball from Hassan Ali coming into Clark, who's on 3, 181 for 6. It's been punched on the onside of straight. It should be cut off, and it is. 1 run, 182 for 6 now, lead of 32 runs. You better pick up the next one, and Clive will be back in. And good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris Wokes doing the fielding there at mid-on. It's a field change. As Hassan is just waiting for everyone to be ready in the fielding positions. I think deep points just moving a fraction finer as Hassan is in to bowl to Smith. Bit fuller this time, worked really nicely off his pads through the mid-wicket region, and it goes firmly over the boundary for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by Smith. He moves to 46. Just slightly over pitch there by Hassan, and Smith just helps himself to 4.
It's already looking quite a useful lead for Surrey. Warwickshire's bowlers have stuck at it, keep getting wickets at critical times, but it underlines that they didn't quite get enough themselves with the bat.
As Hassan is in again. Ball's good line of length there by Hassan. It's defended by Smith, right back to the bowler. Just the 7 overs remaining after the end of this one.
Jamie Smith doing a good job here for Surrey.
As Hassan Ali's running in away from us here. Balls and defended into the offside, and they do pick up one. Nice soft hands there by Clark. He's now on to 4. He'll face 10 balls. Smith going really nicely on 47. 2 slips still waiting. I think we've got Alex Davis is in under the lid at short leg as Hassan is into ball. That one just defending the offside. Looked like he might have just squared him up ever so slightly, but no real threat in the end. A deep fine, deep square, and then mid on, and that short leg on that covered strip as Hassan's in for his final delivery of the over. Balled, defended into the offside, and Ollie Hannon Dalby does the field in there at mid-off for no run. That completes the over. 187 for 6 now.
So we'll bring Mark back, and thank you very much, Eve. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you
and
very much.
indeed on Monday. So yeah, get back-to-back wins. Eve Jones from Central Sparks. Support them at New Road tomorrow. 7 overs left in the day. And Chris Rushworth to come into the bowling. Yes, 37 runs behind now. Surrey 187 for 6. Warwickshire's bowlers have stuck to their task admirably and keep getting wickets at crucial stages. Nonetheless, it looks like they're going to face quite a dangerous deficit at the end of the first innings. The latest wicket's gone to Hassan Ali, his second of the innings. Yet Cameron Steele caught by Don Mosley in the slips for 12. Jamie Smith is holding Warwickshire up with 47, and with 7 overs left in the day, Warwickshire know they're going to have to bat well in the third innings in this game. But Surrey 187 for 6, lead by 37. Rushworth comes into bowl, and that's edge just past a diving second slip. And for 4 runs by Smith, it brings up his half century. Only the second half century of the match. He's 51 not out. 95 balls, and that was his 9th 4. Very good effort from Jamie Smith. It is his 13th 50-plus score in first-class cricket, and that's played the onside. And the worry for Warwickshire's conversion rate is pretty good. He's converted 6 of his previous 12 50s into hundreds, including at least 1 double hundred.
Well, he's just played very, very well when Surrey needed him to today, and he's a very good player, Jamie Smith. I just think what's been so good from him is that he hasn't missed out when he's had a scoring chance. There haven't been that many, but he's always taken them.
Rushworth into bowl, and that's pushed to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Rhodes as no run. 191 for 6.
can. I was just working it out with you. They could have an over with a new ball.
Yeah. Rushworth bowls it short, it's pulled, and it's fielded by Hassan Ali down at wide long leg, and it's a single.
Yeah, so they could tonight get one over with a new ball if they want to. Warwickshire.
I suppose they might as well, really.
Yeah, well, absolutely. If you can nick a wicket, it could be important that. But that lead now up to 42 for Surrey, which is, you know, a handy lead.
It is. We'll be thinking getting at least one batting point here as Rushworth bowls. There's a straggle appeals, a leading edge, which goes out into the offside for no run. 192 for 6, Surrey. They lead Warwickshire by 42.
Yeah, and 6 overs remaining. So it's been a long old day out there. But it's been a proper day of cricket, this, hasn't it? Really hard fought. I think everybody knows how important every single run is. So we're going to get a bit of Ed Barnard. But I think if you get an opportunity with a new ball, you take it tonight, don't you? Even if it's just a one over.
Yeah.
You probably...
Yes, it'll still be nice and new tomorrow morning.
So Ed Barnard down below us, getting ready to come in over the wicket to Jamie Smith. He's got a slip and a gully in there. He's got 2 back on the leg side boundary rope, sweeper out on the cover boundary rope. Barnard will come in over the wicket, and it's a short ball. He's up on his toes. Jamie Smith pushes into the offside. No runners. Will Rhodes comes round to do the fielding. There is still a little bit in this pitch, though, isn't there? There is still something to keep the bowlers interested, definitely. Barnard, little stutter at the top of his mark, and then we'll come over the wicket to Jamie Smith. He pushes off the front foot out into the offside, and there is no run. Smith just signals to Jordan Clark that that one just nipped back a touch at him. Barnard turns once again, comes in over the wicket to Smith, and Smith is driving handsomely just for a single. Out there to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Throw. Hassan Ali there has let that go, and that has absolutely soared over Michael Burgess. And the backing up was brilliant.
Just think if they started on time, Mark would be going home now.
Oh dear. Here comes Barnard once again to Jordan Clark. Thick inside edge that goes just past his leg stump. He didn't half go after that, Jordan Clark. Really tried to smash that one away through the covers. He would have been very annoyed with himself if he'd dragged that on. Jordan Clark. It's a beautiful evening now here at Edgbaston. Over the wicket once more comes Barnard. Oh, and that beats everything. Just wonder if they're getting a bit of a reverse here, you know. I think Hassan Ali got one to go in his last over, and I just wonder whether he's got a little bit of reverse there, because that's beaten the inside edge, gone over the top of the stumps, and beaten the dive of Michael Burgess. Well, that's a good bit of bowling from Barnard. It's 4 more to the total, 4 more to the lead. That lead moves on to 47, 197 for 6. As Barnard turns once again. Comes in over the wicket to Jordan Clark. Short ball. That's come back at Clark as well. Definitely getting a little bit of reverse, I think, from this end. End of the over. 197 for 6. 5 to go tonight. And it means Surrey lead by 47.
Yeah, Barnard kicks the air in frustration. Still wicketless in this innings. 5 overs to go. Warwickshire could do what Surrey did yesterday and get a couple just before the end. Rob Yates is going to come back into the attack. It might be that Chris Rushworth's going to be saved for 1 over with the new ball.
Any run Surrey can eke out tonight will be valuable as well.
Yeah.
In 5 overs.
Yates is in to bowl to Smith. Is very respectful with that one and plays it back to the bowler. Yates' 3rd over. 5 runs have come from his first 2. He bowls, and that's pushed to mid-wicket for no run. And these are the only overs of spin we've had in the match so far. So he just used 4 seamers. Has 6 first-class wickets to his name. Average of 59. He bowls, and that's pushed out to mid-wicket for a single by Smith, who's on to 54. 198 for 6. We should be a little bit mindful of the over rate as well. We're down as -1 as that's played to mid-on. There's no run. It is something that both teams are going to keep an eye on, given the lack of spinners involved in this game. Yates bowls, and that's driven to long on for a single by Clark. Moves on to 5. 199 for 6. Yates again. Right arm over, bowls. It's pushed to mid-wicket for no run. Not tidy enough over from Rob Yates. Single off it. 199 for 6.
Yeah, and there's a chat out there in the middle between Jordan Clark and Jamie Smith about getting through these 4 overs. Lead of 49. And Barnard to continue down below us. And he's going to come in over the wicket to Jordan Clark. Lets this one go outside his off stump.
Signalled wide.
Wide brings up the 200. Yep. So that lead is 50. I think the crowd have just realised that. Turns again. Does Barnard. Comes in over the wicket. And this is punched out into the offside by Jordan Clark. And there is no run.
I don't get a point for that now, but
no.
We'll have hopes, I'm sure, of getting at least a 250 and picking up a batting point, if not 300.
Oliver Hannon-Dorby, I think, has bowled very well today. He stood up at mid-off as Barnard is in again. Short one, and Jordan Clark is pulling this for 4. It was banged in by Barnard, but it just sort of sat up, really, for Jordan Clark, and he split the 2 men back out on that leg side boundary rope, and that whistles away for 4. Jordan Clark moves on to 9. Surrey move on to 204 for 6. And that lead moves on to 54. Bit of a gift, really, that one. Barnard banged it in, but at this stage on this pitch, it just sat up, really. Barnard's in again. Clark's letting this one go outside his off stump. That's taken by Burgess. Moving away to his left-hand side. Jamie Smith is rehearsing some shots down at the non-striker's end. Good encouragement out there. At Warwickshire, I know, thinking if we can nick one more here, still hanging on in there as Barnard is in, and Jordan Clark plays this late down towards third man, and they'll just get the single. Chase was good from Hassan Ali. Throw comes rocketing in over the top of the stumps, and Jordan Clark moves on to 10, 205 for 6. Barnard comes marching back towards us. Jamie Smith comes back onto strike on 54. As over the wicket comes Barnard once more. And looking to drive is Jamie Smith. Thick inside edge. That runs away into the leg side. And there is no run. So Smith 54 from 106 deliveries. Clark 10 off 22. Lead is 55 for Surrey. So that equates to 55 for 6. Barnard bustles in once again, comes over the wicket to Jamie Smith, and this one's pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 205 for 6. Clark has 10, Smith has 54, and there are 3 overs remaining.
Rob Yates is to continue. This would be the last over he'd have to bowl if it's a case of getting them to the new ball. 79th over of the innings. Bowling to Clark, 1 slip in place. And Clark pushes a quicker ball back to the bowler. I don't think he's caused any great alarm so far, Yates. Bowls, gets that bit of air, sit down the ground to long on for a single by Clark. It's on to 11. 206 for 6. Needs to be disappointed after taking that early slip catch. He hasn't had any more opportunities. Top catcher in the division. That one is played out to the offside, into a gap. That'll be, will it be 4 runs or will it be cut off? And it's going to be cut off just short of the boundary, but they will get 3. Have to sprint a little bit for the third, but they get there. And Smith's on to 57, the highest individual score of the match so far. He's poised. Right arm over bowls to Clark, who clips that again to long on for an easy single. He's on to 12. 210 for 6. The lead now 60. Yates to Smith, who drives that, doesn't quite get hold of it, and it's fielded by Alex Davis in the covers, and it's a dot ball. Last ball of the over. Probably Rob Yates' last for a fair while, and that's played at the offside for no run. End of the over, 210 for 6, 79 overs bowled, 2 more to go today. Surrey lead Warwickshire by 60.
Yeah, and 12 balls to go. And they could, after this over, get 1 over with the new ball. So, yeah, it could be 1 over with the new ball. Ed Barnard it will be to bowl the penultimate over of the day.
Just have a look at the potential new ball bowlers. I can't see any of them particularly getting ready.
Jordan Clark, 12 not out, 210 for 6. Oh, driving outside edge, gone. There you go, there's a wicket for Warwickshire. Caught low down at first slip. Jordan Clark goes for 12. Ed Barnard has the wicket. There is that new ball coming for the last over. And it's 210 for 7.
And there's Yates with the catch again. He has been catching brilliantly this season. That was quite a sharp chance when he grabbed hold of it. It was quite low and held it. So his 10th catch of the season already. It's only their 3rd match. And again, just as they're building a partnership, sorry, I mean, they're doing all right. They've got a decent first innings lead, but what they've lacked just as Warwickshire did, they've lacked the ability to really hurt with partnerships. Have been sort of middling partnerships. What did that last one add? That was worth 35. So as I said earlier, Warwickshire haven't gone bang bang at any point, which Surrey did 2 or 3 times in the Warwickshire innings. There have been partnerships of 34, 39, 44, and 24, and now 35. Which again does suggest there's still something in there on that pitch as Tom Laws comes out.
Yep. Tom Laws comes out with 11 balls remaining in the day. Good low catch again, and as you say, Yates is picking up a lot in there at first slip at the moment.
It's incredible, really, and the catches he's taking. Don't think he's put one down this season. Warwickshire have put one down in the game. Dan Mosley, who's since snaffled one.
So Tom Laws will settle himself down over his bat. 3 slips are in there for him, and Ed Barnard is in, and it's Laws' first runs of the season, in fact, because he was out first ball against Hampshire, and he gets a thick edge, and that runs down towards third man, and they will pick up a single, and Laws moves on to 1 to 11 for 7. Ed Barnard coming in over the wicket to Jamie Smith. Smith is solidly forward, plays that one out into the offside, and there is no run once again.
I can't see any sign of anyone prepare. Oh, is that? No, I can't see any sign of anyone preparing to bowl, so I wonder whether Will Rose will wait till the morning now for the new ball.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they are going to do it. They might just leave it till tomorrow, of course. As Barnard is in over the wickets, and forward goes Smith, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run.
I suppose 2 things. One, they do need to get this -1 off the over rate, because I mean, can't rule out the possibility they won't get to bowl in the second innings, depending on the game goes. Either they might just bat out to save the game, or they might fold and lose it.
Over the wicket once again is Barnard. That beats the outside edge of Jamie Smith's forward push. Really good bowling from Barnard.
I guess also from a sort of physio point of view, maybe it's not the ideal way to treat a fast bowler, to bring them on for a 1-over spell at the end of a long day.
Rhodes is just saying something to the support staff downstairs. I think he's asking Ollie Hannon-Dalby, actually, who's off the field to play, whether he's coming back on. As forward goes Jamie Smith, which makes you think he might want an over of Hannon-Dalby.
Yeah,
end of the over, 1 to go. The wicket of Jordan Clark to 11 for 6.
Yeah, the same to Ollie. Go on. He might only bowl 1 ball, because if he gets a wicket, that's it. That's the end of the day's play. So he takes his jumper off, his cap and his sunglasses, and Warwickshire have 1 more over. They won't be able to get more than 1 more wicket, but 1 would be nice. 61 the lead. It feels quite a lot, but and the umpire is showing the scorers the new ball, so they have taken it. It's a nice one for Tom Laws, isn't it? Right at the end of the day. You've got an over to go in the day. This is your second ball, and it's a new ball being bowled, and then you're going to have to start all over again tomorrow.
It's not, but he's done the old night watchman job before, so he's sort of used to these situations. But it's not a huge amount of fun, this, is it?
So Helen Dolby from the Birmingham men, the last over of the day. So we approach 7 o'clock. Comes into bowl. It's going down the leg side. Doesn't make contact.
That looks like a new ball to me.
Yeah, they took it. Yeah, the umpire signalled. They have taken the new ball. So wicketkeeper Burgess takes that, and Laws will be happy if he can see this off, and certainly will hope to do what Warwickshire didn't manage to do this morning when they come back tomorrow and get a few more runs out of the lower order. Warwickshire losing the last 2 wickets for just 7 runs. Hannon Dolby bowls, and it's defended to the offside for no run. And Dolby did finish not out, so he nurtured his average quite well. It's 2 not out. Looks like Smith's going to be able to resume tomorrow then on 57 not out. 4 balls to go. Hannon Dolby bowls, edge, caught behind, and it's paid off. The new ball. Hannon Dolby strikes. Laws goes for 1. He was on hiding to nothing really. Michael Burgess takes his first catch of the match. So a couple of late wickets for Warwickshire has improved their outlook somewhat. Surrey still have the lead. They're 211 for 8. They lead by 61. George Smith leaves the field 57 not out, the highest score of the match. He's just commiserating there with Tom Laws, who's feeling a bit cross. But I suppose in a way he did do a night watcher job there, because he kept Smith at the non-striker's end and allows him to come back tomorrow. But Ollie Hannon Dolby, 3 wickets for him. Continues to be in the wickets, 13 for the season for him now. It'll make Warwickshire just feel a bit better at the end of it. It's been a hard-working day. They've stuck to their task pretty well, but they'll know they didn't make enough runs in the first innings, really. And that's why Surrey are in the stronger position at 211 for 8, Mark.
They are, and they'll be pretty happy with where they find themselves, but it sets it up very nicely for tomorrow, doesn't it? I think we've got a busy day ahead of us tomorrow, Clive Eakin.
Well, I have, because I'm at the Coventry Building Society Arena.
There you are. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Brian Halford will be here from our side of things, along with the rest of the team tomorrow.
Okie dokie.
Join us there. So, situation here at the close of the second day. Warwickshire 150 all out. Surrey 211